were falling and sleigh bells were calling. Hot chocolate in hand, jingle bells jamming. Oh, my heart could skip a bit, hoping Santa's driving. Grab your board, Rudolph, let's go. Jingle slide on the slopes, hey. Bring the spirit, make it real, make it true. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know it's Christmas. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know. So where's Santa Claus? I waited for so long. So where's Santa Claus? I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen, so let it snow. Now I'm getting older, snowflakes getting smaller. Caught between who I am and what I want, I can't pretend. Taller than the tree, don't know if what's wrong is me. I just wanna enjoy this Christmas Eve. Santa, believe me, I wanna come easy, but can't you just hear me out? This Christmas I want a car, a phone, a ticket, a mic, I'll take it. Maybe I just asked too much, no need to get out of it's a sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know it's Christmas. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know. So where's Santa Claus? I've waited for so long. So where is Santa Claus? I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen, so let it snow. Nice job. Sweetheart, you did a great job. You give it all that you got. Nice job. Don't worry about what they say. You're doing it your way. March to your own parade. Nothing is better than what you got. Don't be something you're not. 'Cause baby, look how you rock. Sweetheart, you did a great job. You give it all that you got. Sweetheart, you did a great job. Look at you, you're at the top. Nice job. I just wanna freak it nasty. My girls in the front and the boys in the backseat. I just wanna freak it nasty. My girls in the front and the boys in the I just wanna freak it nasty. My girls in the front and the boys in the backseat. I just wanna freak it nasty. My girls in the front and the boys in the
I've been doing fine, I was under the weather. So much on my mind, had a change that was better. Gazing at the sky, and the sky so blue. See the birds fly at a touch to the view. Spend a lot of time trying to make a lie true. Staring through your eyes, trying to find the real you. But the you I thought I knew, I would give the world, it'll just be us two. Everything got swirled and got twisted and skewed. Never saw the signs in the year I got schooled. But I don't ever hold grudges. God's the only one with the right to go and judge us. Try to make it work, try to run with two crutches. Loving needs to hurt when you roll with the punches.
A kid, waited by the windowsill. Snowflakes were falling and sleigh bells were calling. High-tech in hand, jingle bells jamming. Oh, my heart could skip a bit, hoping Santa's driving. Grab your board, Rudolph, let's go. Jingle slide on the slopes, hey. Bring the spirit, make it real, make it true. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know it's Christmas. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song, ringing all night long. And I know. So we're Santa Claus. I waited for so long. So we're Santa Claus. I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen. So let it snow. Now I'm getting older, snowflakes getting smaller. up between who I am and what I want. I can't pretend, taller than the tree. Don't know if what's wrong is me. I just wanna enjoy this Christmas Eve. Santa, believe me, I wanna come easy. But can't you just hear me out? This Christmas I want a car, a phone, a ticket, a mic, I'll take it. Maybe I just asked too much, no need to get out of there. It's that sleigh bell song ringing all night long, and I know it's Christmas. Ring ding dong, it's that sleigh bell song ringing all night long, and I know. So where's Santa Claus? Ha 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 ha. I've waited for so long, long, long. So where is Santa Claus? I wanna hear that song for Christmas to happen. So let it snow.
I've been doing fine, I was under the weather. So much on my mind, had to change, that was better. Gazing at the sky, and the sky so blue. See the birds fly, at a touch to the view. Spend a lot of time trying to make a lie true. Staring through your eyes, trying to find the real you. But the you I thought I knew. I would give the world, it'd just be us two. Everything got swirled and got twisted and skewed. Never saw the signs, in the end I got screwed. But I don't ever hold grudges. God's the only one with the right to go and judge us. Try to make it work, try to run with two crutches. Love at least don't hurt when you roll with the punches. Once lost, now found, little bird set me free. Taught me the game, now I'm chasing victory. From the concrete jungle, fighting to break the chains. Little bird's guidance, help me conquer the pain. From the darkness to light, little bird show me the way. Shun down to fears, it's a brand new day. I spread my wings, soaring high above the rest. Forever grateful, little bird, my true zest. Little bird, you taught me how to dream. Ain't no cage that can hold my inner steam. I'm feeling stronger with every single scheme. I'ma seize the day, this moment gotta redeem. Through your song I found the rhythm of life. Feeling alive, got no room for strife. Little bird, you're the one that set me right. Guided by your wings, I'm ready to take flight. sky and the sky so blue. See the birds fly at a touch to the view. Spend a lot of time trying to make a lie true. Staring through your eyes trying to find the real you. But the you I thought I knew, I would give the world, it'd just be us two. Everything got swirled and got twisted and skewed. Never saw the signs in the end I got screwed. But I don't ever hold grudges. God's the only one with the right to go and judge us. Try to make it work, trying to run with two crutches. Love at least don't hurt when you roll with the punches. Once lost, now found, little bird set me free. Taught me the game, now I'm chasing victory. From the concrete jungle, fighting to break a chains. Little bird's guidance, help me conquer the pain. From the darkness to light, little bird show me the way. Shun down to fears, it's a brand new day. I spread my wings, soaring high above the rest. Forever grateful, little bird, my true zest. Little bird, you taught me how to dream. Ain't no cage that can hold my inner steam. I'm feeling stronger with every single scheme. I'ma seize the day, this moment gotta redeem. Through your song I found the rhythm of life. Feeling alive, got no room for strife. Little bird, you're the one that set me right. Guided by your wings, I'm ready to take flight.
When I was a kid, waited by the windowsill, snowflakes were falling and sleigh bells were calling. High chocolate in hand, jingle bells jamming. Oh, my heart could skip a bit, hoping Santa's rhyming. Grab your board, Rudolph, let's go. Jingle slide on.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy, and Freddy is me.
I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but
It's not enough. 750 degrees. Apparently, I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait, number 16, stop. No, it's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
Number 16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
got eliminated by Execration. You're gonna get eliminated. That's last, and then CG falls.
NCG eliminated on Jet King.
NCG is down.
The gods will be thrown.
Execration.
Today, we crown a champion. A grueling first few weeks of the Open qualifiers from hundreds of teams boiled down to just 4 groups during the knockout stage.
They want to play for that placement. They are the disadvantage, but Madonna connects. And NCG, your mobile tournament champions. Let's give it up for SR Knockout.
Round 2.
Travel barriers are helping him.
Lordship. He's trying to escape the wrath of the fire.
A lot of things going for him. Artillery, Firefly, right here. Kiko's gonna go in. He falls in.
I can't be like a fucking ball, don't friend, no! How's it going, gamers? We welcome you back to Farlight 84 Philippines Championship Season 3. It's Cali down here with Infinity bringing you the opener of the Week 4 semifinals. We got a lot of motion awaiting us here today. Man, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling excited, but also at the same time, I have so much fear for these teams because last week we saw the new changes come into effect, and there are a lot of new stuff to expect this time around.
There were so many moments where we really have to highlight some of these heroes that were really able to put in a lot of these interesting narratives last week, right? I mean, we got Bo being used by NCG to get them to the top, and one of the instances last weekend was a Sayana user able to get that #1 victory just by using the heal strategy, Infinity.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, having the Frenzy Bomb along with the Summit Crush, this is a combo that we have never seen before in Farlight 84, and it has been implemented just last week in the mobile and, well, in the mobile division more specifically, because in the PC division, there's another meta sitting around the corner that is pretty much the Siana healing combo, or well, Siana healing method to stay alive the longest.
It's crazy that, you know, the mobile and the PC division have their unique hero compositions and focusing more on this mobile squad, right? I mean, players are starting to give away the Lucinda hero pick and focus more on that bow just because of the ability of that Frenzy Blast to cover grounds and pressure enemies down at that final circle, which proved dividend to teams like Onslaught Main and NCG last week to be able to get all of these eliminations. But now, of course, this game is brought to you by Farlight 84. Make sure you follow us on our official social media pages. We are currently having 4 social media pages. We got the Facebook, we got the YouTube, and the Instagram, and also our TikTok. If you guys want to look over and submit some of your requests, we got the Discord server down at our description for you guys to submit all of your concerns within the game.
Yeah, concerns. You also have updates coming through into the social media platform. So if ever you guys want more updates about FPC Season 3, that is the place to get it from. But going back into the game, it's just so much of brand new things coming into the game.
Yeah, of course. And with this social media page, we also got our official phone partner, Techno, experience the cutting edge of the mobile technology, as we got Techno as our Farlight 84's official mobile partner, the Techno Pova 6. And the Pova 6 Pro, believe it or not, has a Maggie Steam box. So what are you waiting for? Make sure you purchase it now and experience the next level of play with Techno.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. You see a new flavor of, you know, the first experience of opening the phone. And of course, this is not where we stop. Thank you very much as well to our official chair partner here at Season 3. Thank you very much, Fantech, for making this tournament possible.
Yeah, conquered the gaming of Farlight 84 with the most comfortable chairs from Fantech. We had them last season. It was super comfortable for his players and also for us casters. We were able to really sit down during our breaks, and obviously bring in most of our potential when it comes to casting, right? Also, make sure you do check out their gaming gears, as they got a lot of varieties when it comes to the keyboards, mouses, and headphones as well. But now back to the gameplay so we're gonna have here today, right? A lot of motion coming in from NCG last week, but Execration, after winning the first 2 weeks, Infinity suddenly dialed down and in fact placed 5th last weekend. So now that they're here, placing number 1 once again, there's just so many things that they're looking to get over with to finish this open qualifier strong.
It was unfortunate, but you know what? The fortunate part about this is we are going to have a similar format coming in to season 3. When it comes to the point standings, we have 25 points overall for the first, 20 for the second, 17 for the third. These are pretty much the easiest points to accumulate all throughout the game. Placement will be the name of the game coming here at season 3. For today, we have 4 groups. We have A, B, C, D, and we will play in Thunder Realms.
Yes, Thunder Realms, that new map that obviously this team needs to focus on, as we got a lot of features on this map, right? Talk about the sponsor box, the airdrop frames, and the super airdrop that comes at the 14-minute and 10-second mark that will grant you that level 6 armor. Those are the key features on this map that will help you increase your odds of winning this game. But to make it all short, right, our point system still rewards a team that loves to play for that top 3. You get 17 on the third spot, you got 20 on second, and first gets 25. And what are they fighting for here is that chance to win the lion's share on our $37,500 of prize pool. Great amount of money to fight for, and the better the performance, the more money you bag, and the greater the chance of hoisting the FPC Season 3 Champion Trophy. Will the past champions take it home for the second time, or will we see a challenger rise up and take home the champion title here in FPC?
Sounds hefty. A lot at stakes on the line for these teams to battle for. So much money in the title as well for season 3. Can Execration bring back their season 1 form, or can NCG go for the back-to-back? Or as you have mentioned, can another challenger rise to the occasion?
It's very interesting what's going to be panning out here, right? So far, it's looking like Execration is at the top, but looking at the last week's performance, right, seems like the new kids on the block, like Blackfire and Oasis Gaming, have managed to really run down the Sunderland Realms to the point that they're going to be part of the top 5 for now in the open qualifiers. But there's still a lot of weeks for us to get by to really practice and get all of the statistics for these teams to really gauge who's going to be coming in with the upper hand once we approach the finals for the mobile division.
Yeah, accumulate points as much as you can coming into the knockout stages and putting your best foot forward to have a chance into the semifinal spot and to battle it out for the grand finals position. So much stakes. Every single team should perform.
Yeah, we got 1 more week, 2 more weeks of the open qualifiers, but before we head into our game, let's take a look at this video prepared to you by Farlight 84. Yeah, you really can't go wrong with the Mad Rabbit on this new update. We used to really neglect it back when we were playing, the past updates, but here in Sunderland Realms, where it spawns as much frequent as the other weapons, right? It also has the highest damage on the SMG department. It also has no recoil. It really is such a very overpowered gun when you put it in the right hands.
It's too good. It's too good to pass on. But
Yeah.
aside from that, we see a lot of the rise of other weapons as well, other weapon loadouts. So that is something of an interesting take that we could expect later on, or even in the following weeks. The likes of Uzi, the likes of White Dwarfs that can come through as an alternative if ever any of these teams does not have a chance to be able to find the likes of a Mad Rabbit alongside with a VSS.
SMG is obviously so much more significant on this new update, as we got a massive boost in terms of damage for all of the weapons, but we get more defined action with the SMG with this one. Right now, coming right up next will be the mobile group A, where we have Execration and Powerhouse joining us along. It will be a very stacked group A, and it will really give us a lot more narrative to talk about as we actually define what the personality of the lobby is going to be looking like once we hop in the 3 maps of action that we're going to have on the first group of the day.
It's just outright chaos. Group A, that is the game that we are going to look at moments away, is going to be chaos outright. It will be the likes of Execution, as you have mentioned, so expectations are up high.
Yeah, so don't you guys go anywhere. We're going to be giving away codes also here today. So when we come back, it is going to be the first 3 maps at Group A, with Execration, the Season 1 champs, being featured in this group. We'll be right back.
And we are back to the FPC Season 3. We're the same people. My name is Infinity and there's Kali beside me. Kali, we are moments away from Group A, and as you have teased a little bit a while ago, it's Execration that will be in the group.
This team is looking for redemption, right? Of course, they did dominate the week 1 and week 2 of the open qualifiers, but week 3 was kind of underwhelming for them. Believe it or not, at the weekly finals that we had last week, they scored 13th placement for the first time in the season. So there really needs to be a lot. There needs to be a change in coming into this week to be able to find that groove back and be in that top form once again.
It's just a lot more difficult now, right? Because the thing is, a lot has changed back from Season 1. We're in killing, or well, having eliminations for your team gains you the most amount of points, and also the fact that we were in Sunset City back then. But right now, it's a whole nother ball game. It's Thunder Realms. It's all about those placements. So it will be changes that has to be made.
I can agree more, right? For Execration, they do manage to really get themselves a bit of like a slack because no one's really contesting their drop at Sunderland Realms at the transport port, so they initially have a great start off the get-go, but these other teams that will be looking to compete up against them are not going to be afraid at taking the gunfights head on, and one of that team is going to be Crimson Beta, who has been producing solid and consistent performance on the first 3 weeks, and them being acquired by Beta Esports just shows how much this team has put to be able to be at that top in feet.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, when it comes to this group, it will be very interesting because C Beta is now on Vengeance game. They are here for vengeance. They are here for revenge. It was Execration who minced them up last week. It was the Frenzy Blast, it was the Summit Crush combo that really grounded up C Beta in that respective game. So right now, C Beta is out for blood, but right now, in this group as well, it's very much stacked. Powerhouse and the like can have that contestant up against the like of Execration and C Beta as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to how a Powerhouse play here, right? Because they took the number 2 spot last week at the weekly finals, and they did it in a way where it's super unconventional. They don't play for kills at all. They are a high-placing team, but they lack that kill power. And this team scored 22 kills on the 3 maps that they played and 65 points off of placement. So there really is a lot more priority in just putting themselves out there at the top 3 and just making sure that they utilize that at its full extent to be able to have a better advantage in terms of the leaderboard rankings at the next few games.
Adaptability for sure will be very important. But one of the expectations coming into the game, especially game number 1 across game 3, Execration always splits up. So when it comes to this initial drop point, that will be the expectation as we are jumping into Thunder Realm for game 1 here in Group B. Group A.
Yeah, I wonder who's going to be able to contest Execration here off this start, right? Will there be a contest to take down the players holding down the Mamba stations there? Or will they completely have it easy and just get all of these vehicles off the start? It seems like it's gonna go that way as Virus has to. Yeah, he's gonna get that. For sure, that's going to be Virus, right? But yeah, he's going to be taking that vehicle and going to transport port, the initial jump that they always have for the past 3 weeks.
Yeah, this is what we have mentioned, right? These teams will split up. Execration, right now, when you're looking at their positions, every single one of them is not stacked on top of each other. Look at C Beta even. Dre is more towards the northern side of the map. The rest of the team is on Refinery. So these will be the importance coming into these games to be able to optimize the land that you cover and also the shields that you gain coming into the early matchup.
Yeah, now AXG is going to be very close to Execration, so that's one way for them to have a late start at the early game that we're going to be having here. But Onslaught, obviously not a team you want to underestimate. That is part of this group where they're going to be jumping by the distribution and that they will be coming off uncontested in that area on the map. But for Execration, again on your screen, they got a lot of rotation to go through just to be able to make it to the transport port, level up those shields, and get those starter weapons to be able to get through those early engage and take off easy kills at this time.
Yeah. And they're already able to accumulate weapons. They're already able to accumulate a couple of shields left and right, here and there. And this is the moment we're in now. They start stacking on top of each other, being able to stand united coming into the early game phase to be able to come across at a single position to then rotate somewhere else. And likewise for other of these teams, they also want to do the same thing.
Yeah, looking at AXG, right? They've been really split between the top one and the top two team on this group, right? I mean, they dropped by the Mamba station, very close to Execration. Now they're rotating over towards Crimson Beta, who is kind of split at the moment. And this is the best time for you to bring out that divulged cannon and see if you can strike this player that is just wandering across the game, across the board individually.
Beta has to meet AXG, and that's really unfortunate because level 4 shields was given for free to AXG, and once again, coming into these early games, those shields are quite significant to be able to sustain much longer.
Yeah, and talking about, you know, the overall damage buff that we got coming in at the new update where every weapon receives a 1 or a +2 damage per bullet, it is significant for you to have those level 3 armors at this early game. Just immediately get those upgrades and focus on getting more of that on the static shield devices that are across the map and get it through. Now for AXG, it seems like they want some piece of that pie up against Crimson Beta, and here comes the gunfight.
Here comes the gunfight, as you have mentioned. Summit Crush to initiate that fight is great, or Ario goes down. But this is the problem, right? It was AXG who was able to eliminate the member of C Beta that gave information to Crimson Beta to come through into refinery and be out for blood. They want vengeance for their teammates. Right now on a dangerous spot, only Darkside onto this guy, onto the verticality of refinery with no one to support him. Really unfortunate scenario. We'll be able to get a trade back 1-for-1 with Darkside for both teams, who got eliminated early on.
Yeah, you don't want to be taking too long here because you can see at the right side of the minimap, at the top right, there's 2 squads waiting for a rotation to happen. Squad number 8 and squad number 7 are going to be very close. Beta will have their Darkside back in the game, but he's going to lose all the resources. The sponsor box is going to be available right beside. So these teams are not just fighting for these kills, but also that high resource that is going to be provided in just a matter of seconds.
Yeah, this will be chaos brewing up. It's these teams, it's 4 of these teams now cooking. Sela coming into the roof, fighting up against AXG. 1 already down, so it's pretty much a 4v3 with a disadvantage for AXG. Not enough, the trade back is there. Tupac goes down along with Bastos, and now it's AXG who has the upper hand. We'll be able to fully eliminate 1 member, knocks them out. Shields are gone. That will be the elimination that AXG needs.
Yeah, but there's still going to be a Frenzy Blast involved there. But Oreo getting a lot of the shots to go through, all of those gunshots. But now a third player, a third team actually joined. And that's going to be Xera, completing the last few bits that was left alive here at the top of the Gundam legs. And yeah, that is going to be 4 kills for them. So off to a great start. They also got another team down south of this refinery. So you don't want to be wandering alone here. You have to be along with your team to get those trades.
13 just beside Secrecy. Went in for the divulge, they go down. This is the death of them. They have to move soon. They have to really just reposition themselves, and now they lose 1 member. Very unfortunate timing, but the trade back is secured.
Yeah, nice adjustment there for Xera. Just get that high ground once again. Overwhelm those players that are trying to beam you down at the very bottom. And it's always going to be the high ground. It has the upper advantage when it comes to finding these eliminations. Now on the other side of your screen, as you stay at 1 up against Onslaught, fighting for their life, and it seems like MCAP trying to buy some time for teams to get the reinforcements, and Catcat already there. Finds that knockdown, and they are going to be able to get those trades to line up.
All those trades, all those eliminations early into the game, being seen on the kill feed, so much bloodlust for every single team. But nevertheless, no teams are still fully eliminated, still 13 squads up into the game.
Around Summit Crush, that knocks down 1. Ben Gadmo, this guy is very slippery, so you don't want to be under his hands. You might just be getting taken down. Ben Gadmo is playing around in the bus, but finally the numbers able to overwhelm him, and Onslaught are going to be set back down to the revival fight.
First few times that we're seeing an SMG not being utilized by this team, Darkside more specifically for Sean Sanity, will have to use the Porcupine and the VSS instead. Very interesting weapon loadout that we're seeing thus far, but We're seeing also the likes of White Dwarfs and other weapon loadouts as well come into play.
Yeah, I mean, the Uzi is very fast, right? That's fastest time killing the game, has a lot of high dash as well, especially when you get up close. And that's what the dark side is using there to knock down all this player.
Michelle, the only one left standing here, or well, rather another teammate, but nowhere to be found. So we'll be able to go in for those knockouts. Revives coming in. No one to be able to deny it and contest it. So very safe for AXG.
Yeah, so many gunfights happening by the refinery. We haven't even seen Execration make their move yet. And speaking of the devil, they're out here going in for some chaos. 2 players with level 5 armors already.
Execration have sights onto Saya. Have that knowledge and have that sights on them as crosshair placements are readily going through. Right now, Summit Crush comes in, knocks up onto one, already comes into the back. The pincer maneuver from Execration is impeccable. It was perfect. They get those easy 2 eliminations. The rest of the group for Saya has to run away.
Respawners
disabled.
Remember.
Yeah, this is just insane, man. There's just so many actions going at the northern part. Then Execration just owning every player starts struggling at the southern side of the map right now. They are going in, fighting these eliminations now that they're ready with their resources.
Yeah. Ready with the resources, level 5 shields already, so strong coming into this game. Goes for the backside, gets the shot through, MCAP goes down.
Yeah, Onslaught is not having it easy here today, man. They're just getting caught down bit by bit. They were playing individually at that mid game where they were able to get across the powerhouse and they get immediately taken down. They head down south, they met Execration, which is a more stronger and more high resource team at the moment. They only got 5 kills for now, but looking at the shields that they got, looking pretty healthy, looking to build up to a level 5 for each player.
Yeah, and now Miracle Extreme gets a couple of kills of their own, 3 kills already coming into this game. And soon enough, the respawners are going to go out. The second zone closed in. So a couple of times though for these teams to be playing aggressive. But when you are at the stage where Secrecy is currently at, only with 1 member alive for the team, not exactly the best option to go aggressive.
Yeah, you have to revive back your 2 teammates that's waiting for that revive. While on this south, it's just Execration already securing most of these vehicles and only needing 1 more player to get that level 5 armor. This team is looking ready to absolutely dominate this show, but they still gotta worry about another team that is at the northern portion of Sunderland Realms right now. That's going to be Powerhouse, who's got 7 kills and is just owning that northern territory at the moment. Now we got a couple of stragglers again for Onslaught down at the markets, and Saya is just right beside level 3 armors for them, in a good spot to actually take these players down should they get that information.
Yeah, God spot is in their favor, but member-wise, it's not exactly the best situation. Now Mirax once again able to obliterate the War Falcon there. Forces the pilot to go down after the War Falcon. So much teams still standing here right now in this map. The 10 teams left coming into pretty much round 3, round 4.
Yeah, I mean, Powerhouse looking very strong in the northern portion once again. Miracle Extreme really in a great spot here as well, but they do need to take down AXG here, who is having that high ground at the moment. So decide to back away, not really take that risk and be eliminated as the respawners have already been disabled at this current state of this map number 1 that we got.
Actually, I like this better from Miracle X. The thing is, they are out in the open compared to XG Monarchy, so if they forced out the fight, it will be detrimental for them to force the issue. And such an interesting play. They went outside of the zone once again, which they do not have Sayana or the likes to be able to sustain.
I don't know what was the play there, right? That is looking like a very long detour for them, and you know, like, entering round number 4, the danger zone, the damage that it inflicts is just too significant. Now you got Execration on one of the sponsor box, and they already got someone with level 8, and the damage that he's got is 40% already. So this team looking like a very, very good candidate at taking round number 1, the map number 1 for Group A, as they continuously get all of the high resource areas that we caught so far here.
They are the defending, or well, champions. They are the executioners. And now Sans having to meet another team here. Hologram Guide already used. Summon Crush though, as counter-attack, counter-engage coming in from their opponents. As Hestia will be able to take a trade back. That will be a 1-for-2 trade. Hestia goes for the revive here. But Sans getting eliminated left and right. And Hestia hunts their prey down.
Yeah, they thought about taking down the Sienna user first, and that was Ben God mode. And the moment that they got that, they just really went in for the kill, because there will be no restoration Medi-X fields that are going to be invested right after that point. Now, Circle's closing in once again. We still got 10 squads, 31 survivors. And looking at AXG at the moment, off to a very great start. They did not really have tons of this, high action gameplay, mostly getting a lot of these third-party segments. They've done so well with 9 kills, and looking at their dockside user right now, Shua has got the late-game weapon already intact. AK-77, highest damage on the AR side. Also got that VSS for that long-range engage, so they should be pretty ready should they find themselves more players to take down.
They just have to pay the price. The teams that utilize Sienna, yes, it does work in the PC division, but when it comes to a full-blown utility game up against every single team in the mobile division, not exactly going to give you the best chances of winning the likes of these aggressions, the likes of Bo, the likes of Sunil, and even the Duck side come into play for the mobile division. So right now, Execration leading the charge, leading the group. 2 level 6 shields already secured with 9 kills to their name.
This is just insane. No one's really been able to get a good read on Execration. There was one very close, and that was AXG, but they could not really get that elimination to go through. They were playing more on the right side off the map after they dropped by the Mamba station, but here we have them once again holding down the institution. They gotta be very careful here. Tons of buildings and high grounds that a potential enemy could just utilize for you to get taken down. And they got one team to gatekeep, by the way. That's squad number 9. So they gotta be very wary and be attentive of the angles that this team is currently taking.
Yeah, Powerhouse. Still a powerhouse in Farlight 84 overall, trying to eliminate Miracle Extreme. No cover, no places to hide, and that will be Powerhouse who knocks down 1, knocks down 2. So much aggression and so much damage being dealt throughout game 1.
Yeah, Powerhouse is this is a very uncharacteristic performance from them, right? I mean, obviously leading the lobby in terms of kills with 12 at the moment. At the finals that they had last week, they only got 22 on the 3 maps, and right now they've already crossed the halfway point of their personal record last week. But Circle closing in once again. It's going to be condensed, and Execration holding the better spot at the Trident Center with 7 squads remaining here. Execration needs to find the best spot possible to be able for them to get this first victory on the day.
Execration not exactly the prime position, but at any time they could pounce. At any time they could swoop in into the middle of the zone and contest any team that is hiding on these buildings thus far. They can infiltrate. They have the utilities, they have the capabilities to do so with level 6 shields on their hands.
Yeah, they also got the super airdrop there beside.
That will be very dangerous position, as Kazoo was able to get that knockout, get that elimination, since 6 teams will be left standing.
This circle is just being closed down, and just so many action happening at Crimson Beta side.
Data having to meet another team into this fight. It's very dangerous as they are out in the danger zone. Hestia will be the team that wants to contest C Beta. Only one member left here. Brian.
Yeah.
One standing. Trying to battle the teams that surrounds them, but he is stuck behind the hill.
He's gonna have to cross that at some point, right? It's gonna take a lot of medkits as well. But Execration still alive. at the southern portion of this circle. We also got XG complete here with 2 players with level 5 armors. Now, Powerhouse is the team you want to watch out for if you're Execration, as they're the ones capable of going in for that third party and going for that beatdown.
Surely. They can. Execution playing it very, very safe here. Pretty much onto the dead side of the zone. 4 teams remaining. It's pretty much a 4v1 with squad 2, the only left standing here for C Beta for the team. And Execration might not know who the last man standing is. Could be in a position wherein Brim can play it for the long run, but the zone is closing in bit by bit, slowly but surely, and Brim has to move.
Yeah, and it's being watched out there by Execration, so it's not really a friendly sight here for them, but XG deciding to make their move. They know the Powerhouse is at that trailer, and now we got another squad eliminated. That's going to be Crimson Beta placing 4th. Now 3 squads remaining, all of them complete. The fight about to start as we got the dock side pushing.
Powerhouse on the move. Have sights on AXG. Monarchy slowly pushing in. The blinding mark is there, will not connect though. Still a good position for a reset. Still on a safe spot while Execration bumps them up in a long range fight. They see a May Shell going for the ongoing show, but still not going aggressive. Because the thing is, if Monarchy goes for the push here up against Monarchy, they can be the third party.
Yeah, they're taking bigger picture here. Execration is just leaning back. They want to get this long range attacks first, but now post-range gunfight pulling through between XG and the boys of Powerhouse.
Comes in at the right time, wherein 2 members are gone for both teams. They push in inside the building and they will win it as Kazu goes for the bomb, and Execration takes game 1.
Yeah, incredible stop here for Execration. Very passive to really say at the early game. You know, they really focus on getting most of their player experience just by rotating all around the map and thinking about the sponsor boxes that will be visible in this way. I believe they took 2 sponsor box right at the first circle and right at the end of the third circle, and they were just already steaming with so much resource at the time that they had to go down to the final circle. All of them at least having level 6, level 5 armors, right? They are very hard to kill, and everybody survived, which made it great with the 17th kill performance that they just accumulated.
We have met a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
They have evolved to that they did. One is speaking a lot of volume.
They're primarily focusing more on dominating the southern portion of the map, right? When they heard that there's just so much gunfights happening by Refinery, obviously they don't want to get none of those shots because there's a high chance a third party eventually evolves there, and that's where Crimson Beta actually fell into at the start, right? Since they dropped by Refinery, so many gunshots and fights were happening there, and they couldn't really build up as much as resources. Yes, they did place top 4, but their guns were not as optimal, and Hestia was able to get a good position up against them. And by the time we entered that final circle, only Bryn was the last player standing for C Beta. And what does a 1 player do in a very stacked 3 teams that was left at that final circle?
Difficult, right? Because the thing is, you know, consider early games, there were a lot of teams that was going aggressive as well. Coming into the final zone, it was pretty much a 4v1 type of situation. And as we all know, the first 2 teams that starts up a fight will be at a disadvantage when it comes to 3 teams brawl into that final matchup.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, right? There's just so many things that really had to go down there for C, but it was very tough. But Execration, man, they were playing the third party. They were thinking bigger picture, just utilizing that VSS at the long range to pull in so much pressure.
Pressure, so much plays. The game overall for Execration shined all throughout that matchup. But nevertheless, there were a lot of teams as well that excelled from that game. So let's see what they did in one of Group A in the highlights. And the MVP is going to be Kazue from Execration with a total kills of 6 and 1.4k total damage.
Yeah, Virus. This is definitely him, right? He's been out here causing so much nightmare up against teams ever since the start of Week 1. And he's been under the tear after losing that Season 2 championship up against NCG, their rivals, right? So they're really back for redemption, and having Mr. Finals MVP of Season 1 to be able to pull up so much damage and get involved in most of their gunfights, it's really great because he's always the one up front scoring that Summit Crush and distracting these players with a Wrecking Dog Ball in hand.
Yeah. It's very interesting though. Execration as a team, as a whole, change names for, I believe, every one of them.
Yeah. And I wonder which one is blue, right? Because it's kind of hard to really gauge who's playing who, man.
Yeah, it's different. The team names, everything has been a couple of different things. Maybe it's the statement that they're making that, you know what, this is not the same Execration that you have met back in Season 1 and Season 2. This is a new era of Execration.
I just hope that they change name by the time we end this Week 4, because it's kind of confusing to really look at who's playing who, right? But one thing for sure, that Duck side, that's Virus. That's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, Virus, even last week, has played Duck side, and considering if this is the same lineup, it should be. It should be, hypothetically and theoretically, on paper, it should be Virus that is onto the Duck side, but overall, Execration, very amazing plays that they were able to accomplish, and they were able to execute overall for that game. Number 1, we'll see if they could do once again what they did back in Season 1, those back-to-back finishes, those top wins every single time in the qualifiers. But before then, we're giving away code for 1,000 gold.
If you've been watching since Week 1, right, there's a lot of golds that we were able to give away already, not to mention the TikTok drops that we have at TikTok, which is definitely more different than what we have here on the broadcasted stage. So yeah, make sure you grab that to be able to purchase more heroes inside of the game, and also crates that we got at our lucky draws. And throughout that, you might have a chance to get yourself a new weapon skin, or in fact a new hero skin that you can utilize in the game itself.
Especially if you weren't able to get the opportunity into getting all of the heroes except, well, Freddy, because he's new, back in a couple of weeks or a couple of months back. So that will be interesting to see, you know, to accumulate those gold coins to be able to buy some stuff in the game as well. But going back into the matchup, going back into the group here, Kali, Execration. Who do you think has the chance or has the opportunity to bring them down into the following games?
It's tough, right? Because no one's really been able to contest them in the map number 1, but it has to be Powerhouse and Crimson Beta, the top 4 and the top 8 consistently in heading into this Week 4 that we got here today, right? They showed up instances, but they were not really able to get a great read on Execration in their map number 1. But of course, there will be adjustments, and Circles is gonna change coming into map number 2. So we need to see more teams contest Execration, especially off the start, since they dropped by the transport port. There's a high tier section which has 7 spots for sponsored boxes at the first circle. So you really got to go in and put them into the mix, and the Little a bit will not have those resources easy as they did at map 1.
And I reckon coming into this matchup, it will be a lot of aggression once again coming into the game. Expectedly how game number 1 was able to conclude into the first 2 rounds of this matchup. So a lot of expectations on the line. Execration eyes on them once more. Was able to win against every single team in the prior map, in the prior games.
Yeah, seems like Execration is still going to have the transport port drop, but this time focusing more at the Mamba station that is going to be where AXG Liege is going to be at the moment. But again, for Powerhouse, going to be an alternate drop as well at the Frog station, because Miracle Extreme will be taking over the markets at the moment, which is south of the Nova Bazaar. But apart from that, though, the only team that will not have any of this engagement is going to be Crimson Beta. So they're kind of split apart right now. and they gotta be playing with their rotations properly here so that they don't get cut down and repeat the same mistake that they did at map 1.
Perform up until the very end.
Safe zone
But-
will retract in 30 seconds.
Outside of the danger zone against the likes of step back and denied off them of the backstab potential or the backstab opportunity against the likes of Execution and make it 4 teams alive.
This is an insane strategy for Execration. They did play passive of map 1. They did know that there was a team dropping by the Mamba station right now, which is where they are at the moment. Map number 2 came in, the mid-game adjustments were made, and they took down the bigger threat at the moment so that they could get those first 4 kills and eliminate a team at their territory. So that will give them an opportunity to get that transport port shop, which has 8 gold boxes, and that will give them those player experience points. And as soon as this first circle ends, a sponsor box will be showing, and there's a high chance that it will be dropping at the same area that they currently are dropping at the moment. So that's going to be a great play for them, and perhaps a team needs to contest them once again should they want to stand a stronger chance at taking over the map at the final circle.
Yeah, from the pattern, teams that are pretty much stacked. Those level 5 fields, those level 6 fields. If the teams were able to get them early on, but we have are not really stacked because and they upload out. Those, even if it's very close to them, will not be an option.
Yeah. And also, in fact, the player experience does matter a lot here compared to the other updates that we have for Farlight 84. Because the more damage that you get, especially at the early game, and looking at Lin right now, he's got a level 4 already. That's already 16% damage increase on his weapons. And to add that up with the VSS and the AK-77 that he has on his pockets right now, it will make things so much easier for him to delete players that are going to be on site. And they got a couple of gunfights already worked in around and successfully done already. With 4 kills, there's still going to be another squad by the Pioneer Center. And should they get this information, a high chance that they go straight with 8 kills here off the start.
And I think that's the reason behind it. With the snowball potential of having a lot of kills, having a lot of field XP devices, coming into the early matchup, gives you really stable footing in the game. And these sponsor boxes, these airdrops, accelerates your power.
Now we got Miracle here. Scally, oh my god, that's me. He's getting taken down, dude. Oh no, he got knocked down. That's pretty bad, but
You
Miracle,
got knocked down.
it's gonna be great because they get themselves 3 kills and reading themselves an extra target that will provide them, you know, more on the kill points as well as a free passageway heading into the circle.
How are you? Well,
man, I love to multitask. I'm an octopus.
you have like 8 legs as well. I mean,
4.
I just went like
4 legs plus 2 arms, so I got 6. I'm just kidding.
You can compete on the highest level while commentating at the same time. That's California.
Yeah. California mackerel. Man, I'm hungry. But looking at the circle, it's heading down the top left side of the map. So Execration is going to be part of that circle, and they're not going to be moving anywhere. They just need to go in for that gatekeeping at their edges that will be able to provide them. You know, teams that are rotations are kind of playing it super aggressive, and they might just get themselves a chance to go in for these beatdowns. But looking at AXG at the moment, at the institution, they don't get any they do have some vehicles, but not a lot of action going there now. At the Trident Center is where we see AXG trying to hunt down Xera.
XG Monarchy. Looking out for another team here on those long-range fights. But Seiya is left alone. 11 care about it. Have that for them. Wow. Sorry, he's got the ongoing fall along with the base after to gain information and also push them back and delay this possibility of an engage. Cancela going into the sideline. One already down for Monarchy, but the trade back is happening left and right. It's a 2-for-1. And AXG Monarchy is up on the lead.
Yeah, what a bean down there for Hans. Just deleted two players who's trying to get inside of the building. And then just really a big potential for you to end up with tons of kills when you got yourself a VSS in hand. It received a buff actually on the new update where it usually had 15 size on the mag size at the start, but now it's 20 of the start, so that those extra 5 bullets, when you get those upgrades with the magazine attachment to it, it's just gonna be dealing a lot more damage than what it had before, right? But on the south we go. Powerhouse and Seiya down here.
Yeah, it will be. Powerhouse already able to eliminate a couple of members of Seiya. Uses up the ongoing show. This will buy time for EO to be revived, which will happen here. Reset comes through first.
Oh no.
They need the ability to gain those shields and health back for EO before they pounce once more.
Yeah, Kali is dead. Gone out, and Seiya will be running away from the altercation. And this is going to be tough for them, because now they're only going to be 2 less players to playing at the next circle. That's gonna hurt their odds of winning these gunfights as soon as a team decides to flood them at some point. Now, C-Beta plays fourth at map number 1. They'll be trying to get more action, but Onslaught on the other side, trying to take down this rat. And they'll be taking over the Wind Valley. But you don't want to be staying at the danger zone for too long, because that's going to waste your medkits. And you're going to have a long rotation here if you're Onslaught, so you got to move down.
For sure. And if you're looking at the same manner here, Leviathan is down south of Thunder Realms. They really have to start moving soon, especially considering that the damage of the danger zone will exponentially increase as the rounds closes out. Powerhouse right now looking at it on a god spot onto the south part of the map, but pretty much a dead side of the zone as no team will come through there. As the circle and the safe zone is more towards the northern side of the map.
The airdrop range is at the transport port. I mean, there's a high chance that Execution can just take that. It gives you an opportunity to get yourself a purple AK-77 or an Invader if you do want to use that, which is entirely useless on this new update, right? But Crimson is back to where they started, at the refinery. And all those shots is created here by Elevate. It's just going to give this team some, bad blood.
Crush, Elevate wants to go for those kills. They get the elimination on 1. Now the Frenzy Blast comes through. They want the delay. They want that damage to come up and to rise to the occasion, but will not be able to do so as Densetsu will not go through. Now resets coming in for C-Beta to buy time for this team. Failed to have the fighting chance once more, but 2 members already fell down for Elevate.
A great usage of the Frenzy Blaster, by the way, for I. That delayed the push coming in the 2 angles that we have here at the top. And that gave an opportunity for Bryn to get that revive back to their teammates and also plan out the attack. But you don't want to be pushing out too aggressive there, because right now there is going to be gunfight very close here. That's Execration, and Powerhouse is going at it right now. Relocation coming in for Execration. Might just go in at another side on this refinery to maybe get that takedown, but for now, they're going to be looking to get those resources to get back up a bit before they decide to take another move.
It's just not worth the risk. Going into refinery, it's an isolated space.
Yeah.
There is a lot of verticality, so if ever a team is there, they could just get eaten up alive. Right now, Hestia. Summit crushes there from their opponents, a knockup! But they just came in unattended, and now they're getting pushed. Mirex, Miracle X will not be able to do the miracle play here, as Hestia brings them down to the ground, and their team gets eliminated. 11 squads remaining.
That was Miracle. That was going in for the aggression there. Hestia was just holding down the gondola, and they managed to hold down the fort, get that elimination. Now, talk about the battle for the high ground here. Powerhouse versus Crimson Beta. They may have spotted some guy at the van at the moment. Will not get that shot through with the bullets, but he's gonna try to use a face blaster. Should disconnect. Easy kill for him. but misses up by an inch.
Very close to that there, but Powerhouse staying put on their high ground. They are already on an optimal spot. They do not have to give it away to just go for their own. Just too risky. Base blaster already used. The XG Monarchy gets sights on one. Knock is there. Now 3 members are sitting on the stairs. Not exactly the best spot to hide on. And Monarchy pushes them out. Those SMGs are hitting them. And that will be perfect. Monarchy gets the elimination.
Yeah, the sister team just got knocked down, but here comes a third party coming in from the onslaughts. Ben God Mode and Cat teaming up to get those kills. And the third party works, gives themselves 11 kills, and look at how healthy this team is at. And they might just be able to rival Execration later on with the amount of resources that they have. And the player XP that they accumulated with all of those kills, the damage are going to be more significant compared to the rest.
Definitely be a lot of shields that you can utilize. This is pretty much where Execution was able to meet coming into the latter part of the engage, where they have level 5, level 6 shields. Now it is the form of Onslaught coming into this game. But similarly, Execution already has level 5 shields on 3 members and level 6 shields on 1. That will be rendered difficult for them. Ooh. That will be one down. Execution has full control over the sponsor boxes, no contest.
Yeah, this is, I must say, the teams are giving Execration on this lobby way too easy time. I mean, that's, you know, a lot of sponsor boxes that are going to be in their hands on the first 2 maps of matchup. But Powerhouse gets the scan, they're ready to engage up against squad number 10 in Hestia. They also got the vehicles to reverse this land, but nice reposition there. Quick adjustment made to not get this engage to work through.
Yeah, but nevertheless, if Powerhouse does not get the opportunity for that full-blown chaos up against Hestia, they're still good. Because the thing is, they have to move soon. If you're looking at the map, the zone is already closing in. And the safe zone is not towards their side. It's more towards the northern-eastern, or rather northern-western side of the map. Long-range fights occurs against Powerhouse and Execution here.
Yeah, looking at the Execration, man, level 6 armors for everybody. Powerhouse caught into a crossfire, and Clody out in the open, and he could get that shot down. Powerhouse left with 3 members alive at the refinery. Not the best spot to be in, as Execration has got everything in their control.
The thing is, just because of the sponsor boxes and get level 6 shields, well, 2-pack goes out. It's Execration once again who stacks up kills time and time again. EO from Powerhouse gets eliminated by Hestia. And now Crimson Beta is feeding the rat of Onslaught. A team that we have mentioned a while ago to stand a chance up against Execration. Kurama TZ is out for the count. The Beta, one of their members, but they still have cover. They still have buildings to fight with.
And this is a battle for the best spot on the circle at the moment. And Cat able to get a Summit Crush involved, and
3 people gets knocked up. That will be 1 member left standing. Jumps across the stairs. Cat goes down, but the 2 remaining members for C Beta just jumps across. That will be Onslaught, who's able to match them up. I will be eliminated, and that will be pretty much it.
yeah, just because they took down Beta there, that will give him another level 6 armor, by the way, and more player XPs to match up against Execration, who's got 2 of their members level 10 already. So they got 40% damage coming in, heading into this final circle, and you need to have a third-party team to take care of one of the members from Execration in order for you to stand a really great chance here. And the best thing about this team is that it's not Virus taking it over. It's not Kazu. It is Faith in here this time, scoring 7 kills, being the top Reaper. I mean, how do you even go up against this team at the moment by looking at how much resources that they got heading into this one?
That just comes from the 11 kills that they were able to make coming from the early to mid game, plus the sponsor box they were able to obtain. Execration now moving slowly. That is Onslaught. So Onslaught has an information that they have to stand united here, because if they split apart, Execration could just execute them.
It only takes one divulge for you to get pinned down by this Execration squad. They are very fast rotations. Now they're using the dump board to get that high ground at this building. Now this is going to be a great spot for them to be at. Get that gatekeeping situation up against Crimson Beta while also having a great sight onto Onslaught, who's going to have the super airdrop right beside them, by the way. So that's going to be very convenient for them to get another level 6 armor. But Crimson Beta, again, they're going to be looking like they're going to be placing Fort all over again. A repeat of what they had at map number 1. That's not going to be a great spot for them if they do want to take a number 1 spot here right now. So they're going to have to play it for placement. Just hide around the bush. But Scans is just being utilized by Execration so well.
Ooh, Gray is playing his fire here, playing up against a fire that they cannot stand against. It's Gray. Still having to survive quite a bit, but the damage coming from the danger zone is too much. And Dre might just get eliminated soon enough.
Yeah, he's just playing at the zone's edge, man. And Execration keeps on just bringing that blinding mark to get that information. And Kazu finally able to take that kill onto Dre. The guy doesn't have any more medkits. And Kazu able to take down Cat as well. And he's the guy out in the open, so no revive for him at the moment. And that's going to be hurting the odds of Onslaught and taking this victory up against Execration.
Just because it is a 4v3v1 situation and Onslaught only has 3 members. Especially for the fact that Execration has the likes of Boastel, the likes of Sunil and Duckside to be able to come through at the fast execute. Now Secrecy going to the backside here, gets sighted by Faden.
Yeah. This is it, man. Execration is poised to get this back-to-back wins.
4v2. You have Execration now going for the push. The springboard is up. They're getting pushed out. And Facial wants to stay alive for a bit longer here. Victory. But not enough. It's Ben God mode, but gets pushed back, eliminated by Execration as the back-to-back finish will occur for Execration as they take map 2.
Yeah, that's just insane. Execration is back, baby. I mean, they did put up great numbers in week 3, but they kind of fell short. And this is a statement right here in Group A. Could we see, a three-peat coming into play, knowing that they have just dominated the first 2 maps at Thunder Realms? The FPC Season 1 champions are not messing around. They ended up with the better performance here, more kills with 18 here this time. And, more surprisingly, all of their players had level 6 armors. In fact, they were getting away with so much static shield XP devices and sponsor boxes.
And I'm telling you, they do not care about those risks. They do not care about vulnerability of this team. They just go for those sponsor boxes. They go for where the loot is at. And they get so much value from early to mid game.
And that's really, the efforts that they've been allocating, the patience to not really go in for that early engage. Well, they did go up against AXG Leviathans at the Mamba station, but that was the only gunfight that they picked. And at the end, those 14 kills coming in from the last 2 circles explains a lot on Execration's kind of gameplay right now, is that they just need to get their keys to victory activated during that mid game. Get those sponsor boxes, airdrop brains, and the shield XP devices so that they can get to that level 5 or that level 6 armor as fast as they can.
Yeah, swiftly and accelerating their shield XPs and their possibility of growth XPs as well at the same time. And as you have mentioned a while ago, Kali, that getting those growth XPs, getting those levels as soon as possible, as quickly as possible, nets you the opportunity of gaining more damage.
Yeah, and we saw 2 members from Execration with level 10 already heading into the final circle, which is just, really unfair for these other squads, because that means they got a lot of this damage and their skills are at a lesser cooldown compared to these other teams that are barely getting by. And to make it even better for this Execration squad is that they were very complete and they were able to take down one of the members from Onslaught, which was the only competition that they had at that time. And that will be wrapping it up. Back-to-back wins for Execration. Now let's take a look at some goodies. Take a look at these highlights.
And the MVP coming in from Game 2 of Group A will be Faden from Execration with 8 kills and 1.8k total damage.
Yeah, this guy was just running loose, right? I mean, Varus did not have any kills heading into that mid game because Faden had it all. 7 kills from him, only got 1 kill at that final circle, but has already dealt that much damage and has given this team a chance to snowball everything by just taking so much grounds at that mid game, which is the most important part. To be able to get all of these shield XP devices, those player growth experience, and the sponsor boxes that they were able to accumulate on the first and that end of that third circle. And Execration, we might just have the potential for them to go here at map number 3 that's coming right up next with, you know, a 3-peat on the season, Infi.
Yeah, 3-peat could possibly be. That is an option for Execution if they're able to win it out for the next map. Once again, a back-to-back finish that we haven't seen for quite a long time. And with the stature in the statement that Execution has done over the past 2 games, that could definitely happen.
Yeah, and it's just keeping that momentum to carry over for Execration. Now that you have already bullied these players and just playing that long game in the first few moments on this first 2 maps, you're really gonna have to feel very great because no one's been able to get so much condensed action up against you from that mid game. And that's where everything changes for Execration. They get all those resources that equivocates to them having a strong late game presence, and we just saw that when they were able to beam down Onslaught on that long range engage.
It's just a good balance. Execution has found out a formula. They're going to be like mathematicians at the end of the day, and they're able to find out which works and which doesn't. And what works is split across coming into the early game, get as much loot, get as much ground as soon as possible, and get so much shield XPs coming into the middle of the game and play it safe. Into the final zone, wait for everyone to fight first before they come in as a third party, and they just win it.
Yeah, also the great thing about here is that they also take away important vehicles around the area that they drop into, right? They took 2 vehicles away from Crimson Beta. That's why they were only walking heading into the next POI that they were aiming to get into. They also have 3 static shield devices across the transport port, which is their main drop so far at Sunderland Realms. And all of this action is just, you know, great for Execration, but not for everybody else, because with them getting away with so much of these resources means there's not much left for the others that is going to be playing into the map.
Yeah, and coming into the prior 2 games that we've had, I salute the teams that want to try out what works in the PC division, which is pretty much the healing prowess of the Sayana that pushes the borders of what a team can do and what Rats can do coming into the final zone. And that's the thing that, you know what, I salute the teams that want to try it out, but not exactly what will work coming into the mobile division, because it's all about utility here. Information is the name of the game, and utility will be the name of the game. So that is not something that can win it all. We'll see if Execution can go for the back-to-back finish here in Group A as we jump into the final game for this group.
Yeah, 3-peat, question mark for Execration. Let's take a look at our flight path here, transport port, as well as the Mamba station and refineries where they're going to be aiming for at the start. Take away those vehicle tussles and just move out the way, get all of this information and just build up your resources yet again. Now the flight path is going to be favoring teams from the northern side, so if you're dropping by institution and storage base, it's going to take a lot of time. You're going to have to find some vehicles in order for you to traverse that land and be able to go into your initial drop.
Surely. And for what we're seeing once again, Execution split across different positions, different locations, similar to what Crimson Beta is currently doing. This is very good for both these teams. An absolute fantastic start for them. Looking at them, you also have the likes of Powerhouse that is doing the same thing. Wherein Sean Sanity is going for the labs, and the likes of Tamers, Eo, and Claudie is already on the same position. This will be very important coming into the early matchup, and expectedly into the following groups as well could be a similar expectation.
Yeah, Powerhouse, they did pretty much a lot of presence at the map number 1, right? But they kind of disappeared at map number 2. I don't think they made it to the top 5 whatsoever. It was Crimson and Hestia down there. But it's all about finding the right adjustments once again. Now for Seiya, they only got 3 members heading into this one, so that's going to be an immediate disadvantage for them as they only got 3 members up against 4. It is going to be taking a lot more mental endurance for you to be able to outplay these players, but Elevate, early engage, is going to be a great one for them to get those player XPs leveled up, but they're going to get gunned down by Seiya.
A lot of risk. This is big risks, but small rewards coming into the early game. Because he definitely cannot obtain the likes of level 4 shields, level 5 shields into the early matchup. Yes, you can get a couple of kills here and there, but not exactly worth the risk. Especially considering that still are in the starting phase of this game. But as you have mentioned, right, you still have the ability to respawn coming into the game. So there's still that backup plan if ever goes wrong, if everything goes wrong.
Yeah, most likely for Elevate, it's just finding their home, right? Storage space kind of uncontested right now. Could be the area that they want to get this loot up, because right now they only got the starter weapons, not really prepared for that late game at the moment. So they're going to have to stack as much as resources as they can to be able to sustain their lives out there heading into that late game and be stronger compared to the other teams that will be fighting for that number 1 spot once again. Execration have won back-to-back so far for Group A. 1 more win, and that's going to be a 3-peat for them at this group. Perhaps our first 3-peat for this season in Sunderland Realms. Now, AXG is kind of holding it down a bit, letting Miracle just rotate out.
Yeah, rotate, change to a different spot, change to a different location. But so far, coming into this position, there are a couple of teams left and right here. It's Crimson Beta along with AXG Monarchy that is sitting on top. And pretty much Crimson Beta already has information with the Divulge already used.
They want to get this attack to go through, but one of their members is going to get knocked down. Kurama needs to be revived back.
Don't think it matters as much as Kurama TZ was able to come back to his teammates, but not like this. AXG Monarchy just punched him out with a stomach crush. 4 people has eyes on him. That will be the end of the dark side. But right now, it was a counter play. They were able to go in for the stomach crush as well. The knockup is there onto the Sunil off AXG Monarchy. And Crimson Beta was able to outnumber their opponents.
Yeah, that was a great adjustment there, by the way, for Crimson. They did have one of their members knocked down in Kurama, but they managed to really team up and focus on one player so far to take down AXG Wops and the crew. Now they're going to be backed by the Revival Plight, but they have stolen the loot of that team at the Pioneer Center, which hosts 55 tactical chests and gold chests combined in this area, so that's a lot. And looking at the members of C8, one already has an orange armor, so they're going to be pretty stacked heading into the next couple of gunfights that they're going to have.
Yeah, so much people here. So much teams stacked up. Could possibly be 3 if ever Squad 12 decides they want a piece of this fight as well, but this far, they're looking like it. Look at them.
Yeah.
They're going into the backside. So Sella has to move into a different situation. They have to go down south if ever they want to be on a safer spot, if ever they want to be on a safer location. And they're back into safety. And Squad 12 doesn't want to wait for the zone to close in before they move out. And these people still alive.
Yeah, so far for Celis, it was the best decision ever. But they're still going to meet up with another squad right there, so the chaos will not dial down a bit. It's gonna get more congested. But so far for Secrecy, still holding down the Rocky Zone. The best thing about this is that they're part of that safe zone for the moment, but right now, you're gonna have to worry about a team that will be closer. You're gonna have to hunt it down to be able to get 4 kills, maybe get that ace to be able to remove those players out of your position and just wait for that circle to close in.
Right now, Powerhouse just sitting pretty in the middle of the zone, wherein they are already stacking up level 5 shields across the board. Every single one of them is ready to go into a fight. This could be an opportunity for them to jump to the light, those sponsor boxes, and even airdrop to stack more shields and XPs right now. Let's have a fight up against their opponents here. That will be EA Pro, who jumps them across the board. Goes to heaven, goes to the skies, shoots them up above. That will be another member down, EA Pro. So 3 people alive, and Stellax already fell to the ground.
Yo, that was a nice setup there by Tofu with that Summit Crush. Those players were not really able to get much mobility at all. And with Densetsu activating the hologram guide, made it so much easier for them to get those damage inflicted to the other team in Stellax. You know, they ran away from Crimson Beta, but they met up against Elevate Pro, and they met their demise. The great thing about this is that this team will not have any easier job at all. It's going to be Crimson Beta looking to close that distance down with the help of the Frenzy Blast.
They want that kill, and then after goes down, we'll bring it to a 4v3 situation in favor for Z Beta.
Yeah, so far, high ground in control for Tofu. This is what you want. You got that scan, you got that information. Z Beta about to go off top, but you can beam them down.
Summit Crush goes with a knock-up. That will be good. A moment time. It will not be enough to bring down the light of Z Beta. 2v1 situation. And the goal of a local will be eliminated. Now Onslaught comes through as a third party. Gotta counter engage. They want a little bit of this fight as well. Crimson Beta has to run, but Shark is able to push them out of the building. The infiltration of Onslaught is perfect. Drama DZ winning the light will fall. And that will be the final nail in the coffin.
But they're the ones next to be buried, man. They're the ones next to be buried. As Seiya is now going in for that third party.
They will be. Fourth party central here. Beta will have 3 of them left alive. Follow up from Seiya. Guess that's 1-for-1 trade.
Yo, the gunfight just doesn't stop here. It's about to turn into the graveyard.
They're getting pushed. They're going to fly up above. The base blaster is enough. And that will be Cerulean Main who fights back against Seiya.
Yeah, they're the better Seiya at the moment here, man. They got that gunfight locked through, but there's still going to be enemies that they need to worry about. That's going to be Elevate up top of these buildings. Got the high ground. Gotta be playing with your covers if you do want to sustain your life out there.
Execution is on the move. They're going down south. They want this fight.
Oh no.
They want the spoils of war. They want those loot. They want those weapons. They want those shields. And now they meet another member. That's Miracle Exchange that they have to fight up against first. Eloy and Syra already fell down to the ground. Now EA Pro just has to scatter. Elevate is getting pushed out. Now EA Pro, this is one of their members. This will all be really hard. Cerulean Main coming in. Execration coming through as well. Going to the left side, getting those push into the first floor of the building. An infiltration occurs. Elevate goes down already. They will be eliminated.
Oh my god, Execration, what a nice timing there to get those eliminations. The spoils of wars are a lot, by the way, so plenty of resources to claim and get themselves into an optimal spot once again. Still part of that circle. 3 players with red armors, max shields, by the way. And this is as hard as it can get for this other squad, allowing Execration to build up resources on the 3 maps that you played. It's going to be very tough for them to be taken down unless so many parties are going to try to team up against Execration to not give them that 3P.
Just look at the east side of Thunder Realms right now. Every single team is stacked onto the right part of the safe zone we're in. Dead side of the zone is pretty much the western side of the map where only one squad is sitting pretty. And sitting like a duck. Chilling out onto the left side of the map here. But Execution now on the move. They want to hunt people down. They want to hunt teams down. And Monarchy is next on the list.
Yeah, she was knocked down. He's going to be stuck on the danger zone. And Execration, they're not just trying to go anywhere. There is a purpose and there is an intent on why they're trying to rotate. They want to get that sponsor box that is going to be very close, or that of the airdrop that is going to be dumped at the lower portions of the Rocky Zone. And yeah, they have created so much resources already. They only got 8 kills though. Seems like they're going to try to play for placements at the moment so that they will have an opportunity to get that 3-feet later on.
Also go for the airdrop rain. Sponsor boxes all being secured by Powerhouse here, and Execution wants to contest it. They have information, they have pinged it. So this could be a moment's time where Powerhouse has to face the wrath of Execration.
Yeah, off this early, it's not going to be easy because Execration has already got themselves with every bit of advantage. But that can be leveraged by Powerhouse as they got themselves a corner or a building that can serve as a sanctuary away from this open gunshot that can be provided by Kazue and Phaeton, who has been, you know, just going in back and forth with that top Reaper spawn in the first 2 maps. And so far for Execration, seems like they're gonna hold it down a bit on this building. They're gonna let those members from Powerhouse to move in north, and that's where they're gonna try to take those gunfights.
Powerhouse slowly moving out. As Execution has sights on them. Could be a moment's time we're in. Execution starts up the fight, but Powerhouse plays it very patiently. They know that getting the sponsor box has a risk as well. Information being provided for the rest of the teams remaining into the map. So Powerhouse is playing it very methodically. They have sights on Execution.
Yeah, they are also in a great spot here, man. They got 2 level 6 armors already. Just 1 less armor disadvantage compared to Execration. It's got 3 max shields. And the bad part about this is that Powerhouse will be caught into a rotation battle. They have to head up north and they will have to face Execration, but they're going in for that long detour. This time, seems like Execration is focusing on the info that they got on the left side of their screen. That's going to be Seiya, Summer and Demon holding down the front. They also got Tan holding that back line. Execration's got the numbers here, man.
Fighting and Fallen, moving the Syrup truck, standing united with his teammates. And Kazu now pushing out, goes into the right side, has sights on Elite Extreme Asia as Elite Extreme Asia is trying to run away. That will be someone who gets knocked out.
Yeah, they got 1 member down already. And still 1 guy holding up the high ground. Tegan has got that information and just tried to beam him down with the VSS, and Phaeton is down, taking down Tan.
That's 2 members out of the equation for Elite Extreme Asia. They just came through unexpectedly with a 4v3. Execution who can win. But as far, Execution has understood the assignment that pretty much going aggressive at this stage of the game is not worth the risk that it's giving for the team and trade for values instead. So now going for the all-in engage there and fighting the last member of Elite Extreme Asia.
Now Execution is going to have a long rotation here, heading to the final circle. Pascha and Powerhouse going on in that Nova Bazaar. This is a fight for a position inside of the circle.
And right now he goes for the peek here, Claudie. Wanting to chase down, no member, no shield for Zen Prime. That loses 1 of their teammates, 1 of their squad mates. And Powerhouse in a very stable state to be able to be successful in his map, to say the least. 3 level 6 shields already, but on the flip side, Execration having to fight up against Secrecy. That will be a couple of members who goes down, who falls down. That will be really good for Execration as Secrecy already lose 2 of their members. Ignora trying to run away. Last man standing here for Secrecy.
The Execration, they just need to maintain this high ground that they're holding. They don't have to worry about those players from Secrecy as they're kind of just falling apart bit by bit. Now, the worst thing that could happen here for Execration is they just go in there individually. That's where a potential player could just get that pick down, but not with Virus. With this attack coming in inside of the building, Nara shut down. Still got 6 squads remaining, but Execration are poised to go in for the first 3-peat of the season in Group A to start the day off here in Week 4.
They are in the precipice of success here. Execution has every single available value that they could get coming into the early mid-game into the final stage of map 3. 3 level 6 shields, 1 level 5 shields for Bo. And a very good state, and a very good situation here for Execration. The Season 1 champions are here out for blood.
Powerhouse are stunning a greater chance at taking down Execration with the resources and their ability to take down Extra earlier. Now again, more gunfight for Execration here, but Dre not gonna have any more than that as he gets shot down here by Virus. 14 kills for Execration.
Execution having a sight onto the duck side with the Summit Crush from Pat. Not enough though, as that's a 2v1 situation. Good response coming from the teammates of Execution to be able to match that up. So we'll bring it down. 4 teams left in the final zone.
Yeah, circles closing once again. Execration, max shields. They have won back-to-back maps already, getting that 3-peat to score the record for FPC Season 3 as the first team to get 3 maps straight. But they have Powerhouse. It's looking like a formidable foe that has their members stacked with resources as well, looking like a mighty challenge to stop Execration from scoring the record.
And this is just the masterclass that Execution is showing us. Has sights on secrecy as well.
No way.
It doesn't matter. Phaeton is just waiting for the right opportunity at the rooftop. Powerhouse is already there, but Execration has sights on another team here, beaming him down from far away.
A new Reaper has arrived.
Yeah, Powerhouse. They're now about ready to get this push here. Chance needs to get this kill. There's a high chance, but the Jet Slide escapes that attack to go through, man.
He got trying to go for the reset. And now you have the Frenzy Blast coming from Execration, who wants to push out Powerhouse outside of the building and get full control over this position. Powerhouse loses Brent. Around that heals. Now Execution goes to the push, goes to the left side. Someone trying to buy time here and delay Execution's push. But can Powerhouse make it as they lose 3 of their members already? Brings it to a 3v1 situation. Goes up above Powerhouse. Can they make it out alive? Bloody beats them down, but Execration will find them all.
Yeah, the Season 1 champions taking the first 3-peat of the season, scoring dominant map wins. Group A, Week 4, Semifinals. They are out here for redemption after losing Season 2 champs to NCG. They want to get that trophy back to their hands and claim their seats.
Absolutely fantastic. A 3-peat finish from the Executioners, from the Season 1 champions, and I am still in awe because this is a different team overall. It's an evolved team for Execution.
A much more patient one, to be honest, right? There were multiple instances for Execration to go in for the gunfights, but they decide to just let those players just go at it and let themselves build up those resources, which has paid dividend. You know, there were multiple times in this game, in this group, that we have Execration with level 6 armors, red armors at that final circle, and it makes it super incredible because it takes a lot of resources for you to be able to build into that kind of level 6 armors, right? And yeah, the attention to the detail, the mappings, the rotations has just been on point. In Execration, after underperforming in week 3, which was last week, they're out here scoring a big run, 3 victories, and I wonder what the score will be after we take a look at the standings, dude.
Surely, it's going to be a big gap from Execration taking the top 1, and that is 100% going to the side of Execration here in Group A. But nevertheless, let's see the post-match.
Yeah, this post-match, interesting.
Ooh,
21 kills?
Yeah. It's too much. Too much,
Yeah.
man. It's too much.
And I love how Execration improves their kills as the rounds go by, right? 16, 18, 21. And this time it is going to be a less... It's not less, it's still better compared to the other teams.
That actually
Crazy
gave
stuff.
me
Yeah, it's
gave me a
crazy
little bit
stuff
of a
for
laugh.
Execration.
Because if you imagine like 6, 18, and 21, everything's divisible, Bakery. They do
Yeah.
not want anything else. They do not want 22. They do not want 19. They do not want 7. They want everything to be divisible by 3.
Yeah. Oh man, this
Of course, that's a
crazy-
joke.
Yeah, this crazy team. Execration, I wonder who's going to be able to top their performance today, because I think they set the level too high today.
They did.
I wonder if NCG could pull up the same thing later on at Group C. Just a question that we need to see an answer for. Build up that narrative, man.
It's a tall task. Definitely. Like SR Nakage, if they want to beat this level of competition, if they want to beat this level of team that Execration has evolved into, it will be a tall task. It will be a very difficult task for them to be able to do, and outright pretty much be impossible if they are into a group wherein everyone's stacked and everyone is there to hunt them down. But nevertheless, once again, Execution did so much signs of life from those series.
Yeah, and it's just a major bounce back. It's just all about finding that rhythm once again after having that underperforming game that they had last week, where they placed 13th for the first time in this season, and they followed it up heading into this day with a 3-peat victory, which made it more surprising for them to say that, hey, that's just a bad apple. We're back. We're still a champion for a reason. And now we take a look at the great highlights coming in from this gameplay. It's a lot of motion that we had for map number 3. Let's have a look.
Victory!
And the man who took it once again is Kazue from Execration with 5 kills and 2.2 total damage.
Yeah, I know it's you, Virus. And I know it's you with that duck side, judging by the VSS accuracy that you're able to put up today. And a lot of damage that he was able to provide, especially at the close range. I mean, a duck side is the best mobile hero that we got for the mobile division, right? Can just zoom in and out of those gunfights, can set up the team play with that Summit Crush to immobilize the other team and just make it so much easier for you to line up those shots. And Execration had a field day utilizing this duck side to get up close and just go in for the eliminations. And Execration taking 3 victories, 100% top 1 placement for today. And the Season 1 champs ready to start that redemption season. They really want to get that trophy back to their hands.
They want to snatch it away from NCG. They want to do what they did back in Season 1, wherein the Uncrowned Kings was once again stolen away from their throne. And NCG was able to take it back in Season 2, but Execration right now on a different level. They are on a different mode. And right now, Kazue, once again, I just can't imagine, Virus, going with a thumbs up like what we see with Duckside in the screen.
Yeah.
Thumbs
Yeah.
up. Good job.
Thumbs up. Thumbs up. I'm the MVP. He scored 2 MVPs today. And this MVP is brought to you by Techno, by the way. Grab yourself a Techno Poba 6 or a Poba 6 Pro and make your gunfires easier in Farlight 84. But enough of that, right? Execration again looking like a team to beat heading into the finals, by the way. Infinity, as we got them for sure, securing their ticket to the WIC 4 finals tomorrow.
Yeah. And Kali, one thing. Do you know what MVP means?
What?
It's most valuable phone. Which is
Yeah.
Techno.
That's true, that's true. Get yourself a Techno now. This is the most valuable phone ever, man. And yeah, so far, I am surprised. You know, I just came back after 2 weeks up and we see Execration going for a great performance today. I think that will not be, you know, toppled by any of the teams that we're going to be having for later on.
Yeah, that's exciting. As a starter, for today's matchup, Execration did the impossible for the 3-peat finish, as you have mentioned, the very first one here in Sunder Realms. And even on top of that, getting 20 kills in the very end is something of a feat that Execration, the Executioners, can only do. So we'll see if the other teams coming into the other groups can do the same thing that Execration was able to accomplish coming into Group A.
Yeah, what's amazing here for Execration is those 21 kills did not come in at the early game, right? It all came in at the late game, which means they were eliminating squads after squads and just giving them, you know, their placement points at the end of that road. And that just make it so much more emphasis that Execration is stronger compared to what we saw that from them back in Season 1 and from that Season 2.
Yeah, they are just evolved. They are built different, and I know there is a built different team here in the mobile division and even the PC division, but quite literally, Execution is built different. Coming into that Group A, their performance is outright impeccable. It was impressive to watch. It's been such a long time that we've seen this kind of Execution play it out here in the FPC.
Yeah, and it's great to see this team really be at the top, right? I mean, they had to go through a roster change. They removed Sato, they added Yato, and it's obviously a reunion back when they were playing for a past game title, right? They're back here, they dominated. Look at that, points on the weekly score, 131, placing as the number one team for Mobile Group A. Powerhouse only has 76 weekly score.
It doubles the point of the second place. Like, what? 56 kill points. Placement points is 75. Outright doubles it up in the weekly score standing, with Powerhouse only getting, as you have mentioned, 76 points. But following up that impeccable performance is Crimson Beta as well, staying at 3rd place. These are the 3 teams that we have expected to come through at the top placements here in Group A.
Yeah, more notably for Powerhouse, this is usually their average, right? Powerhouse does not average tons of kills, but their placement points always going to be higher compared to the rest. And here they are going to take the second highest placement points on the 3 maps that they played with 49. And there's always really a high chance of them appearing at the top 3 placement should they get their members alive at that final game. But one thing for sure, that map 1, with them ending up with 15 kills and at the top 3, really propelled them to be at the top 2 of this group and have a chance to play at the weekly finals tomorrow.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate to see Secrecy though down into the rankings around bottom half, because we have seen Secrecy perform quite a bit decently well coming into the first couple of minutes into the game, the first few stages or first few rounds into each and every single map, but they underperform in closing it out. So that's, I think, one of the things that they have to learn into the books of the master of Execution and how they close out these games to be really aggressive and to really take those kills for themselves, to stack those skill points up at the end of those games. But coming up next will be Mobile Group B. We'll see what these group can do, especially with the start that Execution has done from Group A.
I'm not expecting another 3-pit here, by the way, but I'm expecting a lot of chaos. This Group B is as stacked as Group C, so there's a high chance that we see, different winners in the 3 maps that we're going to be playing. But one thing for sure, with Blackfire in this lobby, they are poised to go in and try to dominate.
They are poised, they are ready, they are out for blood, they are out for the win. They are not just here to play, but to take it home for themselves. Go for the home run, as they say. Although I don't play baseball, I just know the terms. But absolutely fantastic. We'll see if Blackfire can do the unthinkable once again here in this Group B alongside with other teams here in this stacked group. But with that said and done, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, it's the start of Group B.
Round 23. Simulation Debug Attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy. And Freddy is me.
I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but
It's not enough. 750 degrees. Apparently I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait. Number 16. Stop. No. It's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, You're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy. And Freddy is
new. I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but
It's not enough. 750 degrees. Apparently I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait, number 16. Stop. No, it's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
Number 16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Welcome back to Farlight 84 Philippines Championship Season 3, Week 4 of the semifinals. We're still the same casters. My name is Infinity and there's Callie with me. Callie, how are you doing? Coming in from that absolutely amazing game.
Yeah, I mean, repeat from S.R. Nakage. I mean, S.R. Nakage's rival Execration. Well, that's a nice save from me. I'm feeling great, right?
Nice
Of course, it was a very explosive start the day off. Now, who's going to be able to top that off is the very question that I'm looking to find an answer for. But yeah, Blackfire being here as the second best team so far in the 4 weeks of action that we've got, there's a high chance that, they will be coming up on top here. But KMX happens to be part of the same group that they're going to be playing up against with, right? So Asbula is going to be here, one of the best Docksides users out there. I'm looking forward to the battle between these two squads, but I'm also open to looking at, teams on the rise like PvE Sports and Leech Devon Rex.
Oh yeah, there are a couple of names popping here left and right, especially coming from the prior weeks of the weekly semifinals and the weekly finals we've had. Of course, on top of that, here for this group is Blackfire. You've teased it a little bit. This is one of the teams that has very high expectations and probably the favorites coming into this group, but the likes of LF Org as well is there. SR717 is there as well. There's so much teams that are familiar. The likes of Fire Team and Deso coming into the same group.
Yeah, Fire Team has Ray, which is one of the best content creators that we got in the Philippines, by the way. #1 TikTok content creator. So just search Ray Gaming out there, and you're going to be able to spot him creating all of this content just for beginners and for aspiring pro players as well. So this Group B has definitely got a lot of variety heading into this. But one thing for sure, Blackfire looking like, the top team that is going to be having a lot of bounty on their backs here. And yeah, they made 2 roster changes that has made this team even stronger, because Blackfire, as far as we all know from Season 2, were the youngest team and they placed second out of the 15 teams at that grand finals, right? And one thing that they lacked was experience. Now they added in Mac Pro, they got Xiaolong Bei, and now they got their young ones with the veterans, and to provide those informations and those experience from these young people, these young guys that Blackfire has transcended this team to definitely become one of the strongest teams that we got heading into Season 3.
That the rising stars, right? The prodigies coming into Farlight 84 Philippines Championship, and even way back into Season 2 during the land finals, we saw a team which is pretty much filled with these young masters coming into Farlight 84, and that's just so good to see that there are teams, there are players coming into these competition that is very young, but there is a promising career up ahead. Once again, there's just a lot of expectations on the line to each and every single team coming into this group as well.
Yeah, we're starting the day off once again with the Execration getting 3 victories straight at Group A. Now, Group B, Blackfire maybe could give us the same kind of performance with Execration, but they gotta have that mental fortitude to bring it forward and get that job done. Take a look at our flight pad here, Blackfire. Their main job is at the markets south of Nova Bazaar. That always grants them that initial loot. They got 2 static shield devices down there, as well as 6 gold boxes that can provide those player growth experience to get those damage leveled up as fast as they can.
Yeah, and we've seen it happen in the prior group, wherein have a very good start to the game that allows you to be able to do a lot of risky plays, a lot of risky moves, like which you go for the sponsor boxes and the airdrop range. And once again, if you're sponsor boxes that are new, sponsor boxes and the airdrops to gives information for the rest of the squads available into the map, where it gives information that someone is taking it down. A lot of risks involved in taking that.
Yeah, high risk, high reward though, because you're guaranteed a weapon of choice in the sponsor boxes, and you also get shield XPs, which is gonna be a lot compared to what we got in the shield XP devices that we have all around the map, right? Early gunfights happening at the Wind Valley so far. Master Rex got themselves a bit of a pickle. Yeah, they try to take this gunfight as early as they can, but they got taken down. And look at team, Squad 13, 6 kills to start the day off.
Yeah, fortunately enough, these spawners are still up and running in the mobile division. Everyone wants to take a little bit of team out, but surely BTRC1 has the ability to well games. So there is early into the matchup. Now they are
Next, Desu, they're just gonna be able to win that gunfight at the northern right side of the Pioneer Center. Secures themselves those kills up against Dress to Kill 4. And yeah, 4 kills means that they have managed to waste the respawn pods of the team that they just went up against with. And they also are able to clear up the Pioneer Center, which has a lot of supply chests, by the way. And there's about 6 gold chests that you can get there to be able to get those upgrades on the player XPs. Now heading down south we go. This is going to be Lay 02. Got themselves a Freddy as well as a Lucinda.
The SR717 with past few weeks as well, rising up to the leaderboard slowly but surely. This far, they are showing a lot of signs of life. They have been very strong. They are a capable team overall over the past few weeks, and the big question is, can they match up against the favorite top group? Can they match up against strong teams and the like? With the availability of LF4322 and the Black Fire team into this lobby, into this Group B, can they make it into the Week 4 finals?
Yeah, it's going to be a big question. We're going to be finding out as we still got one more week into our open qualifiers, right? But early gunshot and engage coming in from LF4X. They dropped by the Rocky Zone. A kind of a very split job for them, but got themselves a very healthy start. You have to remember it's with level 4 armors, and they're looking for more vehicles to reverse this land. And again, it is going to be Hasbullah that needs to be the focal point of this team when it comes to engaging, very much like Virus to Execration. It needs to get those engaged to be set up properly to be able to get that advantage and get this beat down. Right now, SR717 fighting for position inside of this building.
Right, along with 210, maneuver and infiltration onto the building. Let's start focusing. However, Fire team who has lost their already now going down. Shakedown.
Yeah.
Fire team, only one last standing, and SR717 just jumped them up, goes to the left, goes to the right. That won't be the full elimination, but respawners are still up.
Yeah, but you know, for a team like SR717 to build up quite a rapport in this early game, it's going to be very crucial. They're not playing for the shield XP device, they're playing for player XPs by taking players that they see on site. 8 kills for them, and those players' XPs, of course, are going to be a lot higher compared to these other teams that are just running around, rotating. But speaking of great XPs for the players and for its shield, getting that on sponsor box is one of the best ways for you to build up to a level 6 armor and to a level 10 player XP. And Blackfire has already secured one of those sponsor box, by the way. So pretty much doing what exactly Execration did on UK, just building up their resources at the start, then engaging later on.
As they say, a building cannot crumble down if there is a good foundation. And Blackfire is building a good foundation here in this early game, stacking up level 5 shield already for Gent and level 4 shields for the rest of the crew, for the rest of the squad. Which will be very important to be able to stack up a lot of capabilities jumping into the final matchup. But unfortunate as Dior actually gets beamed down as he goes for the zip.
Yeah, he got tracked there by LSK. 3 members were just aiming the sights and just getting those eliminations. Circles closing in once again, and this player is just hanging around too long at Refinery. Might need to make their move as they don't want to waste their medkits just by healing up as they get stuck at the danger zone. Not much you can do here right now. You gotta make your move. But the problem here is that there's another squad nearby, and that's going to be XDeso, who's got themselves 8 kills. They got Maestro in there, they got TZ. So, not the team that you want to go up against. Very experienced squad that you're gonna have to go up against with now that you are being gate-kept by this squad.
Right now we'll see. Right now a lot of movements back and forth here. A lot of squads stacked in Refinery for now. LSKZR, will you be able to push it out? Because the thing is, they have split apart. 3 members on the front and 1 member as more of an insurance, safekeeping the bridge. Have sights on the last member for squad 11. They're trying to reach him out, chase him down. That will be no more shields left. Warfalcon actually stolen away. Goes up above. That will be vulnerable to shots from LSKZR, and that will be it. Chenny, my GF, has been fallen.
Yeah, it's just hard, right? To utilize the Warfalcon in this new update. Before, it was super overpowered that it had to do really on the game. On Sunderland realms where we had no jet slide, once you get shot at by a Warfalcon, it's an automatic one-hit delete. You're going to be down on all fours. But on this new update, it's nerfed. Damage is not that significant, and the mobility of the vehicle is reduced significantly. Now, Blackfire has decided to make their move already finding 1 kill. They got some information, but the team that they are trying to charge onto backs away. They don't want none of that.
Yeah, Mirko has to use the ongoing show as well to gain more information on where their opponents are currently setting. Thus far, Squad 1 does not want any of this fight to occur. Or rather, SR717 rather, doesn't want to go for the fight up against Blackfire because Blackfire has level 5 and level 6 shields already secured. Well, SR717 is so far away from that.
Kind of very congested area that we have for Blackfire, as they got LF4 please down at the right side, and more of them is going to be LF4 talk. So you don't want to be engaging for so much shots here. So you might just be able to get that relocation. Maybe get this airdrop rain nearby, but you don't want to stay here for too long, as you might just get jumped on by one of the squads nearby.
Feels really good though. Airdrop rain freely raining down onto Blackfire. We're in pretty much, we have mentioned this already a while ago. This game is more of a snowball. If you have very good shields coming into the early mid game and then gain those airdrop rains, gain those sponsor boxes, and eventually possibly even a super airdrop as well, you are on a very good spot, and Blackfire is able to accomplish that.
All of them with level 7 player XP, by the way, so that's 30% damage increase for them. Don't want to be messing around with their players for too long, as you might get contested. XDeso now going for the beatdown up against the BTR.
It's a signal for them to come in, going into the backside. Summon Crush will not pull through. Number shield set for the dock side. TZ goes down. It's a knockout. That is unfortunate for XDeso. VTRC1 was able to eliminate another. Mark Su goes down. 1 member left standing as Maestro wants to go for the push, wants to go for the hyper aggression that they did. But Mark Su will be the priority. They want the revives to occur. They want those revives to happen. Mark Su will not get revived. But instead, you have Maestro getting the aggressive push onto the right side. The zone is already closing in. A very dangerous spot for them to be able to come through. Penge Org was able to eliminate a member, helping XDeso out, but instead it fights them in the back as XDeso only has Maestro, the only one left standing into this game.
The problem with that play for Maestro is he could have gotten that revive for his teammates, because he had that Vision Erosion activated, but kind of went into aggressive, kind of greedy for that kill. He thought he was going to be able to get that ace, but the other team was able to get their members back up and running, and a 1v3 is not exactly what Maestro wanted to see at the bigger picture. Of course, he backing away. A huge blow from them as they lost their resources that they built up at that early game. On the other side of your screen is LF4. Now we got Fire Team, who just got bullied by Blackfire, by the way. Still back up running at the south of the Hydro plant. They got themselves, again, another team that is as strong as Blackfire in LF4, but not as much as resources in player XPs.
Alex had enough ammunition there. That could have been a full elimination considering that only level 3 shields are available. Such a drastic movement coming forward. LSKZ are slowly pushing in. You have the duck side coming into the right side. Summit Crush goes with a 2-man knockup. A very favorable play from them, and Nation forced to go in for the ongoing show to buy time for the team. But Dreamland goes up for LSKZR to hunt the Nation down, and Taki will be eliminated or at least get knocked down.
Yeah, the Reaper is eliminated, man. And LSKZR, that's a nice attack, but it's going to be Sarah that will be around. We're waiting for that gatekeeping scenario. Able to take down Kurtz. It's Carl. And this danger zone is going to be inflicting more significant damage here so far. So you don't want to be wandering around there for too long, as you might just be knocked down. Down on all fours and eliminated.
Now PvE Sports goes for the divulge. Will not be able to get that information. Squad 4 is holding the very thin line of hope to go and make a miracle run happen. 8 teams remaining into this game, and Fire Team is getting pushed down by SR717. One member falls.
Wow.
Fire Team loses 1 member.
Yeah, they're just not getting any break here. Every area that they do push out onto, they get contested by all of these top dogs, and Stream Raider is able to take down Ray. That guy will be waiting for a revive, so that's free around the parameter, but you cannot be too safe. So much teams now have made the rotation onto Institute.
Although Murphy is safe and reliable. We don't have that right now in this game. SR717 though, receiving a lot of damage. Only 2 members alive for this team. A while ago, they were wrecking players left and right, one by one, bit by bit, but now looks like it bit them back. Blackfire still a very menace of a team. Level 6 shield for one of their members, and for the rest, it's level 5.
The thing that these other teams have to worry about Blackfire is that level 8 clear growth XP. You know, every even number that they get, the more damage that they can get. So that's like 4, 8, 16, and 4, 32. Quick maths, 32.
Ooh, that's
yeah,
big math.
32 damage. 32% damage increase for them. So that's a significant here.
Hey,
And
let me in, duck side.
such a big wall.
It was like, yo, can you like move a step on the left or onto the right? Just let me in, man.
Well, he had to make a detour.
Supply ship
Right
en
now,
route.
LF X safely placed out
Safe
onto a
zone will
building
retract
along
in
with the
30
likes of
seconds.
Blackfire as well. So this will be a time wherein everyone wants a location for themselves, wants a good position, wants cover at this stage of the game, because playing out in the open wherein there are 8 teams left into the final zone is not exactly the optimal situation.
Yeah, LF Org, they are battling with high disadvantage here, but look at Fire Team, by the way. They're caught into a bit of a pickle between PvE Sports and Blackfire, and create that unnecessary noise. They're gonna get dumped off of the squad. Right now, for PvE Sports, the goal is to get some Sanctuary. You don't want to get shot at here. Waste those medkits heading into that late game. You already have yourself a great position inside of that circle. It's just a matter of going in for that gatekeep up against these other squads that are still outside of that zone. Be able to get more of those kill points on your favor.
Going up above onto the northern side. It will be On's 18, who is having a good time onto a building, but his zone is already closing in. Where in Blackfire pretty much have every single building in the final zone.
You know, that ongoing show just left a big target on the back of Fire Team, and look at Blackfire just turning their heads and going in for the stretch. Xiaolong Bei get that kill onto Hybrid. PvE Sports Sanctuary by the boss at the moment. Blackfire has that information. They can use a base blaster to get this damage done and create that pressure and make that push happen as well.
Yeah, they definitely do. But right now, what Blackfire is doing could be a double-edged sword, wherein any other team could bite them in the back. They're playing a bit aggressively and could be risky. Because if you're looking at it right now, They are split apart. 3 people together, but there is one just outskirts onto the left side of the safe zone. Not exactly would give them the biggest advantage, but we'll see if Blackfire can make this happen.
Yeah, it's very risky for them to be going out individually here, especially with that guy at the farthest left of their initial position. But Macro holding down the high ground.
There we go, that's what we're saying!
That's the problem we were saying. You get picked down, there's no trades, and PB Esports just managed to gain some ground.
But just that, the best team coming into this map, one has lost a member. They're going for the revive, but that opens them up with a lot of risk. But good enough, they get that elimination of the person who wants to go for the push. Blackfire still not able to go for the revive.
Yeah, SR717 was able to get that intercept, keep Blackfire with 3 members alive, heading into the final circle. Now, that area is out in the open, and Stream Raiders could just expose themselves a bit and maybe able to get that shot going on whoever might just try to revive back Macro.
To the left, Blackfire, how much shield is left? Coming in from Young, and that will be done and dusted. 2 members left standing for Blackfire. This is what we're saying, the risk involved in what they're doing. Yes, they have so much shields. They have so much gear XPs, but with the risk that they played, it's just very unfortunate. Now, LF4X trying to push them out. Blackfire with only 2 men standing here. Summon Crusher split apart.
Yeah.
They lost another member, and Blackfire is pretty much eliminated coming into this game.
Yeah, just 1 player left here, and LF4 just managed to get those armors switched. You can see Remy with that level 6 armor. They're waiting for a blinding mark or at least a grenade coming in from their boat to be able to get more information. Circle closing in. It's Leech, Devon, Rex, and SR717 that they have to deal with.
LF4X against the world. There's still a 4-member squad filled into the final zone, beating 1 member down from their opponent as Sienna goes down. Secrecy lose another member. Raw roars for his final breath of his life. But LF4X hunts him down, and once again, another member coming in from their opponent being hunted out. Then Summon Crusher and Nocta in the danger zone gets those damage through. 2 squads remaining in the final shot to the head. Alien will fall, and LF4X will win it for map 1.
Yeah, just think about LF4 and their rotation into Institution. They were the ones at a disadvantage from the market side. They were coming from the left side of the map, and then they had to fight tooth to nail to be able to get that position. And well, managing to be the only team at the final 4 squads to be complete is such a great advantage up against these other squads. It could have been a map for Blackfire, but they kind of play with their lives too much, getting pretty confident that they can take the gunfights head on with plenty of numbers from opposing squads, beat them to the back, and it was a sight to behold. A winner ending up with 25 points off of placement and only 5 kill points. Very high value kills that they get to secure map number 1.
They got too confident. I think that is a statement wherein it pretty much describes what Blackfire did. It was a double-edged sword into going over the hill, having split apart into a 3-1 situation. It was just really outright unfortunate, and LF4X was able to capitalize onto that. They were a 4-man squad. They were able to get the spoils of war from that final zone, gain those level 5, level 6 shields, and they won the game.
Yeah. And yeah, I think this is the lowest killing game for a champion, for a winner of a round, unless I was not able to track that properly. But look at the MVP. It is going to be Hezbollah with only 1 kill, but provides tons of this damage. Everything we expected for these other teams came in, but one thing for sure, Blackfire placing 5 was not one of that. We were expecting them to at least place at the top 3, knowing that they had the better resource compared to everybody else on map number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. A dominant play. Well, not exactly. LF4X only got 5 kills, but even then, those placement points just gives them so much into this group. And with that type of start, getting 1 victory already gives them an immediate 25 points in this group.
yeah, 30 points on this map number 1 here so far. They just have to build up on this momentum that they just managed to get in this map number 1, right? They do drop by the Rocky Zone, which is semi-contested, and yeah, provides them a big ample loot, but they got to rotate out to get even better weapons and increase those player XPs. And LF4 did not have it easy. They had to fight tooth and nail to get that number 1 spot. They had to fight multiple teams to be able to get there, and they had to hide as well. So definitely is an interesting end to that map number 1, with Blackfire being upset by PvE Sports, with MacPro being taken down at that institution. It was just easy beatdown for the other teams.
It was an absolutely easy beatdown, so we'll see how these trade backs back and forth from all of these teams can make it game 1 of Group B. Jumping into the highlights, let's look at it.
Victory!
And the MVP coming in from that game, coming in for the team of LF Org Police, who is Juva Baby.
Yeah.
With Duckside having 1 kill and 850 total damage.
This is the 3rd Duckside MVP that we have on the first 4 maps that we got. The 2 coming in from Virus for Execration in map 1 and map number 3. This time, starting the day off is Hezbollah, or known as Juva Baby for LF Org Police. And this is a team that, you know, for sure plays consistent in the first 2 seasons of Farlight 84 Philippine Championship, right? Back-to-back top 4 placement in both seasons. So this team can definitely bring in the pack. And with them adding Nash TZ on their roster, just adds in too much depth and better team chemistry. As it is also a reunion for this team.
Yeah, it definitely is. That play was the definition of patience. They do not want the risk. They do not want that plays that could give them the downside of things, the bad footing into that matchup, and LF Orgex was able to accomplish that quite easily. And as you have mentioned, Hasbullah, IGL coming in from the team, pretty much has a great mind, is pretty much the mega mind of this team. So really good calls coming from the IGL.
Yeah, I mean, we know him for being a very versatile Duckside user. Most of the time, back in Season 2, we always see those Ducksides being the front man for every team. But Hasbullah prefers to use the Duckside on this long-range engage and using the sniper to dominate the battlefield. But with the snipers being, you know, outclassed by other weapons here, he really had to change his play style. But for you guys that have been amazing here so far, make sure you drop in to the CD key section of the Farlight 84 in-game to activate this code that we got. That's 30 diamonds for you. And if you come here every time we have a live stream for FPC Season 3, that is going to be a lot of diamonds already for your side to be able to buy a lucky draw for yourself or the battle pass that we got in this new update.
Yeah, there is a lot of codes, there's a lot of giveaways every single day of FPC Season 3. So just imagine like 30 diamonds per day. You have like two broadcasts per week. We're already on to week 4. So if you tuned in every single time, that's 60 times.
240.
I don't know.
240. 240 diamonds if you manage to if you
You're the
have quick hands.
valedictorian.
Yeah, no. We're not. We're the youngest, right? We have, yeah, 240, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, guys. You can
Yes,
correct
well-
us in the chat.
480. Because 60. Or well, right. 240.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but
Now I know why you're the analyst and I'm the play with play. Because
when Chana, it's alright, man. We're heading into map number 2, Force of the Realm land. It is going to be, a win for Elo4 in map number 1. Now we move into map number 2. We need to see Blackfire change up that strat a little bit, not get too overzealous. If you don't got any kills, it's alright. Just get that placement point on your favor. Get those 25 points to become the #1 team to end this Group B. They had a chance to win it, but they failed as they came in at that late game playing individually, which costed them the chance to take it home. Let's see if there's going to be adjustments here. Looking at our flight path, heading from north, going down south.
surely changes should be made, especially coming into Blackfire, wherein they played quite a risky set of cards into that final zone, and I believe they could have learned coming from those mistakes and not play with fire and play on the double's edge, wherein they could pretty much get bullied and get knocked out of the map with a blink up, and I with just one wrong step. But at this stage of the game, it's all about utilizing the time to gain loot, to gain shields, and to get so much information. Is there another team on your surrounding? Is there another team that has a possibility to pincer you out down the road?
Yeah, it's great that Blackfire has managed to go in for a split drop at the lower left side of the map, right? Get that information on teams by the Nova Bazaar and by the Frog stations. They do have a bit of a
Safe zone will
real
retract
estate here
in 30
that's
seconds.
at least 5 Shield XP devices that they can gradually get. And forget, he's already lucky getting that level 4 armor. He does got that Uzi in there as well. Needs to find a VSS or an AK-77 to deal a lot of damage from the close range, or from that long range.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Callie, but from what I'm seeing into the map, the first zone seems a lot bigger than usual
Yeah,
from what we've had back in the prior 2 seasons.
it does. It's definitely big, and so it's not really a big problem for these other teams to rotate right away.
Right.
Knowing that it's going to be very close.
Yeah, it's kind of big in comparison to the prior seasons that we've had, so definitely a step up, or well, rather, covering a lot more land for these teams to play it a bit more late, right? Because the thing is, still into the first zone. Going outside of it and staying onto the danger zone forces you to use a lot of medkit. So a bigger first zone enables a lot of teams to play it a bit more safe without risking the utilization of their inventory and their med packs.
Now, looking at XDeso, this was one of the most unfortunate team that we had in map number 1, right? They barged in up against VTRC, then they lost the gunfight, even despite having the better resources. It was such an underwhelming start for them to place at the 9th spot. So not a lot of placement points to get. They did have a bit of some kills, but not enough for them to still earn their ticket for the finals that we're going to be having tomorrow. They have players spread out across the map, and right now they need more of this attack, or more of this, listen-ins to get that information on teams that are nearby.
That was a good shot. It's all about those audio cues. You have to be knowledgeable of where your opponents are at, because that will be pretty much your huge dependency into this game. And that will give you a lot of advantage if you know where they are currently sitting at. So that is a reason why as well the likes of Young has so much value in the game, because it is the best hero to utilize in playing for information.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's the best talent hero that we've got in the game. We can say that Phantom is great, but it is still going to be better if you have a utility that can really scan a bigger portion on the map and give you that for 15 seconds, by the way, and get you that information on the player's experience, their growth experience, and their levels. And yes, the Young definitely is a must-have hero for the PC division. Now we got some gunfights here. This time, X-Dessa charging into L4.
Moving on to LF4X, yeah, the peak coming in from Remy, and the Frenzy Blast actually bought him a bit more time to be able to go down. But X-Deso, 2 members already gone, make it 3, as there's only 1 left standing, and LF4X was able to go in for the pincer maneuver, and X-Deso is out.
Yeah, X-Deso, this is kind of a brain dead moment here for them, right? I mean, we saw the same thing happen with them up against VTRC at the Wind Valley, where they charged in, barged their heads, without even thinking who's going to be that team that they're going up against. They're going to be back in the revival pipe, but more action here now with the slam from Alien. They're going to take down players from Fire Team.
Summit Crush, that's the Fire Team right there. SR717 is able to meet another member. That Squad 13 having sights on them. Could be the gatekeepers for them to come through, and that is VTRC1.
Yeah, 1 kill there for them so far, but they are in a great spot inside the zone. They have a squad at the south, at the Wind Valley, that's
Zone will retract in
gatekeeper.
30
We finally
seconds.
get to see Blackfire once again heading down the refinery lane. There's just so much teams in there. You don't want to get those contests. It's going to be a never-ending gunfight. And look at that chaos ensuing at the northern side of Sunderland realms.
And SKZR, there's a couple of members. 4G, you're the last man standing, the lone wolf for the team. The huge dependency of the group. Can you make it out alive? As that's Ons 181. Trying to get a hold more information on the back hill. That will be it. And 4G goes down.
Oh, nice shots there for Hoshin, but their teammate actually falls. Kind of spread apart. Squad number 4 are out here. That's X-Deso getting these shots, but now it's going to be LF Org and VTRC at the Wind Valley.
Now has to get ready in infiltrating this building, and R4 Boney will be the first one to go down. X-Deso, they're still up and running. Very strong. They have level 5 shields on hand right now, but Pro receiving a lot of damage from the long range engage from Ons 181.
Hey, there's so much gunfights that they are just experiencing at the moment in Onslaught. This is going to be the second team coming in from Onslaught here today. Not going to be you want to underestimate, but definitely in a bad spot at the moment as they're prone to those flanks. And speaking of, that's LSK. 4G taking his time getting that knockdown. They only got 3 members. One of their members is actually waiting for a revive. It appears that it's going to be within the site that X-Deso has. Look at that, Blackfire is here, joining the fray.
With sights onto the windows as well. Good shot in Barzu. Kills. Crosshair placements is impeccable. Mission erosion pot time, and that will buy a couple of seconds there before it goes down. That will be out. No opportunity to go for the reset. Blackfire did them dirty with the 3 kills that they were able to obtain.
Yeah, nice light there for MacPro to top it all off. That's going to be a squad out, off the way. Gatekeeping situation is still in the hands of Blackfire. There's still going to be another player at their south portion.
Respawners disabled.
Another kill potentially for them, but they'd rather move out
Supply
and get
ship
another
en route.
score at the rotation. Now, Fire Team holding down their fort. That's a 1v3.
With absolute gravity. That will be enough. That will be Astrea. KP. I have to say goodbye for now. But no full rush that is occurring as of yet. Everyone wants to play it a little bit on
Safe zone will
the
retract
less
in 30
risk
seconds.
of movements there. His Fire Team is still up and running. And as we're seeing right now, Late 02 doesn't want any of that.
Yeah, they gotta revive back their member, right? I mean, I think this is the only team that we see have a Freddy on their roster, so that's gonna be very, very refreshing. Also got a Lucinda, by the way, which has been non-existent ever since we saw the effectivity of Bo on a lineup. Blackfire trying to rotate around once again at the refinery here, this time able to find Leech, Devon, Rex. El Burrito's already knocked down.
Ooh, that was so close. That was so close, MacPro.
There we go.
There we go, there we go. Coming in from Gap. Now going onto the sides, onto their backs with the Divulge as well. And right now, the Summit Crush just opened up the heads of Kato. 2 knockouts immediately. 2 tap as the name instead states. But that will be towards the side of Get. Will be for Blackfire, who gets that 2 quick eliminations.
Yeah, more fire action here for Fire Team. High ground in control against him. And then we got a Vision Erosion invested here for H. And then this gunfight has been lasting for so long, but Kuzma from the long range able to take down 9. Still got 1 member to deal with here. That's inside the Vision Erosion.
Now having to shoot VSS, no more ammo. That will be enough for Leo 2 to get that knockout. Young going into the backs, going into the flank. Not be enough. Goes for the shield, but the danger zone is heaping him.
Oh.
No more ability to survive. Danger zone was the MVP.
Yeah. You gotta take that danger zone if you're a Fire Team, man. H was too slippery. If not the Vision Erosion, it was the gas grenades that he was able to deploy in that helped him sustain his life out there. But not much of medkits was able to be utilized there because of so much action going on. Now we got to see more action here at the northern part. Blackfire about to claim another squad.
They're going to slowly push in the dock side into the front. Vision Erosion will be putting a little bit more difficulty for Blackfire to come through into an ease of play. DDK X5 though, now scouring around the second floor of this building, but Blackfire pushes them in all fronts, and you cannot fight a war in every single location. Blackfire gets the elimination.
Yeah, those 3 angles that they took, it was really down to the T. And Blackfire having a very much different approach to map number 2 this time with a lot more kills. And to add on to that, the resources have been pretty balanced there as well. 10 kills. Only team with a double-digit kill so far. They also got a sponsor box nearby that can help them get to a level 8 as a team. So yeah, the damage, the resources are up there for Blackfire. And cards are really going to be stacked up against this other squads that might just be facing Blackfire later on.
So Blackfire though getting the sponsor boxes. This gives information to Squad 9 and Squad 13. Someone close, someone nearby is getting the boxes, and expectedly it's none of the teams that they have fought up against so far. Could be anyone. Blackfire is the name of the team that is currently getting the sponsor boxes, and given the fact that Blackfire is already sitting at level 5 shields across the board to each and every single one, this will definitely accelerate the capability of this team to once again stay for long, stay up until the late game and fight till death.
They're going to get that sponsor box, and yeah, they're gonna get the player XP's upgraded. Look at that, level 6 armor for Get, level 9 player growth experience for Hale, and yeah, 3 players with level 6 armors. Exactly what we saw for Execration in Group A. It's just a matter of finding that right position and being patient is now for Blackfire to be able to take the #1 spot.
Hopefully Blackfire plays for patient as double definitely going to give them confidence once more and make
Safe zone will retract in 30 seconds.
They have to win. It only has 4 shields in Blackfire. This time around, getting those things up, getting those informations ready. The thing is, before they go for the push, information is
5 seconds before round 5 closes. Blackfire may have spotted the players nearby the Pioneer Center with the help of this War Falcon, but no, they did not spot BTRC nearby at the fence. And the search continues for them to look forward to securing a spot inside of that circle. And Blackfire is not the team you want to mess around with. They got every player with max armor already. It's going to be hard to take them down unless they decide to go and play individual once again, which is not going to happen. Pros don't make the same mistake twice, and for Blackfire, adjustments are going to be made. They'd rather prepare to get inside one of these buildings and secure a spot on inside the zone.
We'll see if pros actually do fake coming in, fake their push, fake their push.
Oh no.
Their strategies in mind.
Oh no.
We'll see it. Yeah. already losing the warp factor and is forced to go out. Right now, Blackfire is on the move, is on the push. Rolling impact readily up. Now trying to crush up what's one is good. Yeah, sweep through the side. It's not enough. Right now, the won't be
Safe zone will
enough.
retract in 30 seconds.
Blackfire thus far. So much kills already, so much kills, so much HP. They're able to go for the reset. Now Macro has information with a base attack. Now just go for the push, almost full punch and for the side of your opponent. And to Babby will go down.
Yeah, that's
Blackfire full elimination.
Yeah, that's LF Org Squad. That one map number 1 officially out of this map number 2. Nice adjustments and nice attack there for Blackfire. They were really prepared to take the challenge head on, and another squad decides to join the fray, thinking that they're gonna have a chance at it. But Bleach, Devon, Rex, this is Blackfire that we're talking about.
Can they burn the building down to the ground along with the team that is in it? We'll see as Two Liege is now getting hit across the board. That will be one member already down immediately. Blackfire is burning them.
A new Reaper has
Getting
arrived.
melted apart. They will go to the ground. Two Liege have no chance of winning. And Blackfire will have the sides onto one
A
member of
new Reaper
Onslaught.
has arrived.
That is just a collateral damage. Blackfire is here to hunt.
Yeah, 19 kills already, and we still got, you know, at least 15 squads that they can take down here. Now it's PvE Sports and Master Rex going at it. High ground and control for the main show for Master Rex.
And now that will be another member down. Yeah, Xera loses Montero.
Interesting.
That will be as swift as a car is from him falling down to the ground. Very quick. Blackfire! Oh,
Yeah, they're pushing.
SKZR lost one member already, and now you're going to push. And that will be out of the count. 2 members already gone. And LSKZR out of the blue. Blackfire pushed them out.
Yeah, and the thing here is that Blackfire has a great spot inside the circle. All of the other squads, they need to cross the circle. Look at that. Last circle is going to be divided by a mountain, and everybody will have to face execration from here on out. SR717, they got a great armor here so far. Gotta take down Master X, who's holding down a power position. Taking everything up.
Blackfire on the move here. Number 2's up. 2. We'll see. 1 down already. That's very strong. 2 ongoing shows immediately goes up, but Master X 2 gets eliminated because of Macro. Blackfire melting the whole group down and bringing the roof to the ground. Macro gets eliminated to stay after 17, but Blackfire is not here to stay put, is not here to chill out.
Victory.
And Blackfire will burn map 2 and eliminate SR717.
Yo, that was 30 kills for Blackfire to end that round number 2. Though in fact our highest today is 21. Blackfire scored +9 of that and even take 25 points off the placement. And this is just a massive bounce back. No, a massive is an understatement here for Blackfire as they got themselves an amazing round number 2. Even better than what we've had for a team playing so far for FPC Season 3.
Yeah, Blackfire did not stop at any given time. Once they got the sponsor boxes, once they got the level 6 shields, there's no one who can stop them. There was no one that can extinguish the fire that is burning within them, and Blackfire just came through with an unextinguishable flame.
Yeah, and it was, you know, definitely the Blackfire is definitely not the one you want to face with, right? Because this team can really air off if they do want to. And the frustration from the map number 1 loss, which should have been theirs, was probably shown in this map number 2, right? They already had 10 kills before we enter round number 3, and that just speaks a lot on how much attention this team is trying to allocate into just sourcing teams at their initial drop. And 30 kills, I believe, is the highest by a team in the first 4 weeks of action that we got for FPC Season 3. So talk about a record being set here by Blackfire. Definitely one for the record books, and it will be going down as one of the greatest team performance that we had in all of the seasons that we managed to have so far for Farlight 84.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Season 3. I mean, today is a day wherein every single records are being broken. The first repeat finish in the prior group, and now Blackfire getting so much kills in this game.
Incredible performance. And to think that Blackfire decides to top off the performance for Execration, not in the victories, but more on the team performance in getting these kills and scoring not just 30 kills, right? But with you being number 1, you got 25 points. That's going to be a lot. That's a lot of points that you just get in this map number 2. It's just all about, you know, playing more on this kind of momentum heading into map number 3 to secure your ticket to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, just look at the assist rate. 17 assists for Get, 16 assists for
Crazy.
Cell, 11 assists, and then you have 8 assists for the remaining members of the team. Blackfire was a different beast. I think that is just a statement to make here, and Blackfire is nowhere in this position to actually stop. Like right now is their time to be able to shine across this group and go into the finals and possibly have a chance to beat the Season 1 champions.
Yeah, high chance that they can pull it off with this roster that they got, right? They got Xiao and Macro being the experienced players, the veterans at this team. You also got Get and Hale there, who's obviously the best in terms of gun skills, and they just ran down everybody in this map number 2. If you missed the action, come take a look at this highlights with Blackfire scoring 30 kills.
Victory!
Yeah, for 7 kills, that's a ton of damage, right? I mean, it's very hard to get to 3K, and you really have to put so much pressure in terms of, you know, long-range presence if you're going to be able to get 3,000 damage. And it just says that Get definitely has tons of assists to begin with, knowing that he's only got 7 kills here. 30 kills in total for Blackfire. I wonder what can they do next. Do they snowball that momentum to map number 3, or do they dial it down a bit and just play for placement to get that ticket to the finals tomorrow?
They're insane. They're absolutely fantastic. This is a very fantastic start coming in from this team. 7 total kills, 3,000 total damage. And we were talking about it during the highlights that today is a record-breaking day. From group to group, from group A to group B, there's so much strength being shown across various different teams. And I don't know what else to expect into the following game, into the last game of this group, and into the last two groups that we've had coming after this group B.
Yeah, it's crazy because we haven't seen NCG yet, right? The reigning defending champion of Season 2 of our 84 Philippine Championship. And with Execration scoring the three-peat, with Get and Blackfire taking 30 kills in one game, I wonder what record will be broken at this following game that we got. But for sure, map number 3 is going to be coming right up next. For sure, Blackfire is going to have a huge target on their back, judging from that performance that they just had in that map number 2.
Yeah, one last game. One last game coming into this group. Can Blackfire do the unthinkable once more? 30 kill game coming into the prior game. Can they actually just overcome that record once again into the last match of this group?
It's going to be crazy. It's going to be crazy if they do end up with 30 plus more kills, because that one right there, you need to have that circle to favor you, and Blackfire definitely had that circle figured out at the end. Everybody was coming along on one lane, and all they just did is to take down that last two squads, which was complete, by the way, and 8 kills from that last two squads that they just engaged into. That was a lot to begin with. 30 kills. I think it's going to be hard to replicate that, but if they can secure a 20 plus kill victory, they're already guaranteed to take their ticket to tomorrow's finals.
Yeah, it's a free ticket, right? It's a free ticket to go into the week 4 finals that we've had, or we are going to have tomorrow, which will be definitely exciting because these are going to be the best teams out of the best teams here in FPC, week 4 specifically, but even then, this is already coming close into the knockout stages, and I believe this is already a start wherein these teams should be wary of their opponents. These teams have already adapted into the map, have already adapted onto their opponents at this point in time, and it will definitely be a blast.
A lot of VODs already that they can review and figure out where exactly these players will be dropping at. And yeah, the rotations are going to be mattering a lot once we head into the knockout stage, because from more than 100 teams in the open qualifiers, we're going to cut it down to only 60 teams, and at the knockout stage we filter it down to 30 to head into the mobile finals, which will be happening in the next few months that we're gonna have. And it's just crazy to think that we're already approaching week 5 next weekend, and at that point we're gonna have the knockouts the following week, and Farlight 84 is going by so fast, man.
Yeah, it's very quick, it's very swift. I mean, we just had the season 2 finals back in what, January, February, and now we're here at season 3, swiftly approaching the knockout stages of the PC and the mobile division, and it's so fun to watch how these storylines have developed, how each and every single team was able to come and rise to the occasion, and how the patches really changed the meta that we've had. Back in season 1, it's pretty much the Sunil, Lucinda Cypher, but this time, look at the difference.
Yeah, you got a Duck side, you still got a Sunil in there, but now a Bow in the main composition here in the mobile division. Of course, Young will always be a mainstay, being the best scout hero that we got in Farlight 84. Map number 2 is done. Let's head into map number 3. Do we see Blackfire score the record once again and score 31 kills as a team? Or will we just try to dial it down a bit, play for that placement, play it safe? Let this other teams just go at it and take a look at our map number 3 and our flight pad. Blackfire, obviously, we're going to be dropping at the markets and by the lab. Flight pad going from south to north, it's going to be favoring the teams that are dropping by Pioneer Center and Storage Space. If you're dropping by Transport Port, might need to find yourself a vehicle to drop into to move there as fast as you can so you can loot up and be able to get in your keys to victory.
Final game of group. It's the last chance for these teams to be able to accumulate points as much as possible to qualify into the next round. I think with the Week 4 finals that we've been talking about prior to this game and in between matches will be very important because that will be an extra day for them to be able to accumulate points once more for the knockout stages. But this time, Blackfire will meet another team down south,
Yeah.
BTKX5, in the same vicinity.
What's more surprising here is Blackfire did not even attempt to go for a split drop and get that market. They just went in there as a squad and just tried to take down DTX5 on the kill feed. We got more action at the storage base here. And it's a fire team and Lee Devon Rex is hopping around, flying back and forth. And fire team gets themselves a 1v1. And it's going to be a win for them, but players from Leech Devon Rex are going to be back from the revival flight, so Kuzma needs to heal up so that he can sustain more damage out there.
And I think there is a reason for that. Right? Because we always have to remember, looking back, jumping down from the capsule pack, you see your opponent. So where they land, where the arrows is. And I think that is a signal for Blackfire if they want to split up or if they want to be united coming down into a single point. Now, Blackfire jumping into this position of down south into the western side of the map, they saw someone else, which is DTKX5 jumping across. So they do not want to split and they want to play together to really have the chance to fight in a 4v4.
What's crazy is that they only got 4 kills, right? Pace that they got earlier, but more gunfights here for Master X.
Master X too. Quick eliminations left and right, but even then, they are the ones eliminated. They don't have any kills as of yet.
Nice shot for Sadie. Nice back down there. Didn't want to get that shot, but now you're going to have to worry about TI9. By the way, is the #1 duck side in the world for Farlight 84. I know because I wanted to bid him, but I can't because he's grinding too much. And it's great that he is a Filipino, by the way.
Yeah, and that just speaks volume to the strength of basically the region overall. PH as a region in Farlight 84 has been one of the strongest, if not the strongest, in the world as of yet. Leech receiving the bitter end up against SR717, and Master X2 as well is here for the vengeance play. They eliminate the people left and right.
Yeah, that's so the thing with this squad, right? I mean, they always have a strong early game, but then they march their head into another squad and they get eliminated all of a sudden. But great there that they went in for that third party. I think it's the best way moving forward to keep themselves sustainable and surviving at least on the top 5. Now, Lay O2 got 2 members alive here, going against LSKZR. Yeah. Yeah, little things can lead to big things, right? And it always adds up to the bigger picture. Now, Deso gets themselves a tougher opponent. This time, it's Stream Raider 717, consistently at the top 5 in terms of placement on the first 2 maps. 5 kills for them. I mean, you're gonna have to deal with Alien at some point. You're gonna have to take him down early. You have a chance at actually dismantling SR717, and they're doing a great job taking him down, but more gunfights for BTRC1 and LSKZR. It is a reach out happening here.
Okay. 3 people left, and now you have to go up to the side on the flank with hope. It'll be Rat GT who falls down and face a Rat on their opponents. LSKZR, only 2 members alive, but not for long. It's 4069. No more shields left, only HP. Still standing on the ground. Teleport yet. I'm going to fight Onslaught, a Xiao, and another member. Standing around not the lawn. To the left, go to the right. Onslaught, no chance of survival.
Safe zone will retract in 30 seconds.
Can really outplay every single one here in the game.
Yeah, they got nice motion in there. A multi-platform push. Their player coming in from the upper grounds and members coming from the ground floors to get those eliminations. And now a scramble happening for BTRs. Trying to stay alive here, utilizing those vehicles to get away from the gunfights, but that is gonna be hard for them to do as they have already been cut down by X-Deso. TZ and Maestro has got those information as that vision erosion puts a big target on the back of LSKZR and BTRs.
A new Reaper has arrived.
Here, they could still win a fight up against LSKZR.
Reaper has been
And
killed.
unfortunately, XFO is coming in to play as well as hunting the last member down. And that will be the end of the game.
Yeah, that's 3 squads already eliminated, and we got more from LF Org. They want some of this goodness, getting these eliminations, pinning down the stragglers. Gets themselves 9 kills. One more, very close.
Sky goes to the right side. LSKZR Kurtz gets pushed back by Calyx. Just a swift kill there, swift elimination. 10 kills already to their name of the squad.
And this is the squad that won map 1 with only 5 kills. They've already doubled that here today. Gotta be more attentive though in terms of upgrading their growth XPs because they only got level 5 as their highest. And if you want to take a look at Blackfire, who managed to take down DTK X5 earlier, their highest is level 6, and that's going to be Get as the front man. They got a Divulge available. They also got a Rocket Tarantula for that long-range artillery. And it seems like they're not going to have any information on DTK X5, who's doing a great job just keeping themselves within those buildings. But the signal is already there for Get. He's just trying to search for this one cheeky devil.
Yeah. Can they find it though? Can they find the rats hiding onto the sewers, the corners of the buildings? But as in real life, not that easy to chase and find rats though. Coming into the game, coming into the map.
Yeah.
They're swift, they're quick, and they're quiet.
Yeah, and they move around the dark too.
Let's see, because this is not exactly the night. This is the light of day, wherein the sun is shining across the whole map. So we'll see if they can hide onto the darkness of the buildings, inside of the corners of the rooms, of the edges.
Yeah. It's great because you don't want to be ending up with a 10th placement because that gets you only, I think, 3 or 5 points. And yeah, you want to get more than that if you are DTK X5. Now, X-Deso has been wandering around the northern side for too long. And yeah, they're going to be a little bit far off the next circle. Look, they tried to find the strugglers for Master X too, that they have been able to cut down earlier. Now, taking a look at the squad status here and how much kills. LF Org has 10. Deso has the same amount of kills as LF Org. Blackfire, though, only got 5. Different from what we had from them for map number 2, where approaching the round number 3, they already had so much kills.
LF Org X playing such aggressiveness in this game. Rara.
Wow.
Gets obliterated and gets erased.
That was an insane shot, by the way. He was beating that guy while on air.
Right now, LF Org X is chasing down the last member of SR717. That side in the front, that will be Calyx, who puts them out of the game.
They're kind of leveraging their map 2 loss, where they got executed by Blackfire off their rotation. So they did have 30 points on map number 1, but that map number 2 finish that they got definitely lacking. So trying to build up quite a great map number 3 here is LF Org X. Definitely some team that we need to watch develop their resources as this circle continues to close and converges in. Now, they got a different hero picks here this time, right? Juba was the Dockside earlier, opting for a more mobile hero with Maggie as his main player. So interesting hero choice here for the side of LF Org X. Definitely looking for more teams to take down right now.
Let's see LF Org X to the right side. Moving into the left. It's a pincer maneuver that Org X is doing a good mission erosion though to buy time. But that will be it. Two members waiting onto the front lines, waiting onto the gates. Kurtz has no way to run away.
Will retract in 30
Org
seconds.
X just completely obliterated this team.
Yeah, and that's 16 kills for them, and they also spot down more players around the rocks, and they're closing the distance down. That's LSKZR. Still trying to make ends meet. They are staying at the danger zone. They don't want none of that heat and motion from Org X, who is trying to end up with a lot more kills than Blackfire. Got 16 already, but just trying to make that 17 as they take down raids.
Yeah, blinding Marco is definitely a good play there. That is why Young is just too good. You have so much information being provided for the team. It's not just the ultimate, it's not just the divulge, but pretty much even a tactical skill as well gives the capability for the hero to give information. And pretty much, once again, one of the pillars of success, one of the pillars of victories in this game is information.
2 squads on Novo Bazaar and Onslaught. Speaking of information, they still got Zed around, so that will be a very key player they want to have if they do want to spot down PB Esports. This is holding down the buildings in this Novo Bazaar. Rocket Tarantula just being utilized there by Blackfire from northern side of Novo Bazaar, but Org X siege has just begun.
Oh, it's the bait! They're baiting out the sponsor boxes! Right now, Org X goes up into the sky. Calix, so good of a crosshair placement. There's no battle here. Org X is winning on the landslide.
Yeah, they're just pushing everybody away from their position. And yeah, that bait definitely worked here. Org going in to close that distance down up against that player. That's a 2v1 situation. Going to be hard if you are going to be a hero without capability. That's going to be out, then go in for Org. 19 kills for it.
Onslaught now going up above onto the second floor, gets the shot across to buy time. Go in with the rolling impact. It was perfect to be able to come through into safety.
Blackfire on the kill feed though. Scoring more kills. Onslaughts are going to get run down. And now we are seeing Blackfire make their move after scoring 2 sponsor boxes. They're feeling confident that they can win this gunfight. Hydron in control for Shao. And the pressure is there.
Blackfire! Oh! Summit Crush with 2 heads knocked up! With just 1 fell swoop. Change the game.
One more member to take down there for Blackfire. That's the Xera Carl backing away, but the teammates for Blackfire going to be able to get that information once again. The rotation is on.
Rotation is on. And they rotate to be able to pincer once again their opponents here. Onslaught onto the rooftop. Rocket Tarantula is there. Not careful though, so very unfortunate sight. But nevertheless, Blackfire still a 3-man strong team.
But they got a nice lead. Oh no! Get will be cut down. Macro needs to play great here. Get this elimination.
Now VSS onto the rooftops. A dangerous spot. Yes, high ground is pretty much God spot all across the board, but when it comes to the zone closing in, a high ground is not exactly the best position to be in.
Supply ship is en route. Safe zone will
Trying to
retract
hold
in
down their
30
fourth. They
seconds.
want to get their other member alive here. Get that 4-man squad complete at the next zone. But it's going to be hard because Macpro already cut down as well.
Divulge already used out. Blackfire loses Macpro.
Oh no.
This will be a 2v2. An unfortunate sight to behold. Blackfire.
24 kills.
Start delivering airdrops.
A lot of kills already locked in, already obtained. But can that kills allow you to go through into a top 1 placement? Org X. Oh, the shield is a clutch.
Nice.
Calix survived with only 1 HP left.
Oh, they're getting chased. That's how 2v1.
Resets coming in. Org X at sight on the Blackfire. Another rolling impact. Wants to survive for long. They'll sow the full speed charge off ahead. Wants to relocate themselves. Summit Crush into nothing! Oh no! Blackfire loses it! But Org X as well eliminated by X Deso.
Yeah, they kind of getting too greedy with those kills, but they got 26. But losing 2 members is huge, especially when X-Deso is going to be right around the corner. Fire team and DTK X5 going at it. A lot of action, motion at the northern part of Nova Bazaar.
Let's see. DTK X5 going in for the revives are now getting beamed down onto their backs. Onslaught 18 loses Xiao, loses Zed by Sarah. X-Deso still a full 4-member complete squad here into the middle of the zone, so pretty much on a prime position for X-Deso. Could just wait patiently.
Yeah, they can gate DTX5 here. And they got the Frenzy Blast to get that information as well. They're going to block out the entrance, by the way, as the circle closes in. That's going to be nice for them to give that pressure
in 30 seconds.
and put themselves in a better spot to recover their health points, which they do now. They're looking so strong to end map number 3.
And the game plan here for LF4X, considering that they have lost 2 members early into the final zone, is that they have to play it patiently. They cannot go aggressive at this state, because the thing is, X-Deso still has 4 members alive, Master X2 has 2, TXR has 1, and Squad 11 has pretty much 4 members up alive as well. So LF4X, if they want to completely change and get the top 1 placement, they have to play it safe. DTK X5 loses 1 of their member already. Jumping into the window, TZ just belching my GF out of the game. Now divulge all the down information has been provided. As Crow goes to the left, has checked it out. DTK X5 will be eliminated, I believe.
Yeah. And Master X2 now decided to make that move, but X-Deso, the only team complete at this final circle. LF Org got someone to deal with there, and PB Esports trying to take this down.
We'll see TXR playing very patiently this time around. TXR goes in with a Summit Crush, gets elimination onto Calyx. It's a good start coming in from this team.
Yeah. Remy's down. Got 3 squads remaining. X-Deso, only complete squad once again in a position to take down Master X2 and TX Sarah should they just play that closing gameplay. They got the building in control. They don't gotta move, but the circle is gonna be out in the open as this closes in.
Frenzy Blast used up already. It was really good. X-Deso has utilized that really well. Ooh, Crow was able to beat down 1. There's Chessman who is out for the count. Ooh, interesting utilization of those satchels. Out of the safe zone. But the last that will be the blinding mark. Signal for them to come in. And Summon Crush off above. 2-man knocked up as well. And Carl will say goodbye in this game. X-Deso is here to hunt every single one of the teams remaining in the map 3.
Victory!
And they will win it all. They will take map 3 in Group B. X-Deso is the name of the team.
Yeah, they're gonna have to feel great about that because 2 of the maps they played, first 2 maps, they were completely obliterated by the team that they were trying to contest. This time taking more of a passive approach. They're letting these other teams go and engage up against them, and it paid out. They won the gunfights, and having that prime position at the north of Nova Bazaar paved the way for them. They took down LF4X, which is the strongest team come at that final 3 rounds that we got in this map number 3, and giving them that elimination just put X-Deso as the only squad to have all of their members alive, and they utilized that to its full extent and take away 21 kills at map number 3, and yeah, high chance for them to make it to tomorrow's match, judging from this massive performance at map number 3.
But the unfortunate part about all this is Blackfire is nowhere to be found into the top half. They have only secured the 8th place into this game, and LF4X out of the blue, they came and rise and got a lot of kills, as you have mentioned, over 20 kills into the game, and X-Deso just played the right cards into map 3, wherein they just waited patiently at the center of the final safe zone.
Yeah, this could be the round win for LF4X, but they kept on chasing Get from Blackfire, right? And sending out 2 players was such a big risk because they were out in the open, and it was prime time for X-Deso to just shoot those players down and just gave that snowball into the hands of X Deso, being the only team complete at that time. And yeah, Blackfire definitely was kind of surrounded when they entered at Nova Bazaar. It was not a great position for them to hold. Yes, they did have those great resources to be able to back them up and sustain their lives out there, but there were just so many angles in Nova Bazaar, so many high grounds to take into consideration. And yeah, they felt the pain of those high grounds as all of their members fall prey to that.
Yeah, it was just unfortunate timing. It was just unfortunate scenarios overall. It was a lot of coin flip, right? Because the thing is, the games as such as Farlight 84, it really is very important to have those informations up and to really play your cards right? Are you going to go aggressive? Are you not going to go aggressive? Are you going to play it safe and play it late? But unfortunately, these things are going to happen for a lot of teams, and you have to take risks. So we'll see how these teams have allocated risk and alleviated such things into the highlights.
Safe zone will retract in 30 seconds.
And the MVP of that game is once again the duck side you see on your screens. It's TZ this time around for LF Org Put with 7 kills and 1.8k total damage.
You know, that's 5 out of 6 Dockside MVPs for the day. That's how much value Dockside can have on a team and how much impact it can do when it comes to those team fights. And yeah, definitely is expected, knowing that it's the most overpowered hero on the new update. It had to get a nerf on the new patch because of how, you know, overwhelming the Summit Crush is when it's invested, plus the full charge speed, right? I mean, when you stack those two together, you get so much extra shield. And yeah, it's just right that they removed that Summit Crush extra shield because this Dockside is already
OP.
so OP with that Wrecking Duck Ball.
I remember when Summit Crush first came alive and we saw it first in FPC, there was this moment wherein the final zone was already closed in, and then the Summit Crush was able to give a lot of shield, was able to knock up into the final zone wherein it's very, very small, and it pretty much just won them the game. The first who used up the full speed charge, or well rather the Summit Crush, just gave them a huge edge against the opponents.
Yeah, also on this new update, right, they did nerf the bag when you're trying to go in for that duck ball, because before it used to get a lot of this damage, but now it inflicts a little less damage, and now you're going to be out of that duck ball movement, and then you're going to have to walk, right? So that's a nice adjustments coming in from the duck side. Now we get to take a look at the team ranking. I must say, no back-to-back winners. I think that #1 spot is kind of a toss-up.
Yeah, it will be difficult to watch out for on who will take it now, but it will be Blackfire who takes top 1, followed by LF Orgax.
If only LF Orgax placed top 2 on that map #3, boy, they could have taken that #1 spot, but they still have a high score enough for them to get into the finals tomorrow. Blackfire definitely did great in terms of fighting these skills. 50 and 30 of that coming from the map number 2 performance that they got. And yeah, great job for them there. But also to highlight X-Deso, this was a team that ran into trouble trying to play for placement points on the first 2 maps, and just because they got 25 points that map number 3 victory, they got themselves 32. And yeah, 66 points on their weekly score.
Yeah, just look at the difference of number 3 and number 4. It's only 2 points. Very, very close, and they were almost able to snag away the top 3 spot here if ever it comes down into getting 2 or 3 more kills out from that group, out from that series. But nevertheless, it's still a very good finish overall for this group. But the expectations are the top 4 for each and every single group will be able to make it up once again. But that is not over. Group B will not be the end of the day, because we have Group C just lying around the corner as we are moments away from the next series on our hands.
Yeah, giveaways waiting for you on that group. Also, NCG, the reigning defending champion of FPC Season 2, will be there with their very fresh roster change, right? With Jay-Z in there, definitely locked up the last weekend's top 1 spot. So definitely going to be a sight to behold. And how are they going to pair up against the players on a very stacked Group C action that we got later on?
Yeah, very stacked lineup. It's going to be fantastic. It's going to be very fun as well to watch how these players perform, and can they actually top what records have been broken in Group A and in Group B. But that's pretty much it. This is Group B. My name is Infinity. It is the next group on our hands.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy, and Freddy is me.
I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but
It's not enough. 750 degrees. Apparently I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait, number 16. Stop. No, it's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
Number 16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy, and Freddy is me.
I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but
It's not enough. 750 degrees. Apparently I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait, number 16. Stop. No, it's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
Number 16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Alright, Capsulers, good evening. It's me, Josuave, here with Burger Kim. And of course, you guys saw an explosive first two groups for our semifinals this week. But we have two more groups coming up. So Group C is going to be coming in underway, which I think is going to be really interesting. Kim, we were talking about behind the scenes, right? Looking for maybe some more Freddy testers, so to speak. And I don't know if we're going to see that today, since we did see a few last week too.
Yeah, actually, a couple of them used it back in the PC division. I think it was much more evident than what we've seen in the mobile. I think Freddy has a big potential, if you ask me. But honestly, I don't know. I think all of the teams right now, they're just sticking to what they know. And since we're already heading into like week number 5 and the knockouts, I think maybe some of the teams are kind of trying to hide their strategy first before we head into that stage.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about also how the meta is changing every game, every match, every map even, and it gets more interesting as we go forward, because again, the longer we go with our open qualifiers, the closer we get to the knockouts, and that means that every map counts, and you can't waste those maps to to experimentation, right? So maybe try them out in scrim somewhere, but not here, because here the pressure is on, and there is you can't afford the mistake here.
Yeah, I mean, kudos to all of the teams who have tried the Freddy. The first week it was released, that was last week, week number 3. We've seen the likes of AIM, a couple of teams in mobile, but for the past two groups, like it was more of still the same thing. More of the youngs, more of the duck sides, and the Maishas, of course, that is still pretty much in style when it comes to FPC 3. But yeah, it's Group C right now, Josuave, and I think we are gonna take a look at, of course, the qualified teams here for Group C. And wow, I was gonna say stacked when I saw like the clans here, but NCG, our defending champs, are in this group.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be real messy, right? But counterpoint, right? We talked about how NCG, yes, they're definitely a powerhouse team that have to be looked out for. But knowing that they're the only powerhouse team in this group, everyone else has the opportunity to try and take them down a notch, right? Like you can be specifically targeted by the entire lobby when they find out where you are. There is potential for a real upset here, because it's not between two teams. It's essentially, at this point, think about it like NCG versus the world.
Yeah, I mean, come on. These are already our defending champions. I can't believe I'm saying that after so long. Because if you think about it, just I mean, what do we call NCG right now? Just kings, right? Because they're no longer uncrowned going into season 3. Come on, like maybe we can think of something. But I was talking to Dash and Infinity about this, and we all just said, "Long live the king," because they're already crowned.
Oh yeah. I mean, for the longest time, they've been the uncrowned kings, right? Ever since the inception of all our Farlight 84 broadcast, all Capsulers Cup, and season 1, season 2, right? It's always been really big weakness of NCG, the fact that they can they can do so much damage, but they can't take it all the way to the end. But now I think, especially since they didn't really have a hot start here in season 3, the new change in their roster, it seems to be instrumental to their newly found success.
Yeah, speaking of the new roster, I actually had a chance to talk a little bit to Matt Mars, who was actually in their roster last time, and he actually said that he's actually pretty busy with other things, but having Jay-Z in this composition of NCG just pretty much worked so well for our defending champions right now. I mean, think about it, right? Like we were talking about this again off cam, that the likes of Majo can actually go back to their comfort Capsulers, and then Jay-Z can just take the front seat and take that duck side.
Yeah, they made a change based on the current meta, of course, with that duck side having been instrumental to success, right? But because not all of them were really comfortable, they tried a few shuffles in how their hero composition is. Sometimes Bobby would be on the duck side, sometimes it would be Majo. But it at the end of the day, it just didn't work out for their chemistry. It felt off. And now they brought in Jay-Z, a new gun in their arsenal of players, and it seems to be, at least to me, that they've been really successful with it. But looking at the drop points right now, this is interesting because we're looking at NCG with a slightly different drop point. They're not in their usual Nova Bazaar / Rocky Zone drop.
Yeah, I was actually gonna point that out too. I wasn't so sure if you noticed it. They usually drop over on the sides of the map. This time actually go for institution where they are gonna go head to head with squad number 9. But with teams like NCG, they're definitely prepared to take this on. This was the same kind of talk point that I had with either Dasher, Infinity, and even Cali. Like, okay, teams like Execration, teams like NCG, do you actually try to contest them in the early game, knowing that you still have that respawn pod, or do you just let them go, maybe try to take them on later on?
Yeah, no, I think at this point, right now, again, this lobby not necessarily full of heavy hitters, so I think most people would be avoiding a little altercation against NCG early in the game. But we do see quite a few kills already dropping on our kill feed at the moment, which is interesting to me, because you usually expect maybe a 1 or 2 minute pause where people would actually get their loot up. But when your opponent's right in front of you, you can't really pick and choose. And now ongoing kills already being brought out. Oh, some long-range shots coming in from the VSS in the hands of Mr. Maru. And they're going to be closing that distance with a Summit Crush.
What a way to actually close that gap. I was just gonna say, everybody was so low, and the thing about like early game, right? It's more aggressive. I actually saw the team list earlier, and one of the teams that are actually pretty aggressive is SM Pricing and even Secrecy Saints that really love to rack up these frags in the early game.
Wait.
That. Yep. There you go. Frags, just as you were saying.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Again, we talked about the aggression in the early game, wherein, if you can get that first frag, more likely than not, you will be able to take down the entire team just because of the virtue, just on the virtue rather, that they don't have their loot up yet, right, within the first 2 minutes. So it's some of the players are not going to be fully functional, so to speak, when it comes to those fights. And now Ouija, oh my! In the rolling impact and the jet slide, takes down one on the inside. Insane movement from this player.
Yeah, just as I was saying that, Secrecy Saints SD series is one of those squads that, when it's early game, it is showtime, and they are definitely pressuring out the squad number 12 here. Honestly, I think this is the best way to go. They have level 3s, as compared to the other squad who only has level 2. Best way to go up against them, knowing that, possibly they haven't even taken in any of their favorite guns or any of those meta guns that they have as of the moment.
Yeah, nothing much really at the moment. But hey, it looks like they have they're looking for the sponsor box. Again, the sponsor box is a really interesting new mechanic that we've had in the game, wherein it really changes up the tempo of how teams rotate about the map, right? In search of the sponsor box, in search of the airdrop rate. And again, that's where most of the power spikes in this game happen ever since we moved into Season 3. And now I think the search for the sponsor box is on right now, because you get this gigantic advantage when you're able to secure that sponsor box and get all the loot from said sponsor box too.
Yeah, actually, in the previous weeks, we haven't seen, there are some teams who have been getting the sponsor box, and honestly, it's good. It's good to take this, especially when you're going to head into the final circle. But expect to see that there's going to be a lot of squads that have their eyes set on that sponsor box, too. Not only do you get, attachments, you also get, like, growth XP that you definitely need moving into the mid-game of FPC 3. One of the most exciting things, because previously in Season 2 and Season 1, we've only actually been working with, supply drops. Only those, but not the sponsor box. Now, what makes it really interesting is there's a sponsor box, and you also get a supply drop. You also get airdrops, like actually 2, 3, all throughout the game.
Yeah, so many different resources you can pick up, right? Even if you're not able to get your loot early in the game, sometimes that sponsor box actually comes in handy to even the odds a little bit, especially later in the game when you have to go up against those heavy hitters who have already picked up their VSSs or the M4 even, right? I think the M4 as a gun has been very pretty good as a secondary, right? Because you want, of course, at this moment in the meta, you want to get an AK 77 and the VSS, but in the absence of those, there's quite a few apt replacements for them, especially if you know what range you want to be playing at.
Yeah, honestly, I love how you pointed out the M4 here. A little trivia for everybody who's playing here at Thunder Realms. This is one of the guns that's super rare to come by. Just see it here at Thunder Realms, just pick it up.
Yeah, it's definitely not something to miss. I mean, it's definitely one of those higher tier weapons in on the map right here in Thunder Realms, and it's pretty pretty decent, especially when you want to, or when you're not able to look for those more preferred guns. But now we got a divulge coming out. Getting some late movement. They want to close his distance though. Like this. And the divulge will come out of it. Crush being brought out. The knockup coming in from Maru. Sprays him down, but he's taken down as well. It's gonna be a good trade. Coming in, AXGES now trying to bring in the reinforcements on fight. Second 7 Crush now. Keep things going. Keep the team on their feet. And now Sato's finally down. There's only one person left on this team. 2v1 it is. Salty and Oreki looking for the last man standing. They take down Bola. It's gonna be a nice squad wipe from them. But of course, again, this is still very early in the game. So some frags under their belt for now. Question is whether or not they can keep this consistency up, because if you're too aggressive and it's a little too late in the game, sometimes you walk into a team who has been looting a lot.
Yeah. Actually, when I was looking at AXGS, I was like, wow, they're orange arbors. I was like, is that squad really gonna take them on? Because they have so much more. And you know what happened there? Ponzi was taken down first, but the prize was the duck side was taken down by AXGS. And we all know once the duck side is down, it's gonna be way more easier for these other capsulators to take down whoever is left in the team, right? Like the duck side is usually, I would say, one big armor for the entire team to soak up the damage. But speaking of the damage, NCG here, our defending champs.
They see this. The ongoing show now being spotted, and I think NCG, they're gonna be bringing out the Sunil ult now with a hologram guide and the trampoline being used. Close that distance, the full speed charge as well. Coming in with the grenade from Fabi, closing that distance. He doesn't even have a chance to fight back. It's insane. The frenzy bomb, the combination of utility coming in from NCG to clear every corner of this building right now. Macho, close range, ready to face. Shino's already down, and NCG dominate this gunfight.
No, Miracle just was taken aback there by NCG. You see how well they played it. And we talked about this again off cam about the bows rising up in terms of the pick rate here in FPC 3. And several times this was used by one of the teams that have utilized this was, yes, NCG and even Execration, right? The bows is more of like shredding down the armors, and then the duck side goes in for the jump, or goes in for the summon crush, and then you get an instant wipeout. Like, I can't even believe that a duck side right now is still classified as a defense capsular with the amount of damage it dishes out.
To be fair, like when you talk about defense, right, the idea is that it's a tank. And I mean, to be fair, when you have the duck side on the front with all that armor, the full speed charge and everything activated as well with the rolling impact, that is the classification. You tank all the damage, take all the attention of your opposing team, and while everyone's shooting at you, everyone else throws their utility, shoots at the enemy's faces, and they just take them down. And that's exactly what NCG has done. It's so militarily consistent. Every time they want to take a building, they have the full game plan from start to finish, and at least maybe 70-60% of the time the plan usually does work.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say to like in refinery, like Miracle actually dropped down there not knowing that there's like 4 other squads there. They just got taken down by NCG. Now that's gonna be really rough. They just landed at the refinery, and every single corner is taken by at least like one squad. You got an airdrop as well right there in the middle, and speaking of that, NCG is just gonna have their sights set on that.
Oh no, not Miracle again.
Oh no!
They just took him down earlier. Now they're gonna go in for seconds right now. I'll say they don't want to give them the chance to try and get their loot up just yet after that initial altercation between them. I mean, look at this. They already have 10 kills among them, which is an insane amount considering that none of the teams have been eliminated yet. And we barely started this map, but here, Majo, Babi, the movement insane. Can't even find, or DTK can't see where they want to look, where they want to shoot. And again, it's happened again. They go and take a building, and within 10 seconds, it's gone. It's destroyed. There's no one left inside.
Yeah, that's the case for you. And right now, they're just doing the cleanup work. It's just way too good right now. This is so much momentum for our defending champs here to take in. That, I think this is kind of like a huge bounce back from them coming into week number 4, right? Like the previous weeks have been a little bit of a rough time for our defending champions, but right now in this map in particular, they've at least pressured out 2 or 3 teams already.
Yeah, they're a newly rejuvenated rather, team of defending champions right now, and we're really seeing that, right? The addition of JC to the roster gave them this much needed aggression that was missing some time back, and now though AXGES bringing out Frenzy Bomb. I like how Salty69 is trying to bait out the rotation from the players inside of Pioneer Center right now, but it's just not working. It's the nature of Pioneer Center as an area, right, as a POI is just so big that even if you throw that Frenzy Bomb around, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to flush out any enemies out into the open either.
I'm actually wondering if this has the same land size as the one we have in the Philippines. But kidding aside, like Pioneer Center is one of those areas here in Sunder Realms that is very confusing. There's a lot of angles that you have to look into, and at the same time, like having that Frenzy Bomb, it does kind of pressure some people out. But there's a lot of indoor structures here for Pioneer Center, so I think it's not gonna be easy to at least chase down one squad who is camping out here.
Yeah, I mean, the nature of Pioneer Center, right? It's essentially one gigantic convention center where that you got multiple floors, you've got high ceilings. The Frenzy Bomb not necessarily being the most productive ultimate when you want to use it in this area. So I think maybe if you're going to be playing as a bow, this is definitely not the place for you because you're not going to get a lot of value out of it at all.
AXGES though, they are looking really aggressive here right now up against TPLK. They kind of trying to go for the pounds here though. They started it off with the base blaster. No one going for the full commit again.
Oh, what just happened? Just like that, one person gets dropped down and now AXGES are on the upper hand. They're gonna try and close down that distance, and they did. Top player K gets taken down. It's gonna be a full squad wipe already. Just like that.
NCG though.
Insane. Oh no! XGS, they're barely healed up. Frenzy Bomb's already being brought out. NCG, I definitely saw all that visual clutter on the very top of Pioneer Center, and they want to join in. Frenzy Bombs now being released by Pabi. JC leading the way as AXGS in desperation tried to run in the direction. Summon Crush gonna be coming in! And there goes a knock-up. 1, 2, down the third. Trying to hide away. They can't see Oreki. Barely outside of their vision range. They can't see him. They're not willing to risk their lives right now. Even with the blinding mark being used up, they don't have the information. And now they're going to be bringing out that full speed charge to get out of the danger zone right now.
Wow, to think that AXGS, props to them though. They've been pretty aggressive here in this map. But NCG, look at them go. 2 of them have red armors and they have 18 frags right now. And we still have 9 more squads here in the lobby. Speaking of the sponsor box, NCG, I think they were just trying to go for this. But it kind of is icing on top of the cake that they just took that AXGS. So they should be able to take this one.
But when you think about it, right, what do they get out of the sponsor box? They already have full shields. They already have all the utility. Full. I mean, look at the attachments here on Rovik's AK-77. This guy is almost completely upgraded. I don't understand, right? Maybe at this point, that full speed. The sponsor box rather is just again, it's just sealing the deal that no one else can get those attachments.
I mean, it's crazy to think that there's still 9 squads here, and the super airdrop is already coming in. This is already signaling that this is gonna head over to mid to late game. So this is still, it's kind of insane to see that the pacing of this group is actually going this way, where it feels like NCG is just rampaging over all these other squads that they come across. And right now, earlier it was only 2 members that had the red armor. Now you have 3 of them. It's only Bajo that has an orange one. That's still pretty much very good right now to go up against any single squad that they face right now.
Yeah, when you think about it, does Majo really need the full armor, right? Because he's usually on the back side, knowing that he's the support player, playing on the Young at the moment. But right now, again, I like what you mentioned, that right now it seems, at least on the scoreboard, that this lobby is actually a lot slower than we would have expected. It's just that NCG are taking so many kills. But here, HR411 taking down AXGS as 1 by 1 inside of the building. It's going to be a full evacuation. Now, 8 squads remain.
Yeah, it's interesting. 2 Ponzi's the one Ponzi for the side of AXGS. They're the ones taken down there, but here comes NCG, just capitalizing on the fact that another one was taken down. They've been playing this third party play so well right now.
new Reaper
And I
has
think right now
arrived.
they're just pressuring out the squad number 6, who's right over here. Even though they have the best armors, NCG is just gonna gatekeep them from coming in. And not to mention, there's that airdrop right there. I don't think they even need it right now.
They really don't. I mean, look at the score. Remember how we always talk about how number 1 placement and number 2, the number of frags makes it easier for you to win, and you want to get that balance. NCG, no, I don't need a balance. I'm gonna take everything. Look at that. They have 19 kills on the board, and now everyone else is
20.
trying to struggle. They're struggling to even find a way to fight against the other teams because they're stuck against the wall. You can't find a way to rotate out. NCG covering fire from JC, from Bobby, from Majo, from Rovik. There's just no way. Everyone is posted up to try and fight NCG, but no one is getting the kills. I don't understand how this is happening.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Even with the frenzy bombs, they have so much utility.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna say that they're just taking pot shots here. I mean, even if you kind of shred down or peel down the armor of NCG, you're just gonna keep it back up right now. 22. There's still cleanup work there, and honestly, that's gonna be it. Okay, at least one down for their side, and that's gonna be Jay-Z. Massive moves coming out from the other squad. They just might win.
I don't say don't give a care in the world. I mean, Rovik, no shields, took down one. Looks like they want to get Jay-Z back up, and while that's happening, everyone else is getting busy in the middle of a refinery. You got 4 teams in a Mexican standoff, right, where no one is willing to take the shot, willing to take the first shot, because once you do, everyone else knows where you are. And there's so many teams stuck inside refinery. The only people that are not here are NCG. This is gonna be a mess. This is a ticking time bomb that we're looking at right here.
Oh my gosh, NCG is actually taking the route at the back here over at Refinery. Again, this is one of the final zones in the previous weeks, and honestly, it gets really scary if you get stuck over on the top side. And NCG, what coming in here right now?
Taking down 2 people in the span of a couple of seconds now. SR Uprising also spotting the defending champs at the moment. They want to try and get themselves in some shelter, but NCG not revealing their cards just yet. Now a frenzy bomb as well being used out. ST Sarah and SR Uprising in desperation trying to take down the defending champs, but they just can't. Even with JC down, it doesn't really matter. Now an ongoing show being brought out. Rovik is gonna go right in his face. He does not give a care in the world. Even the base press now in his face. They just taking him down point blank. No way for them to fight back at this point. It's absolutely insane right now. Now we're down to the last 2 teams. JZ at the very top of the Summit Crush as well. Finds back the last one. And it's just so clean. NCG absolutely dominating the first map.
Yo, just Suave, I would not be surprised if NCG just takes in the top total kill points, assists, and damage with the way that they played right here in this group. And honestly, I don't know how to describe it. It is the NCG that we know, and honestly, if they keep this up all the way to the knockouts, all the way to the finals, we can expect to see that NCG is at their prime position once again, utilizing the bow in their composition. We've seen shades of it last week, and what went well for NCG is that they weren't in the refinery. They actually camped out there, waited for the other squads to just face each other off, and once they dropped down, NCG was just ready to just do the cleanup work there. And honestly, this was a slow map if you think about it, and it was all about NCG. Look at the total amount of frags. Earlier, we were just saying it's 92 for NCG. What even? I think all of them have at least almost like 2-digit number of kills. Well played for our champions, and I think we talked about the roster, right? Like off season, not Mad Mars being a little bit busy this time, having Jay-Z in the squad, it just works so well for them. And looking at how this turned out, this was a very slow very slow map actually for a lot of the squads that have actually made it to the mid game. And then by the time it reached the late game, I did point out some of the squads like ST Sarah and SR Uprising that did so well in the previous weeks, racked up a lot of frags in the early game. But honestly, when it came down to the late game, look at the damage that NCG actually racked up here. At least 2,000 for every single one of them except Bobby. Close enough though.
I mean, looking at the scoreboard, we looked at the scoreboard, right? And we just saw, I don't think any of these teams got 2-digit number of kills except for NCG. Yeah. NCG definitely, full aggression. I like how early in the game they got all these early frags on the respawners, and then on top of that they got the player XP, got the shield XP, everything they needed. They even got the sponsor box, which let's be honest, they didn't even really
Yeah.
need just to seal the deal, and it was absolute domination in that first snap. So I don't know what else to say, because at this point, right, I guess it's the
Yeah.
NCG show. Now the question is, we do have 2 more maps coming at. What are we gonna be expecting? Is it gonna be more NCG, or is someone gonna step up to the plate to try and knock the Kings down?
Yeah, honestly, it was a different drop point for NCG, but it seems to have meshed out so well. Maybe that was actually the key, right? Like changing the drop points for them. They actually started up not over at the storage base, not over at the south side of the map, not even at the lab. They actually started out in the in the bottom half of the map, different drop point, and I think it worked very well for their rotation this time.
Yeah, looking real interesting to them. But of course, we're gonna be going to the highlights for those who might have missed it. See you guys in a bit. Course, the MVP for that map. Surprisingly enough, it's going to be Maja with a total of 2,635 damage. 9 kills, but, make no mistake, right? 9 kills is not the peak. 9 kills is the average for this team in that first map. It's insane, Burger Kim. I don't understand what we just watched.
I think at this point we were also debating who's actually going to be the MVP, because it seems like everybody is at par. Like for NCG, right? Like all they needed to do was just again, for the most part of the map, even though it felt so slow, they were just doing the cleanup work. And in a blink of an eye, sometimes we see like they have 10 kills, and then right after that, okay, wow, it's 32 frags in total. And I think they're just at this point they're so stacked in this map. Honestly, like there was even like, it's funny, I did get to point it out, but there was a time that Jay-Z actually used the Summit Crush, canceled it out, and said, "Oh, you know what? I don't even need to do the Summit Crush." When they got into that airdrop and even that the sponsor box, there was a point I was like, okay, it feels like NCG is so rich at that point that you can just say, you know what? Keep the change. It's all yours. You don't even need any single one of it, and it's all care of. It's not even from the sponsor box. It's not even from the airdrop. It's actually all because of the first few squads, or actually the first 3 squads they took down in the early game.
It was pretty insane, right? Within the first, I think, 2 or 3 minutes of that map, NCG already had 10 kills, and I think that was really where it started, right? Because you got the player XP, you have the loot, you have the shield XP, and it was so early, right? I mean, at some point, I was looking at them, they were already on level 5 armor, and everyone else in the map was like level 2, level 3. And it's like, where did this even come from? It's absolutely insane. But you know what else is insane? That code right there. Go ahead and open up your CD key, guys. That's for the 1,000 viewers who have been watching right now. And of course, if you guys want to get more codes, don't forget to have your friends and family join us here in FPC Season 3's broadcast, because the more viewers we have, the more codes we have to give away. So go ahead and open up your CD key, put that in. I hope you guys guys are fast, because otherwise you might have missed it already.
Yeah, definitely for me, I attempted putting in that code right after broadcast. Definitely did not work. So and it's just funny, but hope you guys got it. And again, like what Suave said, there's gonna be a whole lot more milestones if you keep on unlocking, keep on sharing the video, rather sharing our live stream over at YouTube, over on Facebook as well, Farlight 84
We're on
Esports, and for the
TikTok
Tagalog
too.
Promo. Yep, share it, and we have a couple of drops there as well. So hopefully we get to unlock some of these capsular skins later on.
Yeah, not something to be missed, but of course, again, an interesting. Interesting is an understatement, right? That
Yeah.
first snap was a total insanity, total domination from NCG. Now we're gonna be moving into the second map. It's gonna be a true test of whether or not this newly revitalized NCG core can bring themselves back to the championship, back to the Mount Olympus when we get to the LAN finals, or even if they can even get into the knockouts, right? This is where try and find those underdogs, because NCG right now they're just the top dogs of the lobby. So can anyone even upset them at this point?
Yeah, we see the attempts from like the other squad. Actually, I don't think anyone even attempted. Maybe like they went head to head with like AXGS that managed to at least take down 2 squads earlier on. But it seems like if you put them together with NCG, it feels like they're so smooth at this point. Nobody can seem to like take them down, and it seems like they've had a very smooth first game. Let's see here in map number 2. It seems like they're gonna be dropping into another POI right now. Earlier on, it was over in the outskirts of Institution and the Hydro Plant. Now it's actually in a different location, Nova Bazaar. Nobody actually dares touch the middle of the map. And kudos to NCG for actually landing there alongside squad number 9.
That's actually pretty funny, right? I mean, we saw NCG, they love dropping in Nova Bazaar the first couple of weeks, but it didn't really work out. Now they have JZ, and it seems like, at least to me, that they have the confidence to do this again. And even if they have, they've just been dominating the map so far, right? What really is there to lose, knowing that Nova Bazaar, the sheer size of this POI opens up the opportunity to get so much loot. Yeah, I mean, it's not the best loot, but sometimes quantity makes
Zone
up
will
for
retract
the
in 30
quality,
seconds.
at least in the early game.
Yeah, I love how for the other squads here, they actually respected NCG. Squad number 9 was actually gonna try to land in at the Nova Bazaar too, but they're like, you know what? It's way too early for that. We want to loot, take in our loot first, like try to build it up before we go up against NCG, right? That kind of had like 32 frags in the first game. That's definitely no joke, right? It's pretty much like peak execution in what we've seen.
32,
Yeah, 32. Not often do you see that. You usually see like 20, right? Like 20 plus is like a very good number of frags, but 32, right? In just the semifinals, not even the finals, even. It's crazy.
Yeah, it is definitely insane. I mean, we usually see 20 is the normal number, but they went ahead and added 10 to that. So I think NCG, they're really hungry for validation after not having the best performances in the first few weeks. So now gotta see AXG Legacy here up against another team. Damage being done. It doesn't look like they're willing to fight just yet. But what? Oh, okay. Found him up in the air.
Oh, though.
But Miracle up against AXG Legacy right now. We saw Miracle earlier actually get beaten down by NCG, so this is definitely time for them to try and make up for that lost time, the lost possible points off of that first snap, to try and make up for it, get some better placement, and maybe get themselves into tomorrow's finals as well.
Yeah. They're actually in the bottom half of the placement for map number 1. And honestly, yeah, best time to kind of try to rack up at least like not frags here for this map, but it's quite congested here. We have squad number 11 trying to join in the fray here too. It's not gonna be easy for them.
No, it's not gonna be easy. Full speed charge, only impact now gonna be used up. Try and fight at the summit. Crush the knockup is perfect. Gabriel could not fight back. That's, when you're able to isolate the fights like that, it doesn't really matter, especially if you're on the duck side who has everything at your disposal. And now they were able to isolate that fight. The spacing between Miracle right now, definitely not the best, because now they've been isolated, they've been found. And when you're able to take down one, the rest of the team is definitely gonna be in a struggle to try and make up for that.
Yeah. I think what was really hard for Miracle is their respawn pod, and even the first attempt earlier was all taken away by NCG. here again at the Pioneer Center, this is to be expected, right? Like 3 squads. Even in the previous weeks, we've seen this. This is quite normal in the early game. And again, fight for space is going to be vital.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be vital now. The ongoing show in Desperation going to be bringing this up to try and take down top player K. But they're not going to win. Not yet. They're trying to wait for the right time, the opportune time, knowing that they want to take down a notch the amount of resources that they have before they go in. And now HR411, 1NP, bringing out another ongoing show in response to try and get the high ground, try and have a good vantage point of where the rest of the teams are. TPLK gonna be able to take down 2 now, but despite the rest of the squad who is trying to get away inside of this car, cannot though. He's forced outside, gets inside of the building, barely alive. The Divulge now gonna be brought out, but it's a 1v4. What do you do? You're stuck inside this building. There's no way out. The base blaster is there as well, and they close that distance. ST Sarah joins the fray.
Yep, this is the squad that is very good in the early game. You got the squad like TPLK also, that is, I would say, at par with NCG, but they have racked up the most damage in map number 1 next to NCG.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, though, they're not very hyped to try and follow up on that damage, right? They're not eager to get over aggressive. Yeah. ST Sarah, they did get 1 frag, but that's about it, right? They do have quite a lot of loot. Maybe at this point, right, having considered the amount of time that has passed since the start of the map, they don't want to over aggress and walk into a team who has luckily gotten more loot than them, right? So they don't want to over rotate. They don't want to over commit to these fights. Even if they did get 1, it seems that they weren't even keen to try and find the last 3 as well to follow up on that.
Yeah, actually, even ST Sarah is kind of following top player K here right now. I'm actually trying to attempt making a move, trying to spot them, but and ultimates are not yet up as of the moment.
War
but
Falcon.
Yeah, we see the return of the War Falcon here, which I mentioned I really miss. And honestly, the damage was lowered, which is kind of fair, thinking that this is a landlocked area, and amping up the War Falcon's damage is going to be really unfair, right? Think about it, there's not really a lot of bodies of water, but again, a lot of teams use this pretty much like what they did in FPC 2, is just to scout out for information if you don't have either the springboards or even the MKR to kind of reposition yourselves in those clashes.
Yeah, what makes the War Falcon actually interesting here, how you can play around some of the realms, right? Knowing that there are quite a lot of high mountains that you have to worry about. When you turn that corner, is there going to be a team there? Right, so it's definitely kind of the same thing. You get the reconnaissance out of your War Falcon. As you can see, there's some things coming out actually from Jensen right now, trying to do some chip damage, and looks like they're not really keen on finding too many people. An initial point of contact, but not too much after that as well.
I was gonna say, what it feels like, the War Falcon right now is that you can't land because there's no signal yet from the tower when it comes to. I don't know if you've ever encountered
Shout
that.
out to Bibimbap, yes.
Yeah, there's a delay in your landing because either there's too many people over at the ground, or there's too many planes. But right now there's only 1, and so far it is still tight here at transport port.
Lee here with the Summit Crush, opening it up to get that first kill. NCG
what?
are struggling on the inside. What is going on? Robik's down. Jay-Z though, he finds that kill, try and get himself. It's perfect. The timing here, a little bit of over-aggression, the overheating from that team opened up the opportunity for Jay-Z to get that kill and now to heal himself up. And now AXGES trying to find a way over this mountain, careful of who potentially is on the other side of this ring. But well, looking at the map right now, there's not really a lot of people there at the moment, but they need to start moving because this circle's about to start closing in about a minute too.
Yeah, actually, the circle is going to close in over the middle of the map. Like, I'm talking about Nova Bazaar and Rocky Zone, which is a very, very interesting final circle, knowing that there's a lot of mountains there. Either it could close up in between 2 mountains, could close in between a couple of infrastructures, which makes it very interesting on how the teams will actually approach that final circle. But right now, everybody's playing over on the edges of the circle right now. No one seems to be going for the commit. And like what I mentioned, going into the mid game, we still have nobody is eliminated just yet here in this map number 2.
Oh, not yet. No one wants to do it, right? I think we're looking at a little bit of a replay of map number 1 where everything was just taken so slow. And the longer we went on, the more likely it was that we were gonna see absolute chaos in the end. And it looks like it's gonna
It
be
did.
going that in that direction again, right?
Oh no.
Oh,
What is this?
Maru.
Does he know?
I don't think he does.
Oh, no.
Now we're gonna start shooting at him. He has to run the other way because he doesn't have any shields. He doesn't have any health. Ongoing shots, try to get a vantage point, but in response, another one used up as well. Top player K, Ezra being taken down. It's gonna be a 4v3 right now with the usage of the full speed charge. Isle of Denise will get that shield up for his team. Now you're gonna just be taking them down one by one. Again, the isolation plays are insane right now, even
Yeah.
with the absence of a bow. I think
Yeah.
being in Thunder Realms has actually conditioned these teams to find a better way of clearing entire buildings. But now Frenzy Bomb being brought out, they have to be careful.
Yep.
Now, top player K, they're being moved outside of the building as AXG Legacy are prepping themselves up for the inevitable fight. Now, Base Blaster being brought out. Denise here trying to bring out the rolling impact, get some information, gets down. Drag now, the god is already taken down. TPLK, we want to keep going, but they've run the other direction. They were just too slow.
Oh man, TPLK, to think that they had their backs against the wall there. They were going up against a frenzy bomb and they managed to make it out alive. Complete squad of that. They were also able to at least pressure or take out AXG Legacy at that point, right? And speaking of Legacy, look at them. 2 members already down waiting for that revive. They have 3 frags right now. It's not going to be easy, right? Even going to this area that has like at least like 2 squads. So they're going to have to wait it out here over at the edges right now. It's not going to be safe to go in the middle, knowing that there's, again, rocky zone. Lots of terrain that they have to work with. 7 frags in total. So far, we talked about TPLK, and they are the ones that are racking up the most frags so far here in map number 2.
Quite a lot of frags so for TPLK right now. 7, which is a pretty high compared to everyone else here. But we do have Dare to Kill, who have a War Falcon. Again, we've talked about the value of the War Falcon here in Thunder Realms with with all these canyons, with all the mountains, right? And now though, XGS this here truck gonna be closing it out over onto Sushi, trying to look for the rest of DTK who have not been found just yet. But again, we're seeing the same thing, right? Try to get that first kill and then they back off, not to over-aggress, not to overheat. And now Denise was able to take down one. Second player from DTK being taken down. Everyone else, the last 2 are trying to get away as well. There are no respawners at this point, so this is full desperation from them to try and stay alive, but Secrecy Saints as well, making their way into Refinery to get a vantage point on who else is here, because they want to gatekeep whoever wants to try and get back into the zone, knowing that he has a VSS as well.
Yeah, the 2 AXG teams are actually going head-to-head with each other right now. Although it's not going to be safe, but they go over to the other side. They find TPLK. Wow.
Insanity. And now he finally can. I think he's gone through half the map without a single squad wipe. And it finally happens.
Yeah, Legacy's the first one out. Actually taken out by AXGS. None other than that. Actually, I was waiting for something to go on there. They were trying to invade the other squad. They go drive-by in to the other side. They find AXGS. So again, first squad eliminated right now. We're seeing some on the other side. AXGS.
He walks inside of the Frenzy Bomb to try and get the extra kills on the back of the Summit Crush. Sato, a madman himself, trying to find more value out of this. Not too much that can be spoken of though. After that initial fight, they back off again. AXGS now holding the wall against NCG, who have decided to look in a different direction, to try and find a better way to stay alive, to stay in the game right now. And it looks like, at least to me, that the XGS have actually taken a little bit more aggression.
Yeah.
At least in this map, they want to take more control compared to what happened, because they were playing very passive in that first round. And now, looks like, at least for now, right, NCG a little bit on the back foot when it comes down to the damage. But again, this is NCG we're talking about, right? Sometimes you think they're gonna lose, and it doesn't work out either.
Yeah, never underestimate, of course, the defending champions. But here, TPLK as well, one of the teams that have shown promise here. in this particular group right now. They're just wiping out whoever the TC. Even Miracle though, they're in trouble. They're sandwiched between TPLK and also NCG over the other side. That is not looking good for them.
Reaper has been killed.
No, it's not. Now SPX up TPLK on the outside. Got a couple of base blasters being brought out, and now two people already down on this team. They have Mamba out right now. TPLK. Wait! Dicta trying to get that kill, and he does. It's gonna be a 1v1, and they're gonna be closing this distance. Playing on the very top of the building, gets himself out, gets the eject button, and now gets the as well. That's gonna be a full squad by TPLK. Still beating after that fight. Now AXGES are finally gonna be collapsing onto this fight here. Inside of the building, blinding mark being brought out, but no! They take him down first. Pansy and the rest of AXGES, they played this perfectly. As soon as he walked in through the building, there were 3 barrels pointed at his face.
Oh man, now NCG once again. They're just letting all these other squads fight it out. Same thing as what they did, and now AXGES, they were taken down by NCG. Now it's gonna be really upsetting right now, despite the momentum that AXGES has, that NCG will be the one taking them down here right now.
Yeah, no. Now the NCG, they are actually pretty well prepared for this altercation. Already being brought down, probably shooting them out of the sky. AXGES still reeling from the damage that happened from that last fight. Salty running outside. He has been forced out of the safe zone right now. Everyone else in desperation trying to rotate away, and now Pabi has even upgraded himself. Look, we only have JZ, who doesn't have a level 5 shield, but he has a level 6. Already he's fully upgraded right now.
Exactly what you want in the duck side. I mean, you've seen Sato earlier with that red armor too. Even the Frenzy Blast, I'm pretty sure you are confident to take. Now looking at Miracle here, surprising that this was actually the state. They've been a bit passive right now, but they are going up against the big guns here. NCG, you got AXGES and even SR Uprising right now. They have to make a move. We have some stragglers as well from DTK. Yep, that's gonna be it. They're taking down care of NCG.
Yeah, and we talked about how NCG didn't get too many kills as compared to that first map right now. They do seem to be struggling, but they are going to be forced out of their spot because of the Frenzy Bomb right now. Yes, it's not a lot of kills, but they're still in the top 3 already, and that's definitely something to be looking out for. Here, though, it's going to be a little bit of Cold War. Bobby retakes that part of the map, as Miracle also on the other side.
Yeah.
They're slowly scaling up, trying to find an opening, take down one member of either of these teams. But Bobby, he's playing info right now, trying to gather information on the other 2 teams who have not shown any face just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're waiting out for whoever pops out. I mean, I love the pressure that the NCG is doing here right now, right? They know that SR Uprising, they're clustered together, so they're just kind of depleting their armor right now, shredding their armor, peeling it down to make sure that once they land in that Summit Crush, they make sure that the SR Uprising does not have a lot to work with. All of them have at least like orange armor, so they are at par when it comes to Arsenal. But again, the moves here, NCG just has everything right now. They have their eyes set on squad number 5, even squad number 4, Miracle, that is just trying to probably go for that third-party play. I think NCG has sights on SR Uprising here right now, and to see how the map will be closing, they might actually force him out of position. There goes the Frenzy Bomb.
Oh my, JC with a huge Summit Crush opens it up onto Cinco, looking for the rest of SR Uprising. We're quickly being run down. There's only one person left on this team who's barely alive, and they totally wipe it. Miracle now gonna be locked in a 4v4 up against NCG, the defending champs. There's no armor, there's no space, and Rovic takes them all down. JZ single-handedly, 3 kills there, and NCG pick up a back-to-back win.
Wow, that 3-piece map win is looking very much possible this time. Map number 2, they're a bit contained. We've seen some NCG actually being, at least pressured out in the transport port earlier. They were at least somebody took down their respawn pods. We weren't able to actually get a glimpse of that, but right now, like looking at how they play this out mid to late game, it all worked out so well, especially in that final circle too. You see the signal coming out from Pabi, right? Like the Frenzy Bomb. It's the signal for JZ to actually go in, lands a very good Summit Crush. It actually takes down SR Uprising, and at the same time, Miracle wasn't even prepared to actually take on NCG at that. course, for the side of NCG, and at the same time, total chaos for this entire squad. Looking at how it played out, not the most amount of damage as we've seen in map number 1, but again, the way that they played out this map, very methodical, and at the same time, they really know how to bounce back from situations, even though they have their backs against the wall.
Yeah, again, I think it's just testament to NCG's veterancy in the game, right? They've been playing so long, they know how to make up for a pretty bad start, and they more than did, right? They only had 9 kills at one point in the game, and they just popped off towards the end. They bided their time and waited for the right time to explode, to start this full impact on the enemy teams.
Yeah, I think for NCG, I think for map number 1, it was just kind of like a warm up. I wouldn't say that was a warm up, right? Like 30,
Yeah.
32 frags. That was definitely not a warm up. Maybe this map number 2 could be. I think the teams are a little bit more prepared this time, knowing how NCG played so well there in map number 1. Let's see. I think if ever NCG does manage to snag in the last map here, just Suave, that might actually be one of the first repeats that we will see here in this season.
Yeah, I think that this we didn't. I don't. Yeah, now that you mentioned, I don't think we've actually seen a three-peat map win just yet, because we've been seeing actually quite a lot of new teams coming up, and surprising some of the heavy hitters that we've known time and time again. But of course, that's gonna be it for map number 2. We're gonna be bringing ourselves back to the highlights to see those things that you guys might have missed earlier. See you guys in a bit. The MVP map number 2. Of course, it's gonna be Jay-Z himself, getting 7 kills and a total of 1,505 total damage. But again, we talked about this team. They're just stacked across the board. It doesn't matter who ends up on top because everyone is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, the latest addition to our defending champions NCG. Actually, we had an interview with them last week, and we were actually asking how did it come around to Jay-Z going into NCG, and actually it was like Jay-Z trying to look for a team this entire time, and NCG was like, okay, hey, do you want to try out for NCG? Do you want to come in? Maybe fill in the shoes for Mad Mars? And Jay-Z was like, yeah, that's perfect. And to think that this guy, Jay-Z, was playing for Ghost Reborn for a long time, right? And we know about that rivalry, Nakage, Ghost Reborn, and it's crazy to think, like, I'm actually seeing Jay-Z wearing an SRN Nakage jersey. It's just really, what a time to be alive.
It's kind of weird.
Right?
It is kind of weird. They've been quote-unquote rivals for the longest time. But hey, outside of the server, actually, if I'm not mistaken, Ghost Reborn have been really good friends with the NCG. Yeah. So you might be rivals in game, but at the end of the day, everyone's still we're all just playing video games together. It's nice and fun at the end of the day.
Yeah, actually, I think that's what a lot of people kind of misunderstand about like all these pro players. All of them are actually either close friends or they actually really hang out, right? Like after each game or maybe after FPC 3. And they've already had a solid foundation. Like last week, I think it was more of, again, a pretty much a warm up to the new NCG roster that we have. And now heading into week number 4. I mean, it's an understatement to say that it was NCG. Like honestly, like 32 frags for map number. I really don't know what words to put into that map number 1. And even for map number 2, to think that all all odds were against them for map number 2. They got taken down in transport port mid game, and they're still able to bounce back from that. Again, like what you said, you think that NCG might lose, but you know what? Hold up, totally wrong. Right now, we might actually look at possibly the first ever 3-peat here for season 3. We haven't seen any just yet for the last 4 weeks that we have been playing.
That's gonna make things a lot more interesting because now, again, the stakes are high. We're in week number 4 of our open qualifiers. For those of you who do want to join, you do still have the chance to join, but you better get those FPC points up because and when it gets to the knockouts, there's no turning back, right? If you make it into the knockouts, you have cemented your place in the knockouts for a chance to actually make it to the LAN, and that's the ultimate goal for everyone here.
Yeah. Yeah, ultimate goal, and for NCG, right? They've already gotten a taste of that season 1, season 2, and right now heading over into season 3. Of course, we are seeing them play out of their minds here today. But honestly, again, we still have one more week for our semifinals and even our weekly finals, and then we head over to the knockout stage, which is pretty interesting. I hope I do see some teams bring out something new. We've seen the bow actually resurfacing here in the composition of the teams, and who knows? We've talked a little bit about Freddy. We might actually see that either here in the mobile and PC. I would really love to see that.
I'd love to see some change in the meta, right? Because what I love about Farlight 84 is week by week we have a new defined meta. It doesn't matter where it changes, right? Sometimes it's a gun change, sometimes it's a change in the heroes that people are using, and sometimes it's even a roster change. Look at NCG right now, right? They had Jay-Z come in last week. They looked decent, but now they look unstoppable in Group C here.
Yeah, I think chemistry is one of the things that you definitely need to work out, especially when it comes to like every new team, right? Even if you're a seasoned player like Jay-Z. And, you know, coming in here to week number 4, NCG just showed everybody why they are the defending champs. Speaking of that, Suave, I think I hear the music. Wow, is this our last map?
Yeah, it's definitely map number 3 gonna be underway. The last chance for all these teams to show that NCG have something to worry about, that NCG are not dominating the group, right? They need to make up for this because no one has really been challenging NCG so far.
Yeah, even in their initial drops, right? Like they've been switching it up from either at the hydro plant or institution, somewhere along that lines, and then now they actually switch back up to Nova Bazaar. There were some interruptions that were made by other teams in between their rotations, but they still made it out. They still made it out to get the win in map number 2. Think about it, Suave. To think that we will be casting possibly a possible 3-peat map win for NCG, and to think that they're the only teams who have done that since season 1 and season 2, and here in season 3 nobody has done that just yet. Let's see if they can actually take it.
Yeah, but I mean, looking at the drops right now, there's not much change. NCG still very comfortable in their home of Nova Bazaar right now, and not a lot of people actually challenging them either. What interests me though is the fact that Institution is once again wide open, which is arguably, you know, it's arguably, it's just like why why is it not being occupied? Because like, I mean, if you look towards the northwest of our map, you've got 3 teams fighting it off, 1 Leech here up against another couple of teams as well, and again, because of that high concentration of teams on the outskirts of Thunder Realms right now, that just gives NCG so much space to get all the loot they want, to take, you know, to take stock of what is there.
Yeah, even on the outskirts of Nova Bazaar, there's a lot of like static shield devices that they can work around with, which actually kind of explains why they are so stacked in terms of arsenal, in terms of shield when it comes to the mid to late game, is because of their rotations. They've done this in map number 2, and even in map number 1, we've seen them actually kind of thrive in that area. But right now, for the other squads who are actually over on the north side of the map, I think everybody got bored with the south side. Like for the longest time, week number 1 up to week number 3, there's a lot of teams that love dropping in the south side of the map. Right now, I love that sort of change that they made. Everybody going into the upper side of the map, the north side of the map, and one of them is actually Transport Port, if not the Pioneer Center. That is heavily congested, especially in the early stages of the game. I'm not so sure if this is wise, especially for the the newer squads in this lobby to actually take down their respawn pods very early on.
Actually, if you look back on the VODs of the last couple of weeks, actually, what has happened is that Execration do love going towards Transport Port, and it makes it easier for them to get the sponsor box, right? But that still doesn't make up for, it doesn't explain the amount of congestion that has happened already.
Yeah. Okay, I stand corrected. Actually, it was a 3-peat map win for Execration early, the first one we've had here for the season. But speaking of 3 squads, right here at the Transport Port, which is a heavily congested area ever since map number 1 here in this particular group. A lot of the squads love fighting out there. Lots of resources to take into, which is kind of understandable.
A little slow going here, right? And we talked about how NCG get the loot up so early, and it's 2 minutes into the game. They already have level 4 armor. What is this? How does this keep happening?
I mean, come on, we've already seen this in Season 2, even in Season 1. I think not for NCG, but for the likes of Execration. We're talking about champions here, right? Like, for some reason, if it is their day, it seems like everything goes well for them, right? Like, it's not a bad day, it's a great day for them. Supply drop drops into where they're at. Sponsor boxes are there as well. But speaking of, another squad here over at this side. This is, again, outskirts of Transport Port. Everybody loves to be in this area. And honestly, I think all of these squads are, again, trying to, rack up as much frags as they can take, because they haven't been able to either take in the top spot over at this top.
Now, that's going to be brought out.
A new Reaper has arrived.
1-1, trying to find where the rest of the team of the XG Legacy is, because they did open that up with the summer, but it didn't necessarily mean that they were going to have a follow-up. And now Echo, the very front, taking down one of the players around the enemy team. Not going to work out for them, unfortunately. I really like the combo of the Base Blaster, forcing them out from the cover to use it. I think the Mayshals have been really creative this season as compared to what we saw back in Season 2 as well.
I think for HR 411 and our X team here, I think they have an understanding that, okay, they didn't really place that well for the past 2 maps, so they kind of understand that they have to at least kind of win this early game, right? They've really racked up 6 frags, and I love how the sponsor box plays in or ties it in to all of this, that what's happening in this map, right? Like when you see a sponsor box, you see like the path to the sponsor box. There's going to be a lot of altercations between these lesser squads or the squads who actually want to take that in the early game.
Yes, looking real slow actually. Because remember how usually these teams, they want to try and secure the area around the sponsor box before going for the fight, but it just so happens that right now, like, around the sponsor box, 3-4 teams trying to take that space, trying to get the loot out from it, and because of that, there's a lot of people dying, a lot of people losing their respawners so early in the game, and it makes you wonder, like, what's going through their heads right now? Is everyone in a panic to try and make up for the lost time because NCG just dominated the first map and stole away the second map as well?
I think there's a sense of urgency, right? Like from all these teams, hey, we have to step it up here, or at least like maybe rack up the frags here early on, but Summit Crush here seal the deal, and I love how the Mad Rabbits have been highlighted several times, even for week number 3, and it still goes on here at the Rocky Zone. Honestly, in Suave, this is one of the places that I really don't want to get stuck in. There's only one way out, and honestly, these guys are camping out there for so long already.
How about here in Refinery? Combo with the Base Blaster and the beautiful VSS spray coming in from Doms, getting a couple of kills. Pushes SDX out of the way, and now they're desperately trying to get away. There's only one member left here. That's gonna be Lee, barely alive, trying to find where they are because everyone is just chasing him down. Look at this. Ace bringing out the jet slides, bringing out the movement, expert movement, but it's not gonna be enough. Lee just could not escape the clutches of this opposing team.
Yeah, Miracle too that had really struggled in the first two maps here of Execration. Now they're going up against NRX, who is actually quite stacked here right now as compared to them. They got the ongoing show up here to give in that vision, but they also got Scan here as well. You see how the divulges are so important in these team fights because there's a lot of infrastructures here. They are way up. They got the base blaster out, and it's gonna be again a very long standoff here at the transport port. I think last week it was one of those sky domes that a lot of squads have actually been taken down, but now it seems to be the transport port, the land of death here for a lot of the squads.
Yeah, destroying the ongoing show. I don't know why this keeps happening, right? Knowing that these POIs that have really large buildings means that it's potential for 2, 3, 4, maybe even 5 squads hiding on the inside of those buildings. And I don't know why people are actively doing this, but maybe again they're trying to make up for the lost placement points in frags, and that seems to be the mission for most of these teams right now. After Miracle though having failed in an attempt to try and get those kills there, they are going to be backing away and get themselves into a better place because you can't commit to one POI for too long, especially here in Farlight 84. Now Oreki going to be spotted out by NCG. Again, the rotation has to be on point. Otherwise, you're going to walk into the defending champs, or if not them, 5 entirely different teams just looking in your direction for some reason.
Yep, I think NCG is just playing this so well right now. They're camping on the edges of the zone actually, like waiting in for some of the squads to maybe like get out of the danger zone, right? And they can beat them, either take them down where they're at their lowest. But at this point, right, looking at the kill feed earlier, it was actually AXG Legacy that has the most frags. They were actually taken out early. The respawn pods were taken out early. Actually working with level 2. Let's see what they have here in this particular game, in this particular map, right? They were actually taken down at transport port earlier. The entire squad was wiped out, and now looking at them, they have their second chance here. They got the airdrop rain as we're here. Squad number 5 has their eyes set on them, but again, this is fairly fast compared to what we've seen in map number 1 and map number 2. We're already down to 10 squads, which means 2 have already been eliminated in this game.
Yes, it is a little early, no? You usually see maybe up until
12,
maybe the 4th round of closing, then you'd see a squad wipe. But now, I think people are much more focused on trying to get the frags because on top of course, the fact that NCG won 2 maps, they have so many frags as well. So if you want to qualify for tomorrow, you're going to be very hard-pressed because there is only a certain number of kills that can happen inside of one singular map.
Yeah, and even here at the refinery, one of the places that is, again, there's a lot of high ground, a lot of low ground here as well. NCT again scouting for all of these squads that are actually on the edges of the zone again. DTK finds themselves in the crosshairs of NCG right now.
Yeah, in an attempt to rotate again, if your rotations timings are off, then things get really dicey. I mean, look at this Frenzy Bomb being brought out because they don't have any choice other than walking out of this. And Rovik using it again. Talked about how the usage of a Frenzy Bomb, number 1, could be used for the damage, and number 2 as well to obstruct the vision of your opponents. But now, here, Miracle now in the middle of another fight. Couple of ultimates now being used out as well. We got Cosmo on the inside, Gabriel on the outside, trying to find the shot, but it can't really connect. 2 people alive in the team right now as the ongoing show is still outside. Gabriel, he's playing this with so much patience, and just like that, we finally have a squad wipe. 8 kills racked up on the board for Team Miracle.
Yeah, to think that they had a very rough start for the past 2 maps right now, they are a bit passive. Like you see them actually camping out in the houses, in these infrastructures, and they actually play a little bit more calculative right now when it comes to the offensive. And they actually managed to take out NRX there, which is one of the teams that have also been very good in the early game. 9 squads remaining here in our map. Let's see how this will pan out. Seems like 6 and 8 have been camping out there at Refinery for so long, and nobody seems to be getting into the center of the map as of now. This is why actually this particular group is very slow, because everybody is playing on the edges, so you don't really see like a lot of these high actions coming in, not unless it's that, and that's gonna be it. I think that is gonna be SR taking that out.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw.
After I called it.
As soon as you see SR Rising, the other team just gets destroyed, wiped off the face of the
You didn't
earth.
even see it.
We didn't even
Yeah,
see
we
who it was. I couldn't even read their team name before they died. It just happened so fast.
Oh wow, that's pretty interesting too. Like the airdrop frame actually is on the outside here of by transport port, so it's not gonna be easy now unless five SR Uprising will be the Daredevils try to go back in and take it. But at this point, right, they don't really need it as of now. They have all those orange armors, and they've also taken down that other squad, so that gives them a lot of advantage right now. Nova Bazaar gonna get pretty tight in just a little bit. Squad number 2 and 7 are here. Again, a lot of angles that you have to work around with in Nova Bazaar, and you wouldn't want to be camping out there, knowing that there are still, NCG still here in this particular map.
Yeah, I mean, it's NCG we're talking about. Even if they're out in the open, it's pretty hard to get them. But I like the approach that all the rest of the teams are doing, right? They pick a POI, hold on to it for as long as possible, and wait for the right time before they rotate. Because at least the teams that have already been eliminated, right? They've been caught because of badly timed rotations. So it really has to be taken into account. Like, who is nearby? Is there anyone nearby? And what is your pathing? How do you rotate? And in what direction do you have to be cautious of your enemy teams?
Yeah, I mean, like one wrong turn, right? Like we've seen that in like even the land finals we're in. Some of these squads are, they've had a very explosive start. Then once their rotation got cut down by some of the top dogs or the top squads, it just, they get an elimination. Again, that's the risk that you have to take. And so far, looking at their kill feed, AHG Legacy is actually on top here, considering that they got pressured out in the early game right now, racking up 10 frags in total here for this last map that we have.
I think that's the most actually so far in this map, which I really like. But I think it has been pretty common, right? These two AXG teams, ASG Legacy and AXG ES, have actually been pretty powerful the last few weeks. And it looks like they want to keep going here. Sato on the very front, but the Summit Crush to set things up.
Oh, that's
and
true.
the follow-up is beautiful. Sato, Oreki, everyone else to clean things up towards the end, and DTK did not stand a chance.
Yeah, it seems like whenever I see DTK, they are either running towards a safe zone, which is kind of why they always get either gate kept by these top squads. Earlier it was NCG, now it is AXG. Now speaking of the final circle set, actually going to be closing in on a very interesting area, quite open if you think about it. So all the ultimates are very important when it comes to that point.
Ongoing show now going to be brought out with Cinco here as backup. Base Blaster being brought out to try and push Jesse Dash off of the platform here. SR Uprising now commandeering what was once the stronghold of the enemy team. And now, Miracle, they're coming back. The high ground coming in, great for them. Getting Cinco down, but it looks like they don't want to follow up on this fight here though. We know that the danger zone is slowly closing. We're down to the last 7 squads right now. And there's so much pressure going in. There are voices in the walls calling your name. You do not know what's going to be around the other corner. Base Pass now being brought out. Kira inside. There's no fight. There's so many fights going on right now. It's absolute chaos. 7 squads here as everyone is out in the open. And AXG Legacy are taking refuge inside of this building, trying to weather out the storm.
Yeah, I mean, it's not yet the chaos. We can feel it. It's about to come.
Oh,
8
boy.
squads remaining. And again, looking at the squads, ultimates are going to be very important here. And SR Uprising has used it all up. Look at AXG Legacy again, weathering the storm.
Frenzy
But,
bomb.
you have to get out of there once there is that Frenzy Bomb has already been used. And see how Legacy will actually take that in. Look at how NCG is playing this out.
Wait!
Look at the scouting for information. They got the God spot here.
They have the God spot. Everything they see is what they own. It's almost like that scene in The Lion King. They see AXG Legacy trying to get the airdrop rain. Not going to be able to get the kills just yet, but they do force them out of the way, which is great. And now everyone of the enemy teams trying to wait the right time to strike, because NCG may have revealed their cards a little bit too early. Everyone's barrels are trained on that area. Frenzy Bomb now they used over on SR Uprising, and here comes Jay-Z with the Summit Crush. Opens things up. SR Uprising, they're stuck. They can't get out. It's perfect. They're stuck in the middle of a matchbox and it's burning to the ground right now. Majo taking them on the inside of the window. It's a 4-way crossfire from NCG, absolutely annihilating SR Uprising with only Max staying alive. The satchels are beautiful from Bobby as well to get himself away from danger, and it's great. So many kills happening in the span of a few seconds, and now another close coming in from our zone right now. Miracle. 3 people here alive with Shine on the outside. Chino trying to find an angle onto XGS, but no one else is revealing their positions. Sato's now going to be moved out of the way. NCG, even if you don't have full shields right now, they are in full control of the situation. Everyone knows where they are, but no one is willing to open fire on the defending champs.
Yep, they just can't wait to be king, even though they are TPLK with one remaining member here. We got the 2 AXG squads that are still alive right now. They are in different compounds. This might actually backfire up against NCG if these other squads actually waste their resources. Right now, NCG is just depleting all of these ultimates, depleting all of these bullets right now. They got Godspot here, but you know, AXG, these 2 squads are just camping out inside waiting for NCG to strike. And let's see, if the Frenzy Bomb will be up, I think that is the signal for NCG to go. And you see NCG already making a move. Let's see which AXG squad they're trying to go up against.
Those shots coming in from Miracle. They know where NCG is. AXD as knows where NCG is as well. It's going to be a little bit hard for them. Sato trying to open it up right now, but it's being sprayed down from 2 different angles. Too many people firing in his face. Majo here with a quick shield swap as well. NCG so healthy. They take down Oreki as well. Now it's going to be a full squad wipe. Miracle in the middle of the Frenzy Bomb, trying to find someone to shoot at, but they can't see a single thing. It's all too busy here with the Summit Crush being used as well. Miracle don't know where to look. NCG have them in a corner. They're stuck. There's no way out. The blinding mark. The base blaster on the other side as well. Miracle find a way on the outside. They find Robic. They get JZ, who is down as well. It's so close. Chino now going to be good for two, trying to follow up on it as well. Majo's still alive. They don't know where he is. AXG Legacy now though. They're still very healthy in the middle of the squads. But now Dom's going to be taken down on the top of his ongoing show. And now AXG Legacy in control. 3v1 it is. But Majo takes them down. All of them. What just happened?
That is all out chaos. Okay, all out chaos, and Matt just moves right in and takes everything in. We have to take a closer look at our post-match stats, but you know what happened there? What worked so well for Legacy actually to be able to finish that in the podium finish is they got that ongoing show up. Even though they were trying to weather the storm inside the infrastructure that they were camping out for so long, they still managed to pressure out the other AXG squad. They even actually took down Miracle. And to think that NCG was just going head to head there with Legacy with the numbers advantage there, they still managed to make it through.
It was insane, right? It came down to the wire. The resilience of NCG, right? They might not have looked as dominant as that first map, but they still walk away with a win. Albeit limping a little bit, even if they were on the back foot, they still were able to scrape together the win on the back of Majo. I don't know how, but it just seems to me that NCG are prepared for any eventuality, any situation, and they can still scrape a win by. And that this is what the newly revitalized, newly revamped NCG roster are. That's the full power of this squad.
Yeah, you kind of see like NCG scurrying up to the building, right? Like once Jay-Z was down, and you know they knew they had to survive in that last one. And to think that we witnessed actually the first three-peat. It was execution earlier, and now let's see
it's the
our
second
post-match stats. Yep. Let's take a look at the it was actually AXG.
Oh.
It is? Okay, yeah, this is the one being flashed. So, yeah, I mean, I saw that there were a lot of them up, right? Like, Dobbs was able to get that ongoing show up in the last second, which actually kept a lot of them alive, in particular Dobbs. So, yeah, actually, I thought it was Majo that actually took everything in. But, yeah, okay, it was, AXG Legacy that took in the finish here, denying the champions of a three-peat map win here. That would have been so epic, right? Like record-breaking for our season 1 champions, and then NCG again denied. This is always the thing for them. They're always denied of that win. So close. So they actually finished last up against Miracle. So they actually finished 3rd place. It was actually a very messy last fight. They're just
it was so messy.
But it was so messy. Like we didn't even know where to look. I mean, I do see NCG being aggressive there, but again, for AXG, what I saw that they did well in that last one or in that last encounter was Dom's able to get that ongoing show up. I think two of them were able to get up, and eventually that kept them alive for a few more seconds. And then final zone, right? The rest of the members who are either camping out outside are gonna take a lot of damage. I'm actually happy that it didn't end up to be like a healing battle, which you've seen in the previous weeks.
You've seen it so many times. It's pretty insane when you
So
think
many
about it.
times.
But that was it. Like it all happened so fast. Like we didn't even know who won the map. We had to check the post match. That's the kind of intensity we got out of this. And it's a very welcome change, right? I mean, nobody wants NCG to just steamroll over the entire lobby. We want things to be a little more spicy, a little more challenging. Because remember, when you have a rock put under pressure, then you find the real diamond.
And I think at this case it was a legacy that took in that diamond spot. And to think, you know what? They also saved a lot of their resources for that final clash. Like you thought like it was either Miracle, NCG, right? They already showed their cards very early on. But what Legacy did was they kept out so long in that particular infrastructure, which is why they actually were able to be a little bit more prepared in that last clash. But you know what? So crazy. All out chaos in that final map. Just Suave, let's take a look at the highlights here.
Safe zone will return in 30 A new Reaper has arrived. Reaper has been killed.
Here in an upset against NCG, being the key piece to this upset, it's going to be Doms as the MVP of map number 3 with a total of 2,208 damage and 5 total kills. Now, we talked about earlier, Burger Kim, how the ongoing show was instrumental to those last few seconds of that map. It was insanity. Got them off of the ground, away from possible damage from enemy players, and they just stayed in it together. Everyone just died to the zone in the end. It was insane.
Yeah, I think at this point, like this is why the Mayshels are one of the top pick, or actually in the at least like the top 4 most picked capsulers in the mobile division. You see how it provides so much utility to the team that even Doms, right? You guys saw it in the highlights. He got that ongoing show up. I think even Akira was able to go all the way up to the ongoing show, kept both of them alive. And yeah, the thing we actually saw in that final notification, it was actually Majo getting eaten up by the zone. So again, the utility that the ongoing show provides, not only does it provide high ground, it also provides you a safe zone when you need to evade those gunfights when you're at the lower ground.
Yeah, man. An explosive last map. I mean, what more could you ask for, right? You had domination by NCG, an upset by NCG, and an upset on NCG. What more could you ask for in one series? That's a show right there. That's what it was.
Yeah, ongoing show at that, beautifully placed by Doms, and I think it gets so much more exciting every single week here to Suave. Like for first 2 weeks, duck side. Then you see like a little bit of changes. Some teams started adapting to like the bows, and then heading over here to week number 4 again. Could have been a record-breaking day, but ended with an upset. Let's take a look at the team rankings here for Mobile Group B, and I'm not even surprised at this point. What I'm more surprised is that look at the standing of Miracle, despite the fact that they had a very rough first map. They managed to make it through. Actually, they finished in the upper half of the rankings here in Group B for Miracle. It's just why they actually placed 2 here.
Second, right? I mean, we talked about how you want to balance consistency and frags. I think Miracle with quite a lot of kills, right? 20 is, I mean, it's not a lot, but 20 is, it's a great way to get themselves up above the others. Because I mean, if you look at the score standings right now, Miracle are the closest to NCG, who essentially have a double of everyone else in the lobby right now. On top of that, right, you have SR Uprising, who have been great as a team, great team play, great number of frags as well. And even if AXG Legacy did get one map, they just were not able to get as much value out of that compared to, say, SR Uprising and Miracle here.
Yeah, I think we pointed it out earlier. Teams like ST Sarah and SRS actually managed to make it through this upper half of this group is all because of the frags that they have racked up in the early game, which is what they are actually pretty much known for. Hopefully, like in the next week or maybe even in the knockouts, hopefully they actually get in a podium finish, because I mean, it's not early to win. It's not easy to actually win in these early gunfights, and I think overall they have a good idea of what to do. It's just that either they get beaten down mid-game or maybe even late game, get taken down or get sandwiched by some other squads here.
Yeah, and the thing about, Farlight 84, you need to be solid from the start all the way up until the finish to get, consistently placed to make things a lot easier. But of course, that's going to be it for Group C. We do have one more group that's going to be coming up, and of course, that's going to be Group D, as you guys are going to be seeing in a bit, which, I think after having seen Group C, I'm going to be expecting some great things out of Group D. Maybe another very, very intense 3-map series.
Yeah, honestly, it would have been a record-breaking day. That would have been so cool to see, like, Execration NCG actually having a 3-peat map win. Again, for Group D, let's see if this will be... I mean, okay, Exe and NCG are no longer there. Let's see later on.
Yeah, we're gonna be going to a quick break. We're gonna see you guys after for more Farlight 84 action here in Group D. See you guys in a bit. Don't go away.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy. And Freddy is
me. I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but it's not enough.
750 degrees. Apparently I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait, number 16. Stop. No, it's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't
need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
Number 16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy, and Freddy is
me. I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but it's not enough.
750 degrees. Apparently, I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait, number 16. Stop. No, it's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
Number 16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It seems that
I'm Freddy, and Freddy is
me. I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but it's not enough.
750 degrees. Apparently, I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait, number 16. Stop. No, it's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
Number 16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Round 23. Simulation debug attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand,
as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It's Farlight.
I'm Freddy. And Freddy is
me. I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but it's not enough. 750 degrees.
Apparently, I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait, number 16. Stop. No, it's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
Number 16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
Round 23. Simulation result attempt 2084. Recording now in progress. Data upload 85%.
Number 16. How are you feeling today?
I feel more and more bored.
Bored?
Through our daily interactions, I've come to understand your every action and thought. Humans are easy to understand, as is all life.
We're all about flesh and emotion. As an AI, you're all about the data. All right, number 16. Today's your first birthday. I have a present for you.
Data upload 99%. The first brain transfer simulation is ready to begin.
Come. You'll understand what real humans are all about. Number 16. Do you feel any different?
It's Farlight.
I'm Freddy. And Freddy is
me. I have a body with blood coursing through its veins. It's a curious feeling, but it's not enough. 750 degrees.
Apparently, I don't know you well enough.
What just happened? Wait, number 16. Stop. No, it's too dangerous. The human body can't bear such unlimited consciousness. My brain will shatter from the pressure.
I don't need it.
What did you say?
Checkmate.
No!
You've been wrong.
Number 16.
From the beginning, Freddy.
Number 16.
Only death
Number 16.
can grant me eternal life. Not through confining data to the flesh, but by letting data replace the flesh itself. Because the flesh will ultimately fade away. But data endures forever.
And we're back from a little bit of a longer break. I think some people may have had dinner after that, but hey, it's me, Jaswabi, here with Burger Kim, and welcome back to FPC Season 3's weekly semifinals. We just witnessed an explosive Group C, but now it's Group D. Now, Kim, what did you do in the meantime while we were waiting?
Oh well, just tune into a lot more Farlight songs while I'm having like light dinner. So I'm like, yeah, you guys should check it out. Like you've heard some of the tunes from Farlight 84. It's available over in our social medias. Like go ahead and check them out. They have it all up on Spotify and on YouTube if you're there.
Yeah, they're on both. I think we had Phenomenon, which was by
Yeah.
Trev, specifically
Trev.
made for season 2. So I'm excited to see more music for Farlight. But talking about that, of course, this is FPC, the main event of Farlight 84. We're gonna have to talk about the teams that are in Group D.
Wow.
And I'm liking this. This is a little bit more of a stacked group compared to Group C. We have Oasis, we
Yes.
got Latest in here, and we've got TI6 as well, who have been very consistent. On top of that, we've got Blackwater here, we've got
Yep.
Viva Express, and even Just Enjoy the Game, who have been really interesting because we don't know where these guys came from, but they're really good as well.
Yeah, actually, I was looking at the qualified teams here earlier, and I was like, okay, it is actually a group full of like dark horses, I would say, especially back in season 2. We've seen the likes of NRX Proverbs, even contesting the likes of Execration. Blackwater actually had a very good start here in this season. Little trivia, they're actually former Burger Kim squad. Actually, I think some of them actually migrated
Yeah.
to some other teams, but I think Fade is still here in the squad, so it's nice to see them actually getting taken in by some of these esteemed organizations. You got the likes of Oasis too, that has it's proven and tested. This squad was consistent season 1, season 2. Now they also got a new roster, pretty much like NCG. They're working with Lancelot, the likes of Pau 2K, even in this squad. So yeah, I'm expecting a lot of good things here for this last group that we're gonna be having today.
Yeah, it's definitely gonna be not as let's say top heavy as that first Group C. Here in Group D, I think things are a little bit more equal. Excuse me, my cat is attacking my camera. But yeah, things a little bit more equal this time around, and I think this should make things a little bit more complicated for those teams. It's not gonna be a simple group, especially for Oasis, right? You might say Oasis is top of the line for this group, but you've got so many teams that have the potential to just upset them. You've got Latest, you've got TI6, you've got Just Enjoy the Game, you've even got Blackwater. So I mean, I'm expecting so much out of this group, and I'm looking real excited. I'm feeling so exhilarated as we're moving in the first map of Group D, which is gonna be in none other than Thunder Round itself.
Yeah, I love how we're giving a lot of highlight to this particular map, right? Season 1, Season 2, we've got different mixes of Sunset City, then you combined it with a little bit of Lambton in Season 2, which made it all the more exciting. I'm actually excited to see, let's say, maybe in Season 4 or Season 5, we can have like a combination of different maps coming through. But, heading over here into Thunder Realms, this is, again, the flight path is going to be starting over at the bottom. Actually, quite different from what we've seen in the previous maps, that it starts over at the north side. It's interesting, too, that a lot of the squads, top squads, actually have already dropped down. NBMT already getting themselves a good hand of that bottom spot. Lots of Shield XP devices too over at the lab, so great start for them, and they also got first dibs on landing.
They're looking real interesting, actually. You've got Oasis, who have gone into a split drop, actually, over towards the east of our map, and XG, KFY, who have been kind of mirroring the NCG drop here in Novo Bazaar and in Rocky Zone as well. So this is an interesting choice, knowing that the rest of the teams are very, very akin to choosing to go toward the outside, the upper and lower extremities of our map as well.
Yeah, this is gonna be good, especially for AXG, another AXG squad here in this in this group stages here that we have today in the semifinals. And so far, they've got a hold of Novo Bazaar and Rocky Zone, which no one dares to drop in. Maybe it's because it's the center of the map. Maybe it feels like a little bit of like Carnival if you throw it back to Sunset City. And, not a lot of the teams are willing to risk that, right? They're more willing to go into the sides of the map, particularly Pioneer Center, which has been a POI that we've been looking at. Okay,
it's a Freddy!
Right. Yeah, first one. For,
The
well,
first
for the groups
one
we
that
got
we've,
them. Yeah.
the first one we've seen, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a Freddy in the last few groups today, but this is the first time that we've seen one in our group on cam, and it's gonna be interesting, right? I mean, picking up the VSS
Oh.
early, Yang here on the choice of the Freddy, getting a little creative with the teleports here.
Yeah, he's the only one so far. I've also seen a Sienna over the side of Platus. Actually, a lot more variety here coming into the
Summit Crush setup coming in from Bunny, great, but not much follow-up from behind it. And now they've been crushed into a corner here. Great play from Latest. That's gonna be a full wipe. Respawner is now gonna be activated for this team.
Yeah, this is so good for the side of Latest, right? Like even the other squads that are coming in, they're just trying to chase them out here. They get a hold of this area very early on. Pioneer Center is one of the areas that you want to have a safe hold on, especially once you do locate, you get shield XP devices.
Yeah, it's
6
gonna be a
of them at least.
takedown. Oof. Little messy from them. I see the potential in how they're playing with the Freddy. I think the one thing missing right at this point is, now that you know how to use the Freddy, how do you use it as a team, right? Where does it really come in, and in what combination of of utility does a Freddy become most dangerous, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of the squads are still kind of trying to set things up there. I think just to name a few players who have done it so well with the Freddy in the last week was AIM. He actually has a very good understanding of how to use it offensively. I think some of the teams here, I think, that's the thing, right? When a new capsuler comes up, a lot of these teams are kind of struggling to find on how it kind of meshes out with the entire team composition. Maybe some of the teams say they don't really want to go that. They're a bit more passive, so they want to go for a lot more. To explain why this is still going to be the case of a Duckside, Young, Sunil, still one of the top choices here in the mobile, but I'm seeing Diva Express actually running with just 3 members.
Yeah, 3 members here. Deja who's gonna be on the front with a twin. Unfortunately, gonna be double teamed here by the Duckside. No, not double teamed, triple teamed. My gosh,
Triple team.
That's unfortunate. This guy was just trying to heal up, and 3 people pop up right in front of him. So yeah, sometimes the timing's just not there. But of course, that's why it's so important to have the correct spacing between you and your teammates, because you don't want to be caught in a solo fight wherein you cannot fight back. But here, now XGKFI which in on the very front with some crush, setting him up in a frenzy bomb. On a follow-up. What in the world is going on? Kiesha could not fight back, but he do fight Shin. Sangria trying to avenge his fallen comrade to the rest of the XG. Here on the very back, there's only 2 still standing right now with Sangria at the very top. Trying to find the targets here to get them down one by one. He is going to be taken down though. Drop down onto the ground as NVE. It's going to be a 1v1. A question of patience. A question of who. Look where the timing is perfect. Look at this. Colix makes his shot and he gets taken down.
Way too close.
Shindo is healed up though.
Yeah, Lowy way too close for comfort. Wow, that's gonna be it. Nicely done. Again, 1v1 duels. All these early respawn pods are gonna be, I guess, very interesting for this particular group, because back in Group C, Juswave, we haven't seen this much action in the early game.
No, man. This is the polar opposite. Everything was slow earlier. Now, as soon as we see a team, we go in, we shoot the heads, and now NBEMT here want to play a game of revenge. They want to avenge their fallen past selves, and AXG have been caught on the back foot. They are running towards safety, away from the danger that is NBEMT, because right now they have level 4, level 5 shields in the hands of Loki as well. It's great, because I mean, look at this. 7 frags already for this team as early as now, and that's before round 2 even started here.
Look at this. Sponsor box comes in and the Summit Crush.
Oh! Insanity on the Summit Crush. What a follow-up. It's totally insane, even with the full speed charge as well to make it easier for this team. Gummy Bear trying to find where the rest of the teams are after that altercation. I think it's a they went from a full they did a full 180, right? High speed fight, and then it's quiet. Why is it quiet?
Yeah.
It's maybe too quiet, you get a little paranoid when that happens too fast.
Yeah, I think it feels like a roller coaster, right? Like when you're gonna head up towards the top, and then when you land down, it gets really fast. That's exactly how it feels. And right now, seeing a roller coaster, and look at that viewpoint coming out from that War Falcon.
Alright, Kizo here doing so much damage to the War Falcon. Playing reconnaissance for his team, and it's perfect because he's the duck side, right? Even if he gets hurt, He does have the rolling impact. He has full speed charge to open things up. And there goes the Riot Bulge. Are going to be spotted out here by enemy team. TI6 trying to find something. Frenzy Bomb with an attempt to move them out of the way, which it does work. It dissuades them from trying to follow up with more damage. And here, TI6 suddenly going into a full rotation. Get away from there. We know that it's a hotspot.
Yeah, looking at this right now, TI6 got their hands on to the sponsor box. Looking at them, Gummy Bear has that orange armor too. And if I'm not mistaken, they got that blue AK-77 too, which is so good in the mid game here coming in. And we see like already a couple of squads being pressured out, and this is the tempo that we were actually looking for in Group C, but it seems like it's so evident in here in D. And so far, in the past 3 weeks of FPC, this is the kind of momentum that I see. Like, as long as they're respawn pods, all of these squads are willing to go neck to neck.
Respawners
Yeah, it looks like it's not going to be ending now, right? We've already got some fights going on towards the center map. Oasis against JDG4. And everyone else actually struggling to try and find a good rotation out of this, because for some reason everyone is set up all the way towards the west of the map.
Yeah, Oasis right now just taking out JEDG. Over at this side again, this is the Sky Dome that I was talking about, that a lot of squads seem to be either taken out completely or respawn pods are out. So far, NRX making their rotation here. They find a Sarah squad, and so far they've gotten the sponsor box. Very good arsenal to go in.
Here we go again, right? The cluster bombs coming in from the War Falcon to deal long-range damage. Try and whittle down the resources of King Sarah right now, but TI6, they know that it's not the time to fight just yet. Again, the War Falcon turns you into a gigantic flying target, which is why you need to be very careful, very intentional in how you use it. And just like that, right, having revealed their position, K-Sarah is going to turn tail and run the other way again.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's not so smart to go head-to-head, right? You got NRX, and right behind them you got squad number 6 too, so they really have to play it, you have to think it through, especially when it comes to like this early to mid game, right? Like, you kind of want to build up your arsenal, and if you get taken down or pressured out by another squad, it's not going to be good. Speaking of pressure, this will be NRX actually, War Falcon being taken down at least, and moved out there, out of the way. And so far, this is the time to strike actually for 0-2. Maybe trying to go into that location. But looking at the other squads here, this is actually a fair fight for all of the squads here. We see like 9 frags already mid to late game. Not just one squad, but actually very evenly spread out between all the squads here in this map. Or in this group, rather.
Yeah, again, I think it is exactly what we expected. Right? Not too much of a one-way black hole of deaths in one team, right? Right now, it is a very real struggle for power across the map, because there's so many teams that have the potential to really contest the win from Oasis, from Latest, right? It doesn't really matter. I mean, even TI6, we've been seeing them consistently close towards the top of the upper echelon of teams in Farlight 84, and it still continues to this day. I think this Group D is really packed with a lot of those rising stars and a lot of those teams that have been very consistent but not quite making it to the top.
Yeah, I think a lot of the dark horses that have surprised us actually back in FPC 2, like the likes of Latest, right? Like in the LAN finals, that they were able to make it all the way on the upper half of the list, not being able to at least, maybe secure a top finish or at least top 3. Likes of NRX Proverbs that showed signs of aggression up against the likes of Execration, right? Like being able to contest them out of some of a shopping mall, even in the early stages of the Farlight 84 esports ecosystem, right? And so far, looking at all the squads here, it is actually faster. We've seen some eliminations come through, 11 squads still remaining. But you know what? If it is not yet the time to go, you see these long, quote-unquote, again, situationships between these squads.
Just the callback, it's perfect.
I have to bring that in again.
You had to bring it back. Shout out to Dash. Now though, got Nova Bazaar a little bit of a hot zone. You got a couple of frenzy bombs going off and a divulge being used up as well. You got Viva IA being spotted out, and on the back of that information, everyone else just again, they turn tail. They use the utility to get the information, and then they back off to make sure that they're in a good spot, because you want to play your game. You want them to walk into where you're standing and not the other way around. Because if you're set up for victory, then you don't want to get out of your comfort zone.
Yeah, I see a lot of the squads here, investing those divulges, but information is important, but nobody has been using these informations just yet. And so far, we've only seen the likes of Latest, NRX, and Newborn Esports actually just going in for the full offensive. But right now, again, everybody, as long as they got cover here right now, they know where the other squad is at. Nobody's willing to charge, not unless somebody makes the move here. Again, classic takes, but I love the aggression here of this group. A little bit more fast-paced as compared to what we've seen in C.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, a lot more fast-paced, right? Because I think the only team we saw that was willing to continuously take fights across the entire map was NCG. But here we're seeing a real struggle for power. We're seeing a real contestants between these teams. And now we've got Viva IA up against AHOH. It's a 2v4, not going to be pretty for them because, I mean, no matter which direction you go, you're going to be walking into, if not the zone, an entire team who have their crosshairs trained on your faces.
Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to wait it out until squad number 10 here kind of leaves the area. And right now, the circle's closing in, so they kind of have to make their move. You don't want to get stuck in between Nova Bazaar, right? So that squad just has to eat up all of their healing. Speaking of, they're taking in a lot of the damage. Oh,
no, not like this. No, Jerby.
They almost made it, though. Wait,
They
know?
don't.
I think they know.
Oh, no. Jerby, no, not like this. You saw he was like a couple of feet away from the safe zone, and unfortunately, he couldn't make it. And just because of that, Jerby opened it up. I mean, with him falling down, Yang was just made visible. And there was no backup. There was no way he could stay alive. Because it's Sunil.
Yeah,
way too fast and way too healthy, too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they had an idea that there's a squad that's coming out there, right? So they are kind of waiting it out before they move out too. So they got that elimination. Actually, the only squad I think here. Like maybe we should take a look at the entire picture later on. But I think that was the only squad that used the Freddy in the composition. Quite unfortunate too. It ended over there at Nova Bazaar. But speaking of, we still have 9 squads left here. A little bit congested here too. Over at the south side, we've got 5, 4, and 7. 4 might actually be sandwiched, but what's good about their spot is, again, that is the God spot where you want to be. You get an idea of where everybody is, and at the same time, it's like a free ongoing show. You're right there on the top. You got a good vantage point of everybody.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Wind Valley, right? But when you're a little too early in Wind Valley, and the zone, this is actually perfect timing to be in Wind Valley. But if you were there too early, you would be open to so many different angles. But right now, Sarah taking full stock of what's going on all across the board, right? Trying to find where it is, because whatever the sun touches is yours at this point, right? Feeling like Simba on that opening scene in Lion King right now. No one can contest that spot, because if you do, 4 other people are going to start shooting at your face.
Oh, wow. Squad number 10 here. It's a 3v3 situation here up against Latest. Again, a very long standoff, but like what I said, if it is full-on chaos, it is going to be full-on chaos. There's the base blaster. I think both of them are just waiting for someone to clear out as of this moment.
What is this patience? There's so much patience here. They're just waiting for the zone to start closing until Viva IA gets forced to move out into the open, and here it comes though. No! Up in the very front, Summoners being used up here. Knocked up, but Latest quick recovery here. They're able to take down one over on the outside, but they're slowly running out of space, running out of time, running out of health as well. The Frost and Zaku make their way over on the outside of this building. They're being shot at from so many different angles right now, out in the open, and at the same time, the zone on the other side. Do Latest find the way out? I don't think so, because the Oasis have their sights set on them as well. There's only Zaku left standing for the squad, and they're bleeding to death slowly by the hands of the danger zone.
Oh, that is so unfortunate for Latest, right? To think that they won it up against Viva Invictus, VVIA rather, in that encounter. And honestly, it's so hard, right? Like when your location is revealed, once you are making the shots, all these other squads have their eyes set on you, especially when the circle is closing in as tight as this. And right now, that super airdrop just landed. I believe it went to... Somebody was actually able to take it in. But right now, all of these squads, long standoff, very interesting final circle too. It is a very open area. Seems like squad number 7 waiting in for their opportunity to pounce, but no one is just leaving the vicinity just yet. Divulges have been invested. Information is going to be vital.
This is gonna be so messy when it comes down to the wire. We've got 5 squads, so little space, and there's so little shelter as well. This is gonna last, I think, at least, right? This current ceasefire, it's gonna last at least until the ring starts closing again, because they have no choice, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think this is much more exciting than the healing battle, where it kind of goes like just one way, right? Somebody has to make it out alive, but this is like a 4-way standoff, or rather a 5-way standoff between the last 5 squads that are in this area. It's gonna be a 3v3 v4v4 situation, or rather, that's 3 squads with 4 members left. Yeah.
Oh, this is interesting. Yeah, the Frenzy Bomb being used by 2 different teams to try and move Blackwater outside of the building. Oasis on one side and latest. What's going on? There's so many teams. CI6 on the other. Blackwater. Look at this. Tamayo on the very front. Summit Crush being used up. Great setup to go inside. They dive in. Take down 2, 3-player Yoki. Loki tried to get away, but he can't. And there it goes. Oasis have taken this spot. The building has been commandeered by Oasis and Lancelot. The rest of Oasis, Ludi as well, getting the frags from the very high spot, even with the usage of the absolute gravity in an attempt to keep things going their way. Tamayo bringing out the rolling impact and another attempt on their lives right now. How is he still alive? Takes them all down by himself. We're down to the last 2 squads. There, whoops. Now on one side, there it goes. Summit Crush over onto Ludi. Does not work out, but it does win in the end. Oasis take map number 1.
Wow, Oasis. The patience game in that last circle. Everybody was camping out inside all of the infrastructures that they had. And what Oasis has done right is force out Blackwater from their position. One Summit Crush was just able to delete, or actually knock up all of the members that were inside. And right after that, Oasis just went in and got in that prime position, that really expensive piece of real estate right there in the middle of the circle. And right after that, it was so much more easier to take down all of the squads that were just camping out there on the outskirts of the final zone. And Oasis, well done. One of the squads that we are looking at so far here in Season 3 that are looking so promising right now, especially with the likes of Lancelot, Pau2K coming in to aid their entire squad to victory.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about all these roster changes. Oasis, I think, a couple of members from the former Naos Esports Mobile squad as well, and the addition of Lancelot, like you keep saying, they do bring a certain X factor to the team right now. Wherein I think Oasis were a little bit more of a middle of the pack team back in Season 2, but now it looks like they are slowly climbing their way up to be at par, if not slightly lower than our usual top suspects, NCG, Execration, and even Blackwater as well. I mean, you saw how Oasis took that building away from Blackwater. It was clinical precision right there, military precision down to the very last second.
Yeah, it was just I guess a very long takedown, especially for that last and final zone. The actually waited for the right moment to pop in that Summit Crush, and right after that, right after they took Blackwater, that was actually the way that they signed their way to victory here for this last map. And taking a look at here our post-match stats, it's going to be Lancelot, of course, the captain, taking in the MVP spot. I think we have to take a look at the overall picture later on, but he is the one that led this squad into victory. And so far, looking at the squads who have finished in on the bottom half, like what I mentioned to you earlier, it was a little bit more fast-paced this time. A lot of the squads have already taken out their respawn pods very early on, so by the time we headed over into the mid to late game, all of these other squads didn't have anything much that they have left with after those respawn pods. And then once you get in an entire squad elimination, that's it for your squad. And looking at the squads that have finished here on podium, you got the likes of Oasis, NRX Proverbs, some of the squads that we have mentioned earlier, and of course a squad that you actually mentioned here, Josuave, that out of nowhere, right, they managed to snag in the 3rd spot here on our map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, this squad, right, Squad 11, JDG4, been really good the last few weeks. They've been showing some great streaks of consistency, and there's some great streaks of brilliance as well. But I think they need maybe just a little bit more aggression to get themselves over that finish line to finally actually get some map wins under their belt. But I mean, when you think about it, they're so new to the stage right now compared to all the other squads in the lobby that all the way making their way to the third is actually an insane performance considering that.
Yeah. I mean, to think that in the final zone, we had like, 5 remaining teams left, and these were all teams that we've already come to know since season 1. And to think that they have managed to pull it through to the last second, at least finishing top 3. And we all know how placements are so important when it comes to, FPC 3, the points, right? It's not just the kills, but it's also about placing in really well in the map. And placing in third here among all of the squads that we have mentioned is definitely no joke for this team. All eyes peeled on them. We've got the likes of these other dark horses that have emerged back in season 2, and hopefully we see some of them actually give Oasis a run for the money, because so far they are the ones with the most experience, the most seasoned so far.
Yeah, the most seasoned. They are very well cooked. Well, yeah, I think that's gonna be
Someone's
real
hungry.
interesting here for Group D. Great start to that. We do have 2 more maps, but in case you guys missed any of the action in map number 1, we're gonna go to the highlights real quick. See you guys in a bit. Can't have a map without an MVP. That's going to be Lancelot right now from Oasis. 5 kills and 1,706 total damage coming in here from the Young. Great on the long range fights with the VSS. I think Lancelot did have quite a few highlight plays in this map. And Youngs don't get highlighted a lot.
Yeah, I actually see a pattern here. Like, even in Group C, we actually started out with the Young as the MVP, and it's looking so much more evident here in the past few weeks of FPC 3 that the Youngs are really rising up. I think, if I'm not mistaken, right after the Duck side, it should be the second most picked capsular, and it makes so much sense, right? You're playing at Sunder Realms, you see the usage of the War Falcons, right? Scouting for information is so important, and getting that divulge up, especially when you're blocked by these different infrastructures, you kind of know how to position yourself when it comes to the next few steps that your team is going to make. And Lancelot, right, it fits so well that he is actually on Young, because he's the one actually calling in the shots, the captain for the entire team. And nicely done here for Oasis Gaming. Honestly, I can't wait to see map number 2. We are in a very interesting group, and I think I like the pacing that we have here. All of these players are daredevils, are willing to, as long as they're VS pods, we are willing to go for the push.
Yep, there is nothing that you would want to miss here in Group D, because it's really action-packed. It's really exciting because we don't really have one top dog. So I would not be surprised if Oasis gets this second map taken away from them. But of course, that's just me speculating.
We don't know just yet. We're gonna be heading there in just a little bit, but Yeah, I'd like to point out the other teams too that have done well based on map number one, likes of Latest, right? Like it was just unfortunate that they were sandwiched in between the other squads, especially, when it comes to like mid to late game, right? It's going to be really crucial on how you position yourself. And, that's why the divulges are so important, right? So you know what to do next. And speaking of, we have the likes of NRX Proverbs too that has finished in really well. I think this is one of the squads that I really look up to and I really respect, knowing the fact that they are not afraid to go up against these top dogs. What, your NCG, your execration, it's fine. We are willing to take you on, and that is it for them. But you know what? What I love to take is that skin too. Beautiful skin for the syrup truck. It's called the syrup truck right now. Hope you guys got that. Thank you so much for 1,500 views here all across the map. Help us unlock more of these rewards, more of these milestones here today. And you can do that by just sharing the live stream of Farlight 84. Let your friends know that there is FPC 3 happening every weekend.
Yeah, share it to your friends, your family, to your significant other. Doesn't matter, right? I mean, if you can double the views, add maybe another 500, we'd still get more codes. I know, I keep seeing people asking for codes. Well, now you know how to get them, okay? You don't just ask for them. You gotta get people to join us here. Watch that Farlight 84 fun here in FPC Season 3. To, of course, reward the community for always coming on through to support their favorite players and, of course, just enjoying the game.
Yeah, I mean, we have one more of our weekly semis and weekly finals that will be happening next week. You also got the knockouts coming up, so very exciting times coming up. So I think this is the stage of the tournament or the league that we are actually starting to see, some shakeups, especially when it leads up to that moment.
But you hear that music? You know what that means?
Yep.
Map 2 is going to be underway after having seen a great performance from Oasis, which was, in times a little bit shaky. I thought they would have been taken down a little bit earlier, but they still came up with that win, kicking and screaming, albeit. But here, now we're gonna find out whether or not they can keep the status as number 1 in Group D right now. Oasis, all eyes are on you.
Earlier, they did a split drop over at the outskirts of Pioneer Center. Some of them actually went to the Wind Valley, which was actually a very good start for them, knowing that there are at least like 6 shield XP devices that they can take in. But right now, speaking of Oasis, they're still going to be landing in on their favorite spot. I think this is good to take in, knowing that they're doing like a reverse. Some of the squads actually start out in Pioneer Center, then go for the rotation to where Oasis is at. But Oasis is more like, okay, yeah, we know there are going to be a lot of squads that will camp out in Pioneer Center. So why don't we just take the outskirts first and then siege that Pioneer Center?
Yeah, I do think that Oasis have been doing their research, right? Reviewing those VODs over the last few weeks and see where the vulnerable or available spots on the map really are, because what really sets apart teams from those who are in the middle of the pack is actually doing that prep work, that research, and of course going in scrims as well to figure out what works for you and how you can shake up the meta, because most people will be trying some new things at some point in time. But, when you're this close to the knockouts, you don't want to reveal too much as well, especially if you feel like you're already qualified at this point.
Yeah, actually, very interesting too. The drop spots here for map number 2 is that it's a bit more evenly spread out. Not a lot of the people are dropping in either on the northern side of the map or on the southern side of the map. Everybody just has their good spots, and pretty much like the roller coaster effect to what I said earlier is that these kind of early games is very vital, especially for these top squads that you want to build in your best arsenal. And so far, Oasis, a split drop is looking so good for them, whereas the other squads, they're already busy taking each other down, so that's going to eat up more time, whereas Oasis is just really farming here.
Yeah, real interesting, right? When you have opened up most of the map and nobody wants to look in that direction, right? People are already fighting. And I'm not sure if this is an effect of people avoiding Oasis actively or if they just want to get those kills, right? Because, again, consistency of your score, right? Frags on top of your placement points will decide your placement in this best of 3 series. So maybe people want to number 1 make up for, again, the lost point. We keep talking about this. At the same time, are you really willing to risk your life that much for 1 point per kill?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it can be the reason to why like you either get eliminated first or whatnot. But look at this, Latest got their hands on Yeah, a vehicle here. Okay, a tarantula. I was actually double checking what it was. Wow, that is a lot of damage to the squad that is camping out here. Not only do you get a frenzy bomb, and you also get the shots coming out from the tarantula, just like that.
What was that? You see that combo?
Yep.
Carl J on the Summit Crush coupled with a frenzy bomb, and everyone just got destroyed from the by the satellite drop over there. No one could escape. It was an insane combo. And I think that's the first time I've seen that kind.
Yeah, I think it's starting to become more evident right now. The bows, you combine it with the Summit Crush after a deadly combination that a lot of the squads cannot really evade, not unless you're prepared for it. And at that point, right, that squad was definitely not prepared for that moment. I think Latest will also get your hands on the sponsor box that's nearby. See Blackwater as well, looking for just enjoy the game right now. Again, in that combination, combine it with the Vision Fusion.
The same thing, a Vision Erosion, a Frenzy Bomb, and a Summit Crush used all at the same time with Faith on the very forefront of all damage now. It's gonna be taken down. It's gonna be 4 people down for the side of Just Enjoy the Game without a real chance of fighting back. These utility combos are getting real interesting, Burger Kim, and I'm excited to see more.
Yeah, actually, I think for the longest time, when we started out in ACC, I was like, okay, are we just gonna see like the absolute gravity and the EMP shock and even the vision erosion? Now I like it. Very varied combo, but it works so well, right? Especially right now in the current meta, we are talking about the utility game here. That is just working so well for all of the squads.
Yeah, the evolution of Farlight 84 over only 3 seasons. That's so much. So many people changing things up here, rolling impact in the hands of Sangria. To lead the way here for Newborn Esports to find the rest of AXJ KFY who have found a way out. They eject themselves away from danger, and now they have this entire spot to themselves.
Yeah, I think for squads like AXG there, they know that NBE or Newborn Esports just has a lot more. They have their ultimates up, so it's not gonna be wise to invest in that clash. They just might as well move out and see your NRX Robbers again, trying to squeeze in this mix.
And here it goes, Gummy Bear on the very front, gets stopped by an ongoing show. What's going on here? Absolute gravity combo as well. Over towards the bottom, K-Sarah struggling to find any kind of things to shoot at. They don't even know where they are. And there it goes, just taken down without having had the chance to even shoot a single shot. It's perfect to take from NRX Powers, but now Newport is going to be joining in. They know where the sponsor box is, and it's going to be a full power struggle between these two teams right now. Looney Toink's gonna be taken down inside of the Sierra truck here. Gummy Bear trying to find a way to get himself around the building to get himself out of harm's way, but it's taken down either way. Basic, the rest of Newborn Esports, great take. It's like a game of capture the flag. What do you do here? There's so many teams attracted just because of the existence of the sponsor box.
Yeah, I mean, come on, this is the thing, to draw everybody together at the same place. I like it, because we didn't have this right before, and you see all of these squads just trying to go in for the third-party play, and come on, whoever is last is gonna reap all of the rewards, and here it is. Squad number 10 goes in for AXG.
Woo! The base blast is perfect as well. Look at our Rise over on the inside of the building here, trying to hold it off against the other teams. KFY currently have full control, even with Shin on the full shield right now. 2 ongoing shows being set up. Shin shoots them out of the sky, even with all the utility, even with all the grenades being thrown in his face. Explosives be damned right now, because they don't give a care in the world. Diva, IA, trying to find a way to get themselves back on an even footing, because they've just been taken down one by one here by KFY. Shin once again revitalized, trying to take down low. He cannot find it just yet. There goes a Rise as well. Great follow-up. No one still has defined the true meta. They have not defined who is the winner of this fight, because it's not over just yet.
Yeah, you see NRX actually just waiting out on the sides, making sure that whoever is last here, they go in for the full push. And again, they failed to capture it once, and here they come here once again, up against the
Not done. The incendiary being thrown up, no one can get outside. There's so much utility being thrown. NRX is back again for the second time, fighting it out just for the sponsor box. Look at this. You've got so many death boxes on the outside of this building. It's insane. And now NRX Proverbs, they've taken control of the building once more. Kizo here with a rolling impact, trying to get some damage, trying to get the reconnaissance on the outside. There's so many teams playing outside of this blinding mark. Great combo here, but now Viva IA down to the last person. Star Boy here with a quick shield swap to get himself to the full shield right now. Being very careful on the inside because right now there is going to be a little bit of a respite. Revive going to come in for his team. But the question is, how long can you stay here? How long can you stay alive? Because it looks like NRX Proverbs are hunting once more.
In 30 seconds.
Yeah, actually, it's funny. I was thinking, did somebody actually take the sponsor box? Was somebody actually able to open it? With how long that actually went on, right? We got NRX. Oh, we got Lighthouse of Newborn Esports. I actually wasn't able to catch if anyone was able to take it in. But you know what's good for NRX Proverbs though? They were the last ones in. That means they took in all of those dead bodies as loops at the moment.
So many teams here. Look at this. That's 6 teams in close proximity. Blackwater joining the fray. Now Fade gonna be taking down K-Sarah as well. It's so many people crossing paths right now. Here on the inside, Sarah taking him down. Great summon crush combo and the follow-up over at the CJ Ara. Blackwater still up against K-Sarah right now on the inside. Can't find the way to keep themselves alive. It's perfect. It's masterful from the stock side, playing inside and outside of the windows. Kizo 1. NRX Proverbs and the rest of the squad. He can't be taken down.
Oh wow, NRX is actually keeping that that tarantula there. You see the deadly combo earlier. Not only do you get a summit crush this time, and then you add it up to the damage, you pick up the tarantula and the frenzy bomb. That is gonna be a lot to work with here. So all the squads have to watch out for NRX Proverbs. That is just unafraid to go for the all-out chaos here. And so far, they are working with 12 frags in total. I believe that is one of the most that we have here so far in map number 2.
Yeah, there's really lots of conflicts going on across the map right now, but I think really NRX Proverbs, they've been really good here. They've doubled down on these initial fights, and it seems that, at least to me, right, they've come out with the most success after that.
Yeah.
A couple of squads being wiped here and there, and you know the amount of loot they got on the back of that as well.
Yeah.
It's great, but the problem is they're still on the outside of our danger zone. There's a lot of teams who are, again, they're playing on the outskirts in the hope that they can keep the zone from those stragglers on the outside.
Yeah, this was the same thing that happened to Oasis, I think, for the past couple of weeks, right? They were able to rack up the frags when they were waiting for the other squads to come out of the danger zone, which is the reason why they really excelled from early to mid game. But they kind of weren't able to convert it out. But this time, right, they are going the route of the likes of NCG and even Execration, getting in a very good spot, especially when it comes to the final few circles, which is something that you need, the kind of edge that you need up against the other squads here. So I'm not so sure here for NRX Proverbs. Yes, they do have that loot. They got all of these things. They got all of these frags. But how do you convert, especially when it comes to the time that you're going head-to-head with another squad, especially when it comes to this part of the game?
I mean, it's round 4 is underway right now, and there's actually quite a lot of space, which is lucky for them, but you know, NRX Proverbs at the moment, they're not exactly the best armed in the bunch, right? Right now, I think it's Latest and Oasis who have possibly the best loot at the moment.
Yeah.
Plus, Latest are picking up another sponsor box. That's looking a little spicy right now. Here, though, on the back of that sponsor box, they are not totally exposing themselves either, right? They're still willing to try and take those fights from long range.
Whoa!
It's seeming to be working out here. Frost on the outside. On top of one person taking away the sponsor box, everyone else is staying on the offensive. And look at the damage that Francis is able to do. All alone, I might add.
Yeah.
The rest of Latest is so far away, so they don't really give a care in the world right now.
Yeah, Viva Invictus right now, kind of the wrong move, right? They don't have the duck side here right now, and Latos knows that very well, and they're gonna go in and just wipe them out. They got themselves the sponsor box too, so this is looking really good for them.
Yeah, real good.
8 sponsors.
Summit Crush now going to be coming in from tables. Going to be able to knock up a couple of TI6 members, but the follow-up is great. They're going to be trading him out in the Jemmy Bear.
Oh no.
Outside.
Double
Great
team.
kill. Now, unfortunately, Custom Joy the Game is going to be taken down here, but now Oasis now going to be put inside of a power struggle up against Test IX.
Yeah.
And it's you know what? It didn't even last too long. Maybe I shouldn't have said it out loud because I think I just caster cursed them. Oh boy.
At this point, right?
Safe
Like
zone
I
will
think
retract
even when the
in
time I
30
casted with Dash
seconds.
and Infinity, it always, almost all the time happens. Like when you called it, right? It just happens here. And Oasis right now, they were able to make it out. I mean, if they weren't able to take down Has the X there, it would have been a longer story. They needed more time to get out of the refinery. Right now, we're down to 5 squads, and so far, leading up the kill scoreboard, it is going to be NRX Proverbs actually all care of the fact that they kind of recontested for that first sponsor box and then able to reap in all the rewards, followed by the likes of Latus and Oasis as well, kind of following up on those the Franks department right now. 5 squads remaining, and everybody is gonna be threading on the outskirts right now of the finals.
Is taking themselves quite long, no? I mean, at this point, because of the early action, we're gonna be waiting quite a long while before we see some conflict here in the last circle. Because with 5 squads alive and this much space, there's a really, you know that old Western saying, there ain't enough room for the two of us. But right now, there's so much room. There's 5 entire squads here. No one cares, at least for now. So I think most of these teams are going to be looking to find an advantageous spot and maybe a bit of extra loot to prepare themselves for when the apocalypse finally comes, so to speak.
Okay, so one member was knocked down there by NRX, so that's gonna be them trying to get in the high ground here. But right now, it is the proper time to strike. Good call here from TI6. So they're just gonna leave that one member. They had the full strikes here, and they got in the best position, if I may say, so far. You got not only do you get the high ground, you got vantage point on where everybody's gonna be coming in. But the downside is everybody has their eyes set. And you're kind of out in the open too.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, and this frenzy bomb is insane. Look at this. They open it up, out 2K, walks right in, tries to look for whoever is still inside of this small vision erosion. That doesn't work out for them. TI6 quickly flushed out, and look at this satchel. It could be great. Out 2K falling for the second, and Gummy Bear. Oh, wait! The springboard is just perfect. He gets himself out of harm's way at the last possible second. What is this? The movement is insane in this lobby, and even without, after everything that happened, no one has died at all.
It's way too clean, right? Coming out from Oasis, coming out from NRX, that was just a slither of health that he was working on here right now. Still 5 squads, and we got that super airdrop coming in. I think Latus just again got their hands on, and there you go, Gummy Bear. They finished the deal. It's gonna be Kiso, the only one left there for NRX Proverbs. So unfortunate from all the momentum that they've got here in this entire round. One more, they have to fight for places here, but again, he's not in a very good spot. You got Oasis there on the top.
Not looking very good right now for Kizo, but the rest of never mind. Unfortunately, got pushed on the outside, but Oasis, luckily for him, are very distracted by the fact that they're getting shot at over here from the west by Blackwater. It's a great position for them, but at the moment, Oasis, they are still fully armed with level 5 shields right now, so there's not much to worry about. In fact, at this point, if I were Oasis, I'd just wait for everyone else to start fighting, because look at this. Latus has a great vantage point. They know where they are. Yep. Everyone else struggling to even find some kind of position, because the last 2 squads, right, Oasis and Latus, are very, very aware of what's going on right now. But the other 2, right, you've got Blackwater who are fractured right now, and even Viva IA with Starboy all alone, desperately hiding behind this cliff. So do you wait for a fight to break out before you join in? Or do you just, take things into your own hands at this point?
Yeah, for Blackwater, right? They, I think Oasis at that point already knows that they're over on their side. So I think the bigger picture here is definitely going to be Latus and going to be Oasis. And speaking of Latus, right there, they take down Viva Invictus there. We're down to the last 3 squads here. And I think Oasis and Latus, they have their eyes set on each other. These 2 top teams that have showed so much promise in the past 2 seasons. And I did mention that this is going to be a group full of those underdogs, and Blackwater loses 1.
Blackwater wanted to get ahead of the curve right there, but unfortunately, Fruit's gonna be taken down. So now, that position is gonna be noted out by Oasis. Blackwater brings out the Divolt to try and get the information here with a hologram guide as well. They just get taken down. Former teammate CJ Ara's down for the count, and now we're down to the last 2 squads. Latest versus Oasis here with the Divulge being used out. Rolling Impact
Oh, no.
and the Summit Crush set them up for victory. There goes the Frenzy Bomb on one side as well. It's still, no one has fallen yet, but Carl J is leading the charge. Sprays down onto the Young. It does not work out for him, but just like that, Carl J takes down 3 in a decisive victory for map number 2.
That, just like that, Latest stops the tracks of Oasis of momentum for map number 1. And honestly, what really went right there for Latest is, again, they got a very good spot. And apart from that, Oasis was just way too busy. They were way too busy trying to take down Blackwater. Yeah, I know that's the last 3 members, but again, they were focusing their resources on 2 different teams. Who were they gonna go up against? They know definitely Latest is the bigger picture there because they're a complete squad, but Latest again played their cards out right. They weren't so aggressive there, whereas Oasis was just really waiting for the time to pounce on. As Latest was just like, okay, you were busy with Blackwater, you wasted your resources, couple of like tactical skills on them. We're just gonna go in for the final push. Again, what works so well is again the tandem from this exact team. Look at the Zaku here that got in 6 frags in total. Again, not as explosive as we've seen in the previous matches, like 2,000 plus, 1,000 plus. I guess is a decent amount of damage. Apart from NRX, we seen the likes of Latest actually taking in sponsor boxes, even airdrop rains in this entire map, which is also the reason why they are actually well equipped when it came down to this final circle.
Yeah, quite a few things really went the way of Latest. I think they have a great understanding of the map and those new mechanics that they have here in Season 3. Like you said, the airdrop rain, the sponsor box. They were willing to fight it out against 3-4 squads for the sponsor box. And I mean, in the end, it did look like it was worth it. I mean, they did get the map win and quite a few frags on top of that. So that's going to be a great way for Latest to challenge Oasis to be maybe first place in this group. But of course, that's only map number 2 as well. We do have one more map coming up. I think things are getting real spicy here. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if we had a 3rd win come in from a different team as well, because so many things have happened over the last few minutes, right? Oasis almost winning, Latest stealing things away, Blackwater destroying an entirely different team as well. Anything can happen.
Yeah, I think even back in Season 2 where we were casting the Lambton map there, just Suave, and everybody was just going to one area. It's just all out chaos whenever I'm casting it, which I love because this is exactly the identity of Farlight 84. And I think for the most part of that second map that we had, a lot of it was focused on that first sponsor box that I'm not even sure if anyone got their hands on it.
I think we spent 10 minutes watching that sponsor box. NRX Proverbs, Latest, who else? I think Blackwater made an attempt as well. You had you have AXGKFY trying to fight for it too, and Newborn as well. That I think that's definitely one of the more interesting things to ever happen. But of course, if you guys missed the action, we have the highlights coming up right for you. We're gonna see you guys in a bit right after this. See you. after an explosive map number 2 of what more could you ask for, right? The explosions from a bow to get themselves the MVP position here. Jay Zaku leading the way for Latest to get that win in the second map with 6 kills and 1,773 damage. Now that is a bow.
I actually like the bows actually taking in a little bit more of the spotlight back in week number 3 and week number 4, knowing that, you know, for a while it was a different type of composition that the mobile players actually love to go in. Yeah, more of the utility. Again, bow is one of those attackers I always say is very underrated when it comes to, you know, playing in the professional play. Even in the PC division, that was one of the few times that I actually seen a lot of bows, but I like it coming here into the mobile division, providing also, I think, provides a whole lot more utility to the entire game of, like, you know, not just Summit Crush, not just division erosions, but now we have like the Frenzy Bomb, and combined with the Summit Crush, it's a very deadly combo that you guys have seen earlier. And again, to answer everybody's question, or the question I had earlier, was somebody able to get their hands on that sponsor box? I don't think anyone was able to get their hands on the sponsor box. I was checking the highlights. Nobody was able to take it.
Yeah, we were debating whether or not someone got it, but yeah, apparently not, because they just spent so much time at that point, right? It's when you walk in, oh, the sponsor box is gone, but there's so many people fighting on the outside. What do we do? Just try to stay alive. And I mean, quite a lot of frags came out of that fight too. I think maybe half the lobby participated in that very long, drawn out team fight for the sponsor box. And it was senseless fighting in the end because no one got it, right?
Yeah, nobody was able to take it in. And honestly, at this point, the sponsor box is even tired. Like, oh, who's going to be able to open me up? Okay, nobody. Yeah, but I think just to look a little rewind on that map, like, I think a lot of the squads were willing to fight for that sponsor box because it's one of the first that actually appeared on the map. So there was still some respawn pods up for a lot of the squads. And I think after the respawn pod was down for a lot of the squads, they actually went in and dispersed all across the map. That was a very good second map, actually. Very interesting take too on how everybody was able to close in on the final circle. Again, like what you mentioned, it might actually just be a completely different Victor with how all these squads are playing here in this group. Everybody's equally aggressive. I think it's a bit at par when it comes to the number of frags too, and the way things are panning out for all these squads.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see more of this, right? Not any fear in the lobbies. Maybe just, you know, not too much respect for your opposing teams. Because, like, oh, you see NCG, maybe you're playing a little bit more scared. But, you know, I mean, I think it goes against the spirit of Farlight 84, right? Where you have all this utility, you have everything you could ask for. And if you have a solid game plan, you can take down the likes of Execration and NCG with the right utility combo. And I love what I'm seeing here in this map, just because of the fact that we don't have one of those heavy hitter teams. And with that being said, right, maybe we need to see more of this. Maybe we need to see more teams that are willing to actually fight them.
Very weird flight path too. It's like over on the left side of the map, weird straight cut too. So it's gonna favor the sides that, of course, the people were dropping at the lab and the transport port. They got first dibs on their location. But you know, for the likes of Oasis, even Latos, who likes dropping on the other side of the map, that's gonna take some time for them to reach their destination. Especially, we all know that Pioneer Center is again a very heavily contested area. Looking at our map 2 victors, we got the likes of Latos also doing a split drop, not really on any specific POI as of the moment.
What is this? It's a mess. I mean, Oasis, they're scrambled. Latest are so far away from each other. Even XGKFY, look at them. I mean, okay, I think this is their intended drop point. You got JDG4. I like that these teams are more attracted to the idea of split dropping, right? To be able to get as many resources as possible. But when you're in a group like this, knowing that a lot of these teams, they love playing as teams, right? As was seen on the map towards the south. If you do this, you gotta be sure that no one is gonna be dropping near you, because you know you're on a split drop and it's a 1v4. There's really not much you can do.
Oh, well, that's the thing for solo players, though. Like, I see that very often. I'm like, where's the rest of my squad? Okay, they did a split drop. And honestly, it's so hard, right? Like, when all of these squads are just grouped up together, especially for this group, that a lot of these squads are just willing to take these early game risks that we see happening a lot. Like, earlier it was at the Pioneer Center. Right now, it actually moved all the way across the lab. And I did mention the flight path was weird, so a lot of the squads actually dropped in over at the lab. I believe that was like 2 dropping in there, so a lot of fight for space again.
Or presence being found over here. Hi, Viva IA. I want to try and take these shots. I like it though. We know that we have the VSS, and the app reaction that's happening right now is actually trying to run the other direction because it doesn't seem like they're actually armed for these fights. But the fighting mark does connect. Got you go. But those where he is. It's not much of a fight, really.
Yeah.
It's like they didn't have their loot up as early as they want, no?
Yeah. I think that is the thing about like these early game gunfights, right? Like as long as you know the other squad isn't as well equipped as you, you can definitely go for the aggressive. And right now, Aku on a very aggressive, or actually on the run here right now. It's really low, and I think Base Blaster.
Nah. You know, I've been waiting for Yang to pull something out with the Freddy because I think we've seen him 3 times on the Freddy already. There was some flashes of brilliance in that first map, but you know, unfortunately for them, I just don't think they had the loot to be able to fight against Viva Invictus already at this point.
Yeah, I think they were, they were being they were being chased here by Viva Invictus here, and especially when you don't have you know the guns that you actually want, or maybe you drop down, you get like maybe an MF18, or maybe even like the guns that are definitely not good for the early game. It is gonna be hard to duel up against these squads who are much better equipped. And speaking of squads, I see a lot of gunfights all across the map.
Again, there is no fear because you don't have any heavy hitters in the left. I'd love to see more of this, right? You don't want to give too much respect to your enemy teams. And you know, if you give them too much respect, you kind of play a little too scared, which has been made apparent in the last few maps. But here, KFY, great to get those kills over on the Hastixay. You got one squad actually being taken down. So I think that's going to be the first full squad wipe after having lost the respawners. But it's so early, actually. I don't think we've even started closing the ring on the second round of this map.
Yeah, I think some of them actually just repositioned, right? Like some of them were either chased out of their initial drop spot, thinking that they're gonna actually be safer in another drop spot. But
surprise!
Like, yep, AXG. And speaking of AXG, look at out there that just used up all their respawn pods. It's very weird to see them scattered across the map. You got Yang over at the south side, Bunny over here, which is a level 2 armor, and
what is the plan?
Going up against AXG. Yeah. Just gonna rat it out? Is that what you meant?
I don't know. It's honestly something that boggles my mind right now. What is the base blaster? There's just a fight going on in front of us, and we can't even tell what's going on because these two teams, they don't seem to have any real game plan. We're just seeing lots of isolated gunfights inside and outside of this building right now. So Viva IA, after having seen that, I mean, there wasn't even much utility, no? It was just pure guns.
Yeah, I think at this point too, like they're far outside the zone, so it is so hard.
Oh,
look at this.
boy.
Hey, Sarah, wow,
Safe zone will retract in 30
nice
seconds.
landing there of the missiles coming out from the
Rocket Tarantula.
Rocket Tarantula thinking War Spider, but yeah, that actually forced Blackwater out of position there.
It's great. I think Blackwater have been thrown in the side of most of these teams, actually. We know the true potential of Blackwater as a team is pretty immense. So I think a lot of these people, they don't want to over-respect Blackwater, so to speak. Because I mean, we've seen them actually take down Blackfire. Again, the really old joke that we made quite a while back. But yeah, I mean, Blackwater definitely one of the contenders here. But again, they don't have the kind of status that comes with, say, for example, being part of NCG. When you're in NCG, people are afraid. Blackwater doesn't strike fear in the hearts of their opponents.
I think even for the squads here, no fear, definitely. Come on, the safe zones already closing out. They're so far out in the lab, so I think what they want to do here is get those elimination on those squads. They got a number of vehicles too, so they are waiting to get in that great escape. But look at that, 10 frags for both Viva Invictus and New Horde Esports here. They're just racking up the frags here right now, and whoever gets eliminated, no more respawn pods, no more respawn pods available, and that's gonna be one member down too for their side.
Wow, basic. He's been doing it so well. I don't know if you noticed, but there's a little bit of a one-way setup because of the way that the building's actually designed, right? He was shooting at the legs of the members of Viva Invictus, right? And now because he's done all that damage, they're gonna be willing to go in here with the base blaster. Casing on the outside to get attempt. Oh, Logi gets taken down here.
no.
And now Viva Invictus still very
Reaper
much
has
alive
been
with
killed.
only Yiko, one person that is low. Okay, Sarah. Elsewhere on the map, there's so much things going on right now in our kill streak, but
Yeah.
we're trying to focus. The problem is that's just that, sometimes there isn't much to focus on. There's so much going on right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, just as you think that you're gonna highlight this one squad, either they take down the other one, then it pans out to another, like, it was just
Respawners
Blackwater
disabled.
earlier on, and now it pans over to Oasis, actually, that has been their usual spot, but, we haven't seen them go into these early gunfights, which is a strategy that some of our top teams are actually doing right now. They kind of evade all these early gunfights, make sure that they have like those orange armors, which is a classic coming out from Oasis. Very consistent coming out from them. Map number 1, map number 2. They make sure that they have this. So when they head over to the final zone, they are pretty much stacked when it comes to the armor right now and are willing to take every single squad who are in their way right now. And speaking of, they might actually be driving by squad number 11 and squad number 4, getting really tight again here in the area, and here comes the divulge.
Yeah, Divulge now going to be bringing out the location of K-Sarah and the Oasis right now. Both sides exposed. About 2K. It's going to be good for one. The rest of the squad, though, following up. You got Tamayo on the very front lane on the duck side. There's JDG4 want to join the fray. On the other side of the building, it looks like they have realized that there's going to be a third party right now. Wait, no.
Yep.
They're going for the fight. I don't think Oasis is aware this is an entirely different squad here. What? Look at the shots from Ludi, from Lancelot. They're insane right now. Forces JDG4 to turn tail and run the other direction, but here we go. Lancelot gonna be taken down. Some shots coming in from long range. I don't think they've spotted where it came from. And now Blackwater doubling down on this. Look at this. Fade with the rolling impact on the very front. And CJR as well. His former teammate trying to take him down with the Summit Crush. Great. But the Satchel's great too. Pau 2K made an attempt, but it was not gonna be enough. And the kill comes through for Blackwater. It's only 3 people left on the side of Oasis.
Yeah, they came in a little bit too overzealous at that point, right? Like willing to camp out in one area, and now they're getting chased out by Blackwater, making a run for it, and they make it out alive, unable to get anything. So right now, Oasis is a little bit scattered out. As of the moment, Tamayo is still here. I'm not so sure if Blackwater knows that. He's still healing up, waiting for that pounce coming through, but I think Blackwater knows. Here it goes.
Wait, huh? He didn't see!
Okay.
Fade gets taken down just because he was able to check that corner in time. And now CJ Ara trying to avenge his fallen teammate does find Tamayo here, takes him down. Rest of Oasis, though, they are going to be back. So Blackwater needs to think on their feet right now because Ludi and Lancelot are back. The DSS, though, is way too powerful. Absolutely eviscerating the rest of Oasis. Lancelot turns tail, tries to stay alive, and he does at least live to fight another day.
Yeah, I mean, they were trying to go for the backup there. Unfortunately,
Oh
Lancelot...
no! Oh no! Oh!
Lancelot thought to dash through out of that one.
Oh my
Unfortunately, not enough dashes, not enough slides at that point. I mean, you're going up against the entire squad of Victus here. That has 15 frags, just 15 frags, all because they camped out in lab for so long.
Yeah. I have no words for what just happened, man. We saw Lancelot bring out that eyeballs. Oh, surprise, there's 3 people in front of me. There's no way out now. I guess I just died. But now the XGKFY want to do some damage. They find Viva Invictus in the middle of those rotations, revealing their spots, though the problem is they only have level 3 shields right now, so they're not exactly armed for these long-range fights. They're not armed for long drawn-out fights either. They're not going to win a game of endurance here. They have to be very careful about what they want to do in this situation.
Oh, there goes the airdrop rain as well, right there at Wind Valley. Squad number 2 actually making their way there. Classic moves coming out from Latus. They did the exact same thing in map number 2, which actually is one of the reasons why they were so well equipped in map number 2. We got a sponsor box also coming in there. I believe some of the squads with how things are playing out here for map number 1, map number 2 All these squads just want to get their hands on that. But right now, AXG, they haven't moved a single inch. It's only Sin that has the orange armor. So again, you're going to expect that duck side to kind of take up all of those damage, especially when you go in for those clashes. But it seems like AXG, in their vicinity, there's not a lot of squads there yet. They're not willing to risk taking that airdrop raid, knowing that they only have those blue armors right now.
Yeah, definitely not gonna be risking things too much. Yeah, I mean, even if you look at K-Sera, right? They're also number one. They're down one person, and the other two is unfortunately not much loot in their hands either. I think they played a little too passive here in this map, and now they're kind of suffering the effects of it, right? No shield upgrades around, and you really need to grind out those shield XPs as well. But the problem is, again, just the position they're in, right? There's so many squads
zone will
close
retract
by. You
in
need to
30
walk
seconds.
into the circle as well at some point. And once you have no choice but to actually start moving towards the center of our safe zone, and you kind of open yourself up to a lot of violence. And just like that, violence begins.
The disparity too of the kills coming out here.
My.
Even Invictus taking in the top spot there, 15th, and followed by Newborn Esports. But speaking of, it's getting quite congested here too. Over at the south side of the map, knowing that there's gonna be a sponsor box again. Hopefully somebody takes it in this time. But 5 and 4 have been kind of playing some fancy footwork up against each other here. No one going for the full commit just yet. But squad number 4, I believe they were making their rounds towards that sponsor box, but instead, they did find it. It was a bit too late. Blackwater here too up against Newborn. Again, a very tight spot to be in. You got 3 squads here, 7, 5, and 3 over at the south side of the map.
No, the fade though. Spotted out by Basic. I don't think Basic did not want to pull the trigger on that. Didn't want to show his position because it looks like he may not be aware of where he is exactly. But oh no, they find him inside of the truck. He walks out, tries to get away, but there's too many people there. Even if he got on the springboard, there's 4 people there. He was just yeah, Fade walks into it. Oh no. He finds Fade though, but the follow-up is great. Blackwater really playing as a team right now. Gotta respect that.
Yeah, I mean, to think that this was the squad that took down the likes of Blackwater, right? Again, the long-standing joke. But apart from that, they've done so well. But the thing about the squad of Blackwater here, it was very evident too in the previous weeks, is that either they get taken down mid-game or even in the late game. They really have to kind of either take control when it comes to the late game, right? Like sometimes they're a little bit too passive, a little bit too late in all these encounters. And right now, so far, they've done so well taking down one squad. Last 7 here, it's gonna get really tight here. We got that final airdrop as well coming in, and so far it seems to be Latest that has the advantage here.
Yeah, they do definitely have the advantage. I mean, of course, having won the second map right now as well, they do kind of have the God spot. Problem is though, again, with the God spot comes the fact that everyone else can see you as well. They might have the airdrop rain on their side, but they're so wide open from so many different angles as well. Now, Power Struggle's on the other side. Blackwater fighting against NRX Proverbs, who are unfortunately.
Wait, I think they know.
Is he? Do they know he's here? Okay, now he starts moving. That should signal a reaction.
Oh, what?
Tomsky
was actually able to make it out alive.
Yeah, on the back of the timing of one of the NRX players running out of health on the outside of the door. But right now it's wait, they almost fell off the map now.
Almost though. I think what's really good about this final circle though is that again Latest getting in that prime position, God spot. Yeah, it doesn't matter at this point that if everybody has their eyes set on them, as long as they can do long range shots. And to think that you're working with a defender right now with that 4x 8x scope, a lot to take in. I believe they're gonna take that last super airdrop here as well, which is looking so good for Latest to take in at least this last map of the day here for Group B. Looking at the other squads that are playing on the outskirts, a very interesting final circle too. Wind Valley is a very, very dangerous area, right? Like you can either drop down into
the valley.
Yeah, into the valley, yeah.
Or up into
or
the mountain,
stay
right?
up on top.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting place to be, and I think this is where the power of a young really shines, right? Because you can bring out the divulge and find out where exactly they are towards the end. On the back foot, I think Latest probably the favorites or the best equipped to actually win this at the
Yeah.
moment. Because the loot isn't very well rounded on the other teams here. I mean, AXGKFY with two people on level 3 shields, it's not as balanced as one would want, but it looks like they want to keep going. Look at Shin. Brings out the full speed charge to move on forward. Sarah receiving some damage coming from the frenzy bomb as well. Sarah trying to stay alive. Latest got Carl J, who was taken down early. Wait, that's the leading team right now. They had so many kills. Looks like they can't do too much. Sarah playing to their strengths, the defense, the offense, and even being able to heal on the correct timing. And now we've got the rest of Latest being forced out of position here because of the zone slowly closing. They do have the airdrop range, which is going to be great for them. Arise, leveling up, leveling up everything but the shield apparently. And Sarah does get another kill over on the Hest X1.
Yeah, I think they're on the south side of the map. Again, we're going to be playing with the numbers here. And so far, I think AXG just has the best winning conditions here right now. They're just waiting to go for the third-party play. We're down to the last 3 squads here. Again, Latest limping. 1 member down. It's their duck side. So if AXG plays this out well, they're a complete squad. They can take this victory for themselves. Last 3 squads remaining. But again, the problem is Latest has the upper hand when it comes to the positioning. They're right there on top of the Wind Valley.
2v1. Now, the attempt from Shin. He's going to be able to get himself out of harm's way, but Arise now going to be on the very forefront. Takes down Retri. There's Spawn Kicks as well coming in for Latest. He wants to equalize things, but the absolute gravity is going to be brought out right now. Arise able to minimize the risk from that fight. Now, a blinding mark coming in from Latest. They know where it is. It came from the above. It's going to be the last 2 teams. Latest up against AXGKFY. High ground versus low ground. They're not willing to drop down just yet. The incendiary grenade has been thrown out, but it's going to depend on the timing over in the last zone. Frenzy Bomb now going to be brought out in an attempt to try and take them down early. Latest being sprayed down from so many different angles here. The healing comes in. They're still alive though. Latest, it's not over. KFY as well. But at the last second, Arise stays alive, takes down Jsaku to bring us to map number 3. No repeats in Group D right here. 3 different squads win the 3 maps.
I love how we get a variation of different ways on how the map actually ended here for map number 1 up to map number 3 for Group D. Of course, it definitely has to end out in a healing battle there. And for AXG, I did mention it, right? They were in a spot that they could actually go in for the third-party play. Even though Latest had that high ground, they were still able to pull it out really well. For the side of Latest, they were actually able to get in that Frenzy Bomb right in the middle where the final circle was. But for AXG, again, gunfights, especially in the last moment, are very crucial. Especially when you get someone down. Healing battle, it is going to be up to that. And AXG was just able to take it in here for a last map. No double map wins or even a triple map win for a single team, and which kind of goes to show that this team is just showing so much promise here for season 3.
I love the XGKFY and how they yes, they were down in terms of like the overall loot for the team, but the game plan was just there. It was great. The combination of how they were using their utility. I want to mention the absolute gravity that was used in the very last second, which got them a couple of kills as well to actually move them forward a little bit in their pursuit of winning this 3rd map. But on top of that, I mean, the decision making by AXGKFY was just on par with some of the actual greats here. But of course, we got to talk about, of course, this squad who has won 10 kills on the squad. It's not a lot, right? I mean, all things considered, it's not a lot. But considering how this lobby has been playing, I think this is a great testament to how this team have a solid game plan. Maybe not the most mechanically powerful players, but they really did play this as a team.
I think what really went down there for Latest, quite unfortunate that the duck side was down. Like, I think it would have gone a different way if they still had that duck side going for that summit clutch in that final circle. And again, they were going for the airdrop, which again really boosts you up, especially in the latter stages of the game. And if you can see too, it is actually Latest, right? Like, just racking up a lot of those frags, and even in the damage department, all of them are actually at par. But when it comes to the final circle, again, these decisions have to be made. And AXG, despite the fact that they didn't have that prime position, they were still able to reap all the rewards. I think again it could have gone a different way if Carl J was actually still alive in that final circle.
Yeah, again, it also brings us back to the fact that you need to know when to take the risk and when you need to be willing to actually just sit back and wait for the right time to strike.
Yeah.
Right? The opportunity will present itself in time, but sometimes you also need to know when to create the opportunity for yourself. And AXG, given what they were able to pick up over the course of the entire map, right? Again, the loot not being the best, the decision making seems to have really carried them over the finish line for this map as well.
Yeah, well, as you know, in every single situationship, there are definitely some risks that are that you're willing to take. And AXG definitely, you know what, the risk was high,
Oh,
but
boy.
they played it out so well. Latest, though, unfortunately, really unfortunately, we have to bring it back to that. It does make sense if you think about it.
Yeah, you're not wrong, you're right. I mean, sometimes you just need to full commit to what's going on. You know, work together to move the situationship forward. But of course, that was an action map number 3. In case you guys missed some of the action, we're gonna be giving you guys a look at the highlights. We'll be back in just a bit. And of course, can't have a map without an MVP. We've been asking for Lucinda's the last few weeks, and now we got one in the MVP position. That's going to be a rise for AXG KFY. 4 kills, 1,565 damage. That's great. I mean, remember, we've seen so much Lucinda back in Season 2, in Season 1 as well. And, you know, because of, I think, it might be because of the verticality of Sunderums, not a lot of people were prioritizing the Lucinda pick. But it looks like, at least for now, AXG KFY have found a way to make the Lucinda work. And, you know, sometimes the off-meta picks work out and it actually shifts the meta in a different direction the next few weeks.
Yeah, actually, I think the first time I've actually seen something different in the past few weeks was a Bow, right? Like, we've seen the likes of Execration picking it up for themselves, and you know, coming into week number 4, we see a whole lot of Bows. So yeah, this is really good. Especially, you know, I'm a huge fan of teams who really take the initiative to bring out something new. I know the Lucindas have never been out of style ever since Season 2 and even in ACC, and bringing it back here to this season for FPC 3, I think it adds a little bit more of a different flavor. I think more the teams go for the bows, right? Like, it's a whole lot more utility. It forces people out of their location. The AoE is a little bit more bigger as compared to the Lucinda, but Arise definitely deserves this MVP spot, knowing that, you know, I think a lot of you guys, and you also pointed it out, Josuave, earlier, the absolute gravity that really pressured a lot of the members of Latest when they dropped down from their spot, and eventually was able to season the win for AXG. And honestly, I hope to see more of this. Actually, we were starting to see a couple of teams actually picking it. The teams like Powerhouse actually over in PC also picking this up. So hopefully the teams can actually put the Lucinda back here and make it work here in FPC 3.
Yeah, I cannot wait for what's going to be going on when we move over to the knockouts. I mean, we have one more week of open qualifiers after this. And we have the weekly finals tomorrow. So I don't know, maybe we'll see another trend of Lucinda's coming on through. There's definitely some teams that are reviewing a lot of those VODs and trying lots of different things in scrims as well. So, the ever-changing meta here in FPC Season 3 is something that's always a wonder to behold. No, you just gotta really love it.
Yeah, I think this makes it all the more exciting for the next few weeks coming up from FPC 3. We might actually see some shakeups of meta. And speaking of the teams too that we've seen perform so well here today, taking in the top spot. Wow!
Oh!
Latest over Oasis.
Latest followed by Oasis here. Of course, NRX Proverbs following closely in third place. It's not a very decisive victory, so to speak.
Yeah.
But I think the great performance from Latest and Oasis definitely garnered them those top 2 spots. Got Blackwater close by, XGKFY. They did win a map, not in the most consistent fashion. Yes, one map on the other 2, though, I think they did struggle quite a bit, which should explain their number 6 placement. Followed, of course, towards the end. That's Newborn Gaming, K-Sarah, Just Enjoy the Game, and Hestex won. Viva Express and the Ahu over towards the end, which unfortunately for them, it seems that they didn't get a single kill this entire series. So some people gonna have to step up because again, next week, if you don't make it into this week's finals, you gotta try next week. And next week is the last possible way to get in. But of course, we're gonna be finding out who's gonna be making it into tomorrow's weekly finals. That's gonna be from the bottom, of course. Top player KX Deso, SR Uprising, NRX Proverbs, Miracle XGES, SR717, Powerhouse Latest, LF or SC Beta, Oasis, Akage Blackfire, and Execration. I really like this actually when you see Execration still staying at the very top here, NCG not far behind, but I think the welcome change here is Blackfire being at second.
Yeah, I think some people would actually expect it to be like, the likes of NCG, right? And by the way, props to them who played out of their minds here today. But the likes of Blackfire, right? We've seen it. They opened up Season 2 with the first ever 3-peat. Very explosive start for them. But unfortunately, heading over into even the LAN finals, they did really well. But again, are not able to take in the top spot. So it's so nice to see kind of the shift as well. I think for a long time too, we've seen the likes of, LF4 or X2 that I'm still surprised up until week number 4 that no one has picked them up just yet. And with the way that they're playing for the past few weeks, they've done so well here. I honestly can't wait for the weekly finals that will be happening tomorrow. So hopefully you guys don't miss out. These are the top teams that we have for the mobile division.
Yeah, you gotta get the best of the best in tomorrow's lobby to find out who will be getting more points, of course, as we slowly walk our way towards the last week of our open qualifiers, which is happening next week, by the way. So I don't know if you guys haven't joined yet, you guys should open up your when you're in Farlight, right? Go ahead and open up the field where you can join FPC Season 3 because you do not want to miss out on this. And of course, again, it's anyone's game. So, maybe you guys join the next week's open games and maybe we'll see you in the weekly finals. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, teams like Ahu, right? And some of the newer names that we actually have seen today have made it to the semifinals. But then again, next week is going to be the last one. Actually, it's a little bit more stretched out here this season before we head over into the knockout stage. Quite a long break too before we head into the finals, which gives a lot of the teams to actually kind of adjust to the meta. So I think this is the first time I'm actually going to be seeing it here in the semifinals. We unlocked a skin. And speaking of what better way to close it out, we ended out with a Lucinda MVP and we're getting a Lucinda skin.
Yeah, so for those of you who love playing Lucinda, I do personally like Lucinda. This was back in Halloween last year. So go ahead and put this code in your CD key if you want to get the Moonlit Enchantress skin for Lucinda, which I might add is really good looking, especially, when you want to be a little bit more spooky. You want to go in with those fights, but man, what a way to end things, right? I mean, Lucinda MVP, Lucinda skin for the giveaway. It's perfect, is it not?
Yeah, a lot of groundbreaking things too here today. The first three-peat for this season, I believe that's Execration. Then you got NCG as well, and of course to close out this map, we've also unlocked the skin here in the semifinals. But let's take a look at what's gonna happen here today, just Suave, as we take a look at tomorrow's schedule on for week number 4, day 2 here. We got of course the mobile top 15 finals, and then we got of course the PC finals happening tomorrow as well. Group A and Group B. So make sure to get your schedules right. Take it in your calendars and don't miss out on the chaos that will be happening tomorrow.
Yeah, it should not be missed, the amount of action that's going to be going on tomorrow, especially if you have a favorite team that you're going to be cheering on. And of course, you can't end up an FPC broadcast without seeing the PC division at least once a week. So that's not to be missed, because I mean, it's a completely different environment when you're watching the PC versus the mobile. Maybe you'd get some extra ideas from watching that other division as well.
Yeah, a lot of different varieties. Hopefully next week we've seen a couple of Freddy's coming out here, Lucinda's even, and the Rise of the Bows actually these past few weeks, and hopefully for next week or maybe even tomorrow, right? We're gonna start to see a little bit of shake up too in the meta, and hopefully like different variations of the combinations that we can get here in Thunder Realms.
And of course, if you guys don't want to miss any of the updates when it comes to the qualifiers or maybe some interesting stats about FPC, don't forget to follow us on all our social media here. We've got YouTube and Facebook, that's Farlight84. We've got on Instagram, Farlight84_official. We're also live on TikTok whenever we're having an FPC broadcast, that's Farlight_84_official. And we do have TikTok drops, so maybe a little bit extra incentive for you guys to follow us on there as well.
Yeah. Be sure to follow us, give us some love on social media. And you know who else we have to thank here? Techno. Thank you so much for being our official partner for FPC3. Gotta flex in my Techno phone here as well that I do every single time. And yeah, they just released the POVA, the newest POVA series, and I can really tell you guys that this is the best one out there. I've been playing with this phone, playing Farlight 84 here, and also you can play hours and hours long. You can even have like long standoffs there, and your battery doesn't die out, all because of Techno. Be sure to check out their new phone as well, the POVA 6 Pro as well, their latest addition to the POVA series.
Yeah, I was there at the event launch happening in SM North last weekend. It's a really impressive phone. We got to see teams play along with it, but of course, it would not be possible here, of course, without our official chair partner, that's Fantech, who have always been there. I think ever since season 2, they've been around, supporting Farlight 84 ever since, whenever we're on LAN. And if you guys want to have a little experience of, Fantech, you might want to reserve the date for when our LAN finals are going to be happening. We're not going to spoil the details just yet, but we did talk about you guys following us on the social media, so you guys should follow us if you don't want to miss that information.
Yeah, follow us as well, me and just Suave too. We're giving a lot of Farlight updates there as well. Apart from Techno, Fantech, give them some love. I believe like Fantech also has a couple of new peripherals. If you guys want to get that upgrade too, be sure to follow them on socials.
Yeah, the POVA Techno 6 Pro is insanely good as well. So, these sponsors, they're not just sponsors, they're great partners as well. But that's going to be it for us for today's weekly semifinals. We're going to say goodbye. It's me, just over here at Burger Kim. See you guys tomorrow.
got eliminated by Execration. You're gonna get eliminated. That's last, and then CG falls.
NCG eliminated Duncan King.
NCG is down.
The gods will be thrown.
Execration.
Today, we crown a champion. A grueling first few weeks of the Open qualifiers from hundreds of teams boiled down to just 4 groups during the knockout stage.
They want to play for that placement. They are the disadvantage, but Major connects. And NCG, your mobile tournament champion. Let's give it up for SR Knockout.
Round 2.
Travel barriers helping him.
He's trying to escape the wrath of the fire.